Honorable members, I'm informed that the whipper has agreed that there won't be any motions. So we will then take the opportunity to ask the Secretary to read the
Policy debate on budget vote number 37, Arts and Culture, Appropriation Bill, Bill 6 of 2015.
Let me take the opportunity to welcome the Deputy Minister and ask the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, members of the Executive Council of the provinces, honorable members of the NCOP. We gather here on this occasion of the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, beholden to those men and women who came together on the 26th of June 1955 at the Congress of the People in Kliptown to craft a vision for a free and fair South Africa. This month of June is dedicated to celebrating another important milestone on our national calendar. We have the common responsibility always to recall the events of June 16, 1976, so that the bravery of sacrifices of the generation of young people whom Oliver Tambo was inspired to describe as young lions should serve as an inspiration to the youth of today to work hard, contribute to the solution of the challenges they are, and our nation comfort. Today, 39 years later, ours is a country with a wealth of arts, culture, and languages. Our country consists of 9 provinces, which we have made a collective commitment to knit together into a nation united in its diversity. That challenge is at the core of the Department of Arts, Culture, and Heritage. Pursuant to these goals, I can report the following provincial achievements and plans. In 2014-15, the Department of Arts and Culture's Trendsetter Youth Initiative recruited and trained 90 young people. These young people undergone a vigorous on-job training in various facets of arts, culture, and heritage sector. We can report that we convened a social cohesion report back summit in Nelson Mandela Bay that was a massive success. The attacks on foreign nationals demonstrate the need to have a proactive approach to nation building and social cohesion, particularly in hotspots around the country. Furthermore, our social cohesion advocates program would enable us to integrate them into our National Days program and have more of their involvement in our Department of Arts and Culture programs in order to make them relevant for our people in provinces. We have through the Mzansi Golden Economy program, we continue to support the development of the creative economy across the country. The open calls for public art, touring ventures, and cultural events have sparked interest, creativity, innovations, and a wave of applications from the arts sector. The department received 1,000 applications and made awards to 173 projects. The provincial breakdown of these awards shows that we still have a lot of work to do, ensure that there is participation in the process by artists from the Free State, Northwest, and Eastern Cape in particular. We acknowledge the challenges faced by the crafters in our country, especially the ones residing in rural areas. Thus, the coordination of crafts is in Bizo across the country in partnership with the Departments of Small Business Development and Trade and Industry. There are opportunities to crafts, enterprise, and organization to get support through the Mzansi Golden Economies, cultural events and tourism ventures under a category called miscellaneous. We found that crafters have got the challenges of the market, of getting the money or training. They still need a lot of training, and so that they are able to sell even at international level. To date, we held Izimbizo in Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, Limpopo, Northwest, Free State, and Gauteng. We're still waiting for the dates for the KZN and Northern Cape. For the Western Cape, the Izimbizo for the crafters will be on the 19th of this month. In our drive to instill a civic consciousness and national pride among our youth, we committed to install 22,193 flags over the MTEF cycle as part of the Department of Arts and Culture's flag in every school campaign that was also announced by the President during SONA. This campaign involves, amongst others, hoisting the national flag, the correct etiquette of singing the national anthem, the recital of the preamble of the Constitution, by the learners, distribution of the South African hand flags and publications on national symbols, as well as a CD toolkit on how to sing the national anthem. I've got this, we've now printed the passports of patriotism that have got all that. So by being a chair, you are going to get this as your bonus. And we also, in addressing the need to popularize our African identity, will be launching a competition for schools on the AU anthem. We're supposed to sing the AU anthem, then our national anthem. The AU, the anthem has been made available to schools online to mark Africa Month, and we encourage our youth to learn the anthem. So I've got the copy here. We are going to be distributing, we have done this. It starts with the AU anthem and then follow our national anthem. So we have successfully implemented and expanded the Artists in School initiative over the MTEF cycle. About 45 million rands over the MTEF period will be dedicated to placing arts facilitators and educators at schools around the country as part of integrating arts and culture into the school curriculum. A number of heritage sites associated with the Khoi and San communities have been identified in the Northern Cape, and a budget has been allocated. A consultation process with the San and the Khoi communities to trace other heritage sites is ongoing. In 2015-2016, we will continue our work on the transformation of the heritage landscape through the legacy projects, including, amongst others, working towards the October 2016 opening date of the Sarah Baartman Center for Remembrance, which is located at a gravesite in Henke in the Eastern Cape. The renovation of the Bram Fisher House in the Free State, which will be completed this year. The completion of the Dr. J.L. Dube project in Inanda and the Inguza Hill Museum in KwaZulu-Natal. Work on the Winnie Mandela House in Brantford in the Free State. The National Heritage Monument in Tshwane, Gauteng. This year we will start work on a range of new projects, including Isandlwana in KwaZulu-Natal and the Khoi and the San Heritage Route in the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and Western Cape. Honorable members, there is no more important development policy than one oriented towards eradicating illiteracy, promoting information literacy, and building a modern, efficient, and equitable library and information system. Significant progress has been made in the past year in the provision of library and information infrastructure. We completed 13 libraries countrywide. In 2015-2016, through the library conditional grant, with a budget in excess of 1 billion rands, we will be completing 20 more libraries in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, and Northwest. Through the Mzansi Library Online project, funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the National Library South Africa have installed IT equipment to 27 libraries composed of 20 computers, 10 e-readers, 10 tablets, 1 printer, and a scanner. This means that our communities, visually impaired people and children, are connected with the world. They are connected also with the small ones. The 2014 and 2015 World Book Day took place in Northern Cape and Gauteng on the 22nd, 23rd April, respectively. We conducted door-to-door reading awareness campaigns, and we donated 12,400 books to schools, households, old age homes, and correctional services. moving along the streets and say, what language do you use? Say, Africans will give you. Tswana we give you. So we have got all, we've covered that. International Federation of Libraries Conference and Assembly, we are preparing to host the 81st International Federation of Libraries Conferences and Assembly in August 2015, which will be held in Cape Town under the theme Dynamic Libraries, Access, Development and Transformation. This conference will attract more than 3,000 librarians from Africa and worldwide. Given the need to establish a clear model for the establishment of the National Art Bank, a detailed study was conducted to identify the most appropriate institutional model for the project and to develop key processes and policies such as the commissioning and procurement of artwork. Based on this study, the National Museum in Bloemfontein, which houses the Olive and Hayes Art Museum, was identified as the most appropriate host in the pilot phase of the organization. This year will begin procuring artworks that will be exhibited to prospective renters. The last year, we announced that we would be embarking on strategy to launch creative arts incubators. To date, we have launched 3 incubators. These are the Castor Bridge Academy in Mpumalanga on 10th April, the Parkhoffs Incubator in the Free State on the 15th of May, and Arts Cape in the Western Cape on the 18th of May. On May the 20th, we launched the State Theatre, and this month, the Market Theatre and Playhouse Company incubators will be launched in Gauteng. The total number of individuals in those incubators is 408. These incubators are a very important tool to ensure that we create local content and unleash the economic potential of the creative sector. Language development is one of the most important aspects of our work, and when we introduced the language policy framework in 2003, it was clear that we needed to make a major investment in our future language professionals. Since we initiated the programs, we have supported a large number of students that have studied indigenous languages and sign languages at universities all over the country. We're supporting 15 of them. This year, the following universities will offer these bursaries for the next 3 years. The University of Limpopo, Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University, Northwest University, the University of Witwatersrand, UNISA, and the University of Western Cape. Given the importance of archives as a repository of the collective memory of the nation, recapitalizing the National Archives will be one of our national priorities this year. We are presently dealing with the funding implications of this project through our budget reprioritization process. In this regard, we are in the 2nd year of rolling out a trial digitization project. This is a first for the archives, and we can report that the first phase of the digitization process has been successfully executed. We also plan to launch the automated archive system in the coming weeks as part of the department's capital projects. During the celebration of the World Day for Audiovisual Heritage, we renamed the Craig building as Dolly Ratebe building. Milkboard building utilized by National Film Video and Sound Archives renamed as Ken Gampo Film Preservation Center. This year, the 12th anniversary, the 12th annual Oral History Conference will be held in KwaZulu-Natal. This conference has been rotated across all provinces to make sure that we engage with all communities across the length and breadth of our country. We hosted the Zwagala Awards in February 2015, wherein 88 children with impaired hearing from 11 African countries participated. In 2014-2015, the DSC supported 22 national and regional flagships events, including the National Arts Festival and Cape Town International Jazz Festival, and a range of regional festivals that were there, Kalahari, the Kalahari Desert Festival, the Northern Cape, Mpumalanga, the Makufes, and the Marula Festival in Limpopo. These events are catalysts for economic development, given that artists are reliant on events and for income and economic sustainability. through the ongoing monitoring and evaluation program using surveys and other instruments, the DAC has been able to determine the impact of some of these events on the local economy. Over 80% of the DAC's annual budget allocation is transferred to 26 public entities. The governance and monitoring of the work of these entities is a major focus of efforts in the department. In the year under review, a sector-wide strategic framework development in 2013-14 was implemented. A series of sector-based workshops that culminated in a large strategic planning session involving the DAC, its entities, and provincial government departments. In refining this process, a series of indicators for each sector were developed, including a baseline report which provides baseline data on each of the indicators identified. In support of good governance, the boards, councils of 12 public entities were reconstituted and inducted in the year under review. Moreover, shareholders' compacts were signed with all entities to ensure alignment of these programs. After Africa Month, a massive showcase of Africa in South Africa has just concluded, and I'm proud to say that each and every province hosted at least one event that was part of the Africa Month program, and we look forward to building on this legacy in the 2016 edition. The Africa Month program is a festival of ideas, expresses, everything was there. We had workshop. It is about using African Cultural Renaissance Charter to promote the AU Agenda 2063 for the integration of the continent. This is a wholesome integration of socio-political, cultural, and economic matters. Our theme is We Are Africa, opening the doors of learning and culture for peace and friendship from Cape to Cairo. Africa Month program will be an annual event. We are in the process of engaging in substantive consultation with stakeholders and interested parties in all 9 provinces as part of the process of reviewing white paper on arts and culture. We have already conducted some workshops in some of the provinces. The process of consultation in all remaining provinces will continue till September. Once public inputs have been made, we will write up a first draft to be tabled to Cabinet early next year. The parliamentary process can take place. In conclusion, our appreciation of the developmental role of government in molding a cohesive and responsible citizenry is in our appreciation of the role of learning and culture as transmitters of our history and our heritage. Honorable members, our goal has always been and remains being the transformation of our society into a prosperous and socially cohesive nation. Our hard-won freedom has set us on this path. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. May I then call Honorable Zwane to continue the debate.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Lithuba onginika lona lokuthi ngibe ingxenye yalenkulumo mpikiswano. Mangibingelele ke usekela ngqongqoshe womnyango wezobuciko namasiko. Ngibingelele amalungu ahloniphekile alendlu. Ngibingelele izivakashi zethu ezikhona lapha phezulu. Umnyango wezobuciko namasiko uye wavela phambi kwekomiti lalomkhandlu wezifundazwe elibhekelene nemfundo nezokungcebeleka. Isizathu salomhlangano bekuwukuthi umnyango uzoletha uhlelo lokusebenza lwawo lweminyaka eyisihlanu phambi kwekomiti nohlelo lokusebenza lonyaka kanye nesabelo sezimali. Ikomiti ke ibizobheka ukuthi kukhona yini ukuyamana okwenziwe phakathi kohlelo lokusebenza lomnyaka oyisihlanu nohlelo lokusebenza lonyaka kanye nemali uyamaniswa nohlelo lokusebenza lwalelizwe laseNingizimu Afrika esithi i-National Development Plan. Sabheka futhi ukuthi kukhona yini ukuyamana phakathi kohlelo lokusebenza komnyango nenkulumo kamongameli wezwe ubaba ohloniphekile uJacob Zuma. Kanye-ke nemithetho eshayiwe eminingi okuyona eqondisa ukusebenza kwalomnyango. Njengekomiti-ke sizanelisile ukuthi kwenzekile lokhu. Ngakho-ke sasithatha isinqumo ikakhulukazi thina malungu akuleli komiti akukhongolose ukuthi asisekelwe lesisabiwomali ngoba kuyabonakala ukuthi umnyango uyakwazi ukuyichazela ikomiti ukuthi lezi mali zizosetshenziswa kanjani. Umnyango futhi uphinde kwaziklamela amaqophelo abathe bazokwazi bafinyelele kuwona ohlelweni labo lonyaka savumelana nabo. Sizolandela ke sibheke ukuthi uma beqhubeka besebenza kuyenzeka yini lokho. Usomqulu wenkululeko i-Freedom Charter ngaphansi komkhakha wezobuciko namasiko uthi there shall be peace and friendship amongst all the people and peace shall be secured. Kanti ubaba umholi wethu ubaba u-OR Tambo inkokheli yethu edumile esiyaziyo yake yathi ngelinye ilanga ngiyacaphuna, it is our responsibility to break down barriers of division and create a country where there'll be neither white nor black, just South Africans, free and united in diversity. To that extent, Chairperson, ngifisa ukuthatha leli thuba ukudlulisa egameni leprovince yaKwaZulu-Natal, ukudlulisa okubonga kumongameli wezwe ubaba ohloniphekile uJacob Zuma, umkhandlu ophethe uhulumeni, the executive authority of the country, iPhalamende laseNingizimu neAfrika, ngezinyathelo abazithatha uma kuqubuka ukungahlalisani phakathi kwabantu, lokhu esikubiza ngokujwayelekile ukuthi ama-xenophobic attacks. Ngendlela okwenzeka ngayo kwabonakala ukuthi iSouth Africa inobuholi obuphusile, iSouth Africa inobuholi obuzinzile, iSouth Africa inobuholi obuzwakalayo kubantu, kanti futhi iSouth Africa iyizwe eliphethwe umthetho akwenziwa noma kanjani. Emva kuba sebekhulumile kwathula kwathi tu ezweni, asake sizwe bekhona izinkinga zokuthi kukhona abantu abahlukunyezwayo ngabe abangaphakathi ezweni noma abangene ngaphakathi ezweni ngezizathu ezithile. Siyafisa ukuthi sikubonge lokho, sikushayele izandla ngoba kusikuthi izwe lethu liphethwe izandla ezifanele ngobuholi be-African National Congress. Sitheke uma sibheka sixoxisana. What?
Is that a point of order, Norma?
Chairperson, I'm very sorry to disturb the honorable member, but there's a noise on one of these things somewhere. I don't know, I can't hear a thing.
Or you mean there could be an unattended assistant? Can you just make sure that all our gadgets are off? Or even those next to us? Might not necessarily be ours. Okay, thank you very much. You can continue the debate.
Sitheke uma sibheka uhlelo lomsebenzi lomnyango wezobuciko namasiko, sabheka ukuthi phakathi kokunye okuzokwenziwa ukubhekela izingqalasizinda zokuba kukhuselwe futhi kushintshwe isimo sezamagugu nokukhuseleka kwawo ku-Afrika eseningizimu. Okunye umnyango othe uzokwenza ngokohlelo kuzokwakhiwa imitapo yolwazi ukuba kusabalaliswe ulwazi, kuphinde futhi kuqashwe abasebenzi abanobuchwepheshe ukusebenza lapho kuleyo mitapo yolwazi. Iphinde futhi umnyango uthenge konke okudingekayo ukuba kusetshenziswe nanokuthi izincwadi ezizongena phakathi kule mitapo yolwazi zibe solimini olwaziwa noma olusetshenziswa umphakathi kuleyo ndawo. Futhi kuzokwenziwa imbidlanga yokuthi kuqiniswe umkhuba wokufunda. Okunye okuzokwenziwa umnyango ukwakha amathuba emisebenzi ngohlelo lweMzansi Golden Economy. Njengoba sikhuluma nje kunamathuba emisebenzi umnyango owenzile awu 28,200. Kungaba amathuba emisebenzi esikhashana noma amathuba emisebenzi aqhubekayo, kodwa amathuba emisebenzi ayenziwa kulomnyango. Okunye okukhulunywa ngako ukwakhiwa kwezikhungo zobuciko emphakathini nokuhlelela ukuthi amacikwe akwazi ukuba abambisane nomnyango wezemfundo angene phakathi ezikoleni asebenze. Sikhuluma nje ezikoleni ngaphansi komnyango wezemfundo kukhona amaciko asebenzayo afundisa izingane ngezobuciko nokuziphatha nolimi nako konke nokulingisa awu 240. Kukhona futhi nezinhlelo zokuqinisa ukuhlalisana ngokuthula nokwamukelana emphakathini, social cohesion, ukuba kungabi khona ukucwasana ngokwebala noma ukukhiphana inyombazana phakathi kwezakhamuzi zomphakathi zihleli. Imigubho yokuthuthukiswa kwesiko. Uma sikhuluma ke ngesiko malungu ahloniphekileyo osihlalo, sikhuluma ngento ejulile ngoba iphatha izinto eziningi. Enye yezinto engifisa uba ngikhulume ngayo uma ngabe ngikhuluma ngendaba yamasiko, usiko lokuhlonipha. Usiko lokuhlonipha ngesintu, angifuni ukuthi ngesizulu, ngoba lokhu engikushoyo okwenzeka kuzo zonke izifundazwe yonke indawo. Ngesintu kukhona lento okuthiwa ukuhlonipha. Ngesintu umzali wami endaweni lapho ngizala khona ngimhlonipha ngokulinganayo nomzali ongangizali kodwa ongangaye endaweni. Ubaba ongizalayo ngokuhlonipha uyefana nobaba ongangaye noma engangizali endaweni. Ngakho ubaba wami noma umama wami ngokuthi nje usezingeni lomzali ongizalayo. Ngakho ke kuba khona nendlela yokukhuluma uma sikhuluma nabantu abakulelo zinga, cha bayeke uhlobo lwabo. Kuba khona nendlela yokukhuluma uma sikhuluma nabantu abakulelo zinga lokhulu. Uma ukhuluma nabo awukhulumi noma kanjani, awukhulumi ubakhombe ngomunwe. Umuntu omdala umnika indawo yakhe umukhuluma, awukhulumi engathi udilike esihlahleni.
Honorable Zwane, is there a point of order, Honorable Kalagis?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, I rise to just inquire whether the Honourable member would be willing to take a question.
Are you prepared to take a question, Honorable?
Afterwards.
No, she's not
During
prepared
lunch.
to take a question.
Awukhulumi noma kanjani, sibona isimanga ke la kuleli parliament esinalo. Izingane ezincane zithi mazisukuma ziyodebate ngaphambili, zifike zikhulume sengathi zidilika esihlahleni, zikhomba abantu abadala ngeminwe. Umuntu akhombe umuntu omdala ngakumbe umongameli ngomunwe sengathi ukhomba umfana wakhe amzalayo amthethisayo.
Honorable Zwane.
Ngokwesintu
Honorable Zwane.
akwamukelekile lokho.
Honorable Zwane, can you take a seat? May I just whether if it is a point of order?
Modula still. Ke ne ke botsa gore a ke molao wa parlamente gore honorable members ba bitswe bana ba bannyane.
No, it is not supposed to be. So therefore, I'll take the order that let's refer to each
may you
other as
please-
honorable members.
May you please ask the honorable
I've
member
ruled.
to withdraw. Okay,
I've ruled on the
thank
matter.
you, thank you.
I will withdraw, Chairperson, but you are called honorable if you do honorable deeds, not dishonorable deeds. Ukudelela abantu abadala is not an honorable deed. I did withdraw, but you must not commit dishonorable deeds. Ingane mayisuke izelwe emphakathini, ingane yami, futhi ingane yakho. Sabazali sonke, sinomthwalo ukuthi mangabe sikhulisa ingane endaweni, siyikhulisa ngendlela ukuthi zamukeleke emphakathini, ziphile ngendlela efanele nencomekayo emphakathini. Ngithi ke angidlule lapho. Okunye okubalulekile mangabe sikhuluma ngosiko, ngeke singakhulumi ngokuhlonishwa kwamakhosi, traditional leadership, because the traditional leadership are custodians of culture and tradition, and therefore they play a very specific and important role in terms of ensuring that there is stability, there is peace, and there is social cohesion. Ngakho ke kufanele ukuthi abaholi bomdabu sibahloniphe ngoba ibona abakhusele isiko. Kukhona isiko lokubuthwa kwabafana bafundiswe ngokuyiphatha. Kukhona isiko abanye asebelibiza ngeabuse namhlanje lokugcina kobuntombi bamantombazane. Kukhona usiko esingavumelani nalo thina njengama nina ukuthi kuthwalwe izintombi, lokho asivumelani nawo. Ofuna intombi uyayincenga nje kahle akhulume nayo, axoxisane nayo, bavumelane. Hayi ukuthi izintombi zithwalwe ngenkani ziyodayiswa ziyoganiswa ngenkani. Lokho ngeke sikuvume. Ngoba ngoke indlela yokuphila esiphila kuyona kuhlukumeza. Futhi ke thina sakhula kuthiwa mangabe uphoqa umuntu wesifazane ukuba enze into angayifunda ishimane, kusho ukuthi awazi ukukhuluma, ingakho nje uhlukumeza, uthatha nje ube isidlavela. Siyajabula ukuthi ukhulumile ingqongqoshe, ngeke ngisangena kuloko kakhulu kokuthi lapha ekwakhiweni kwemtapo yolwazi nasekusabalalisweni kwaloko esithi ama national symbols, umnyango wenze umsebenzi omuhle nomkhulu kakhulu. Ngoba sinama library kusithi imtapo yolwazi ewu60 kanti ewu244 yenziwe yabangcono kule minyakana esiphuma kuyona eyisihlanu. Kanti futhi zonke izikole sike sahamba saya eEastern Cape sihambele izikole njengekomiti le-education and recreation, sabona ukuthi umnyango wenze umsebenzi omuhle ngqongqoshe.
Honorable member, your time has expired.
Kube khona ama-flag, kube khona ama-CD, ama-national anthem, kube khona nama-booklet asizayo ukuthi achaze ngendaba yama-flag nama-national symbols. Siyawuthakasela lo msebenzi kakhulu, ibudget yona ke siyayisekela. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mukweli, are you around? Oh, okay. No, I was deceived by the hairstyle.
I'm an African, so you must get used to me. Modula stilo ke a go dumedisa ka Setswana go na le puo e reng susu ilela suswana, suswana tla go ilele. Ke itlogela fo. The EFF rejects this budget for two reasons. The first is that from administrative, who give you the mandate to be the whip of Northwestern, honorable member. The first is that from an administrative and oversight point of view, this department is literally falling apart. 8 of the entities reporting to the department presented sloppy annual performance plans, to the extent that this committee had to order these entities to rewrite them. By doing nothing to ensure proper financial control in the department and its entities, the minister, as the executive authority, must take full responsibility. The second reason we reject this budget is that this department has failed and continues to fail in redefining a new vision for African country free of colonial constructs. But the ANC did not have to define a new vision for South Africa. A new South Africa was already imagined in 1897 when Enoch Sontonga composed that historic song, Nkosi Sikelele i-Afrika, locating our struggle and aspirations in a continental context and not merely on a local and regional basis. Nkosi Sikelele rallied black people towards a single vision of freeing our nation and continent from stranglehold of white supremacy. It became not only a South African song, but a continental one. The contamination of Nkosi Sikelele by the stem and Afrikaner war song in the national anthem is the negation of all the struggles waged by black people over many centuries. The inclusion of the stem in the national anthem is a celebration of white superiority and continues to give white people the wrong impression that they are superior and blacks are inferior. It cuts off our consciousness that we are also part of the African continent. It is for this reason that we have black South Africans killing blacks from other parts of the continent. You must take personal responsibility for this, Minister. You have cut off South Africans from the rest of Africa. It is for this reason that we also support the call of removal of all symbols of colonialism and apartheid, to replace them with the statues of the likes of Enoch Sontonga, Vuyisile Mini, Chris Hani, Malume Moses Kotane, and many more others. More fundamentally, we reject this budget because it does very little to start a process of repositioning this department and the arts and culture industry in generally into a growth sector. A nation such as Nigeria has developed its film and video making industry into a multi-billion-dollar industry, producing over 2,500 films a year and employing over 1 million of people who are telling African stories to African people. In South Africa, not more than 100 films are produced per year, and only 11% of these films shown are South Africans. Even in that 11%, a very small percentage tells stories from the perspective of black South Africans. This department, through the budget, is showing us that it is just business as usual and introducing no significant changes in the manner of doing things. You are suggesting no new challenges that are needed to reclaim our culture and heritage and use that to drive economic development. The state must design a state-of-the-art recording studio for use by African artists at no cost. You must listen, Honorable Member. This studio must produce Pan-African content to show and celebrate our lived experience as blacks. We want 75% of music played on South African radios to be South African music. We want the symbols of colonialism and apartheid removed from public spaces, such as the one of Louis Botha in front of Parliament. We demand the recognition of the Khoi and the San language as an official language in South Africa. We cannot support a budget vote that does not take this into account. We therefore reject this budget. Ke a leboga Modulasetulo.
Thank you very much. May I call on Honorable Groenewald?
Honorable Chairperson,
Order,
Honorable
members,
Deputy
order.
Minister, Honorable Minister of the Western Cape, members of the NCOP, and guests. President Zuma's ANC remind me of a quote by Indira Gandhi. It starts, "One must be aware of ministers who can do nothing with money, and those who want to do everything with money." Close quote. This seems fitting for a department that had an increase of fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 106%. between 2012-13 and 2013-14. To put its monetary terms, fruitless and wasteful expenditure went from 2.7 million to 5.6 million. This goes without including the 171 million of irregular spending in 2014. Honourable Chairperson, it seems the only thing this department knows to do is to lose money to an extent where we cannot account for. Need I remind the Honourable Deputy Minister that the money being lost does not belong to the government, but it is taxpayers' money from the most vulnerable South Africans. South Africans that depend on our government to do the best for their hard-earned cash, and South Africans that she will have to account to. The DA will make sure of this. The biggest challenge for art and culture in South Africa should be how to find ways to sustain industry growth and to spread the benefit to more parts of our society with a strong focus on job creation and poverty alleviation and cultural preservation. It is unfortunate that the Minister has shown no clear direction for the department with his mandate in mind. What is your vision for the department, Minister? If you have no vision and direction, how do you lead a department to fulfill its mandate? How do you ensure that the Department of Art and Culture becomes a key economic growth driver? What you are sitting on is a department that has the potential.
Can you just take your seat? Let me take a point of order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Can I do an honor and read the vision and mission of the department for the Honorable Member?
No, you can't. Can you continue the debate, Honourable Member?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I know exactly what it is. It's not necessary for you to give it to me. And what we are sitting on is in a department that has the potential not to only put a social concord first, or that can ensure that the pride of the nation, but you have a department that through this can also create jobs in a country with an unemployment rate of 36%. Minister, wat is positive? Minister, wat is positief vir my en duidelik, is dat die idealistiese droom van 'n reënboognasie uiteindelik in stukke voor ons voete lê. Die verwikkeling het die geleentheid geskep om kritiese dialoog oor ons geskiedenis en toekoms te voer. This year we have an opportunity to start a dialogue about our history and how we are, as a diverse nation with painful past, are able to live together, as former President Nelson Mandela envisioned in 1994. We cannot erase history by destroying statues. We can portray the triumph of justice and democracy, and justice and oppression by showing through these monuments and statues how we progressed as a humanity within South Africa. This can be achieved by continuing the progress of building statues to contemporary heroes to reflect human progress. Statues and symbols should serve the primary purpose of enriching us with an education around our spaces of learning. It should also serve to remind us how far we have come within our democracy. The principle of reconciliation is that we developed an inclusive vision rather than the outright obliteration of them. We cannot erase the past, but we can learn from it. Bou eerder nuwe standbeelde as om die oues af te breek en daardeur ook die geskiedenis onvoltooid te laat. Belê meer en vergroot Vryheidspark langs die Voortrekker Monument vir die geskiedenis van alle mense in Suid-Afrika. Op Grants hier in Bloemfontein staan Ouelien House, wat in die Unie-jare as amptswoning opgerig was en na republiekwording die staatspresident se blyplek in die Rosestad was. Die pragtige Kaapse Hollandse gebou is nou 'n kunsmuseum. In die tuintoring besondere bronsbeelde wat prominente figure uit die Vryheidstyd herdenk. Dit is nie name wat jy 30 jaar gelede juis in 'n museum sou raakgeloop het nie. John Dewey, Saul Plaatjies, Oliver Snyder en nog meer. Dit is 'n mooi voorbeeld van hoe ons op konstruktiewe manier nuwe betekenis by ons verlede en geskiedenis kan voeg. Die Suid-Afrikaanse Instituut van Rasseverhoudinge het gewaarsku dat as 'n kultuur van onverdraagsaamheid straatboewery eers opvlam, dit later moeilik sal word om dit te beheer. Agbare minister, dit is presies die punt. Respekteer respek vir gesagsfigure en staatsinstellings is reeds 'n kwaai knou toegedien weens korrupsie en wanadministrasie. Wanneer jy 'n bevolking het wat nie glo in of respek het vir gesag nie, eindig 'n mens met 'n onregeerbare staat. Honorable Minister, this is not a country of the ANC. It is a country of South Africans. It is high time that you show leadership for the department to reinstill passion and integrity for all the people. It is what one of our greatest leaders, former President Nelson Mandela, started by, sadly, with your current leader, President Zuma, is trying to end. Honorable Deputy Minister, because you have not shown the leadership needed to effectively manage this department and its budget, here is the DA vision and challenge to you. Use this budget to preserve, protect and promote our culture, diversity and legacy beyond a narrow ANC agenda. Implement the art curriculum at schools consistently to the right standards. Have a greater emphasis to extend art to rural communities. Conduct proper oversight of art centers where they are managed by municipalities or private organizations, as we constantly see poorly managed facilities that can affect our tourism industry and ultimate job creation. Enhance the Department of Art and Culture school program and coordinate a better engagement with the Department of Basic Education. And finally, act professionally to deliver value to the South African economy and our people. The Department of Art and Culture must become the reference point with appropriate research, monitoring and evaluation capacity to enhance the intellectual edge of the vision that can inform planning. This department and its effectiveness has become a ticking time bomb, and you are currently responsible. The DA has a solution to manage this department and our national government far more effectively. Our vision for freedom, fairness and opportunity is not a secret, and I have given you a lifeline on what you should prioritize. This is a reminder that when the DA takes over and clean up your mess, we will implement our vision and show the ANC how good, clean governance can change the lives of South African people and our country. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlanga. We continue.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, honorable members of this august house, honorable special delegates, honorable Deputy Minister, honorable Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, esteemed guests, fellow South Africans, and all protocol observed. Chairperson, in terms of the ANC Mangaung resolution, arts and culture policies deal is with customer and tradition, belief, religion, language, identity, popularity, historia, crafts as well as all the arts forms, including music, theater, dance, creativity, writing, the fine arts, the plastic arts, photographic films, and in general, is the sum of the results of human endeavors. Culture is an integral component of the process of development in that it contributes to such processes, but also that it can play a facilitating or destructive role in the unfolding of the development process. Culture also seeks to inform and contributes to national building efforts. Those two processes are to the highest priority of our country at present. And the culture has a central role to play in the successful unfolding of those. Colonialism and apartheid neglected, distorted and suppressed the culture of the majority of South Africa. The freedom of expression was destroyed and systematically efforts were made at stifling creativity. Communities were denied resources and facilities to develop their own culture expressions unless they coincide with the aim of the colonial master. The absence of an effective education system, higher rate of illiteracy, and extremely poverty compound with culture deprivation of the majority. In response, the culture of the majority of South Africans became one of resistance to colonialism and apartheid, which became a major instrument in the achievement of political democracy in our country. The priorities of national building and development determines that energies of culture of resistance be channeled in order to promote and sustain a culture of democracy, development, and human rights, based on the fulfillment of the entire range of socio-economic inspirations of the country's people. Our objectives are to affirm and promote the rich and diverse explorations of South African culture. All people must be guaranteed the right to practice their culture, language, belief, and custom. The freedom of creativity without interference, as well as the freedom of expression, must be guaranteed. Promoting the development of a unifying national culture, representing the aspiration of all South African people. This cannot be imposed. It requires education people in principle of non-racial, non-sexism, human rights, and democracy. While it is recognized that culture of South Africa are derived from Africa, Europe, and Asia strands, it will become necessary to give particular attention to the promotion and development of African strands, which more than any other has been borne the brand of official and social repression in the past. Ensure the resource and facilities for both the production and the appreciation of arts and culture are made available and accessible to all. Priorities must be given to those people and communities who have preserved, revitalized, and promoted our national culture heritage. Historical and culture collections, resources, and sites should fully reflect the main component of our culture heritage and should be accessible to all communities. In particular, efforts must be made to conceive neglected and suppressed aspects of our people's culture. Place arts and culture firmly within the national education curriculum, as well as non-formal education efforts. Establish a language policy that encourages the growth of all our people language within a multi-linguistic framework. This must include the rehabilitation and development of all indigenous languages. Develop the human resource pool available to culture life by emphasizing training in the arts forms, management, and administration of the arts and culture. The heritage preservation. Launching and sustain a national literacy campaign with clear targets through which the arts forms, broadcasting, radio, and the print media will contribute to the development of our people. Linking culture firmly to areas of our national priority such as health, housing, tourism, town planning, architects, etc., to ensure that culture is entrenched as a strong link forged with the traditional arts forms. Ensure the implementation of culture research to promote those histories which have been marginalized, with specific emphasis on popular historia. Honorable Chairperson, a flourish culture life is important for the well-being of South Africans. The ANC aims to give all South Africans the chance to take part in and enjoy the arts, music, photograph, fine arts, and theater. So all South Africans will have a right to follow their own religion, speak and write their own language, and enjoy their own culture. Those are the rights which must be protected and encouraged in national democracy society that we seek to build. Honorable members, let us remember once more and remind those who quickly forget that we have a rich history. Yes, it is rich because of the heroes and heroines who have bitterly fought in the wars of resistance from 1652 to 1906, and further on this, they further on their soldiering. Obaba obhambatha sikhukhune nobaba udingane oyinsa omakana ocetshwayo madoda. We speak about obhambatha who fought in the rebellions battle of Isandlwana and the resistance against the taking over of our land and slaverism, colonialism of a special type. Honorable Chair, compatriots and South African remember in 1912 when Pixika Seme said, Mazulu, Mpedi, Makhosa, Mshona, all of us, Hlanganani and from there the African National Congress was formed. Henceforth, after all the battles fought, it was out of this background that our heroes and heroines, Otatu Usisulu, Anthony Lembete, O.R. Tambo, Nelson Mandela, Matota Ndibiza Obani Kanti, Omgav. It was out of this background that in 1944, the above heroes and heroines formed the ANC Youth League in defense of our education, culture, religion, language, and heritage, which was undermined by colonialism of a special type since 1652 on the arrival of Jan van Riebeeck. Honorable Chair, all African young people from this generation in memorial were taught of their history in history textbooks, in museums that were built and developed by our colonizers who chose what was to be put on it. Yes, when a young black and white boy and girl went to those museums, they saw a black Senza Ngakhona with a big belly, which suggested that they were lazy, eating too much. Hence, the distortion of our historia, our culture and history and language. Contrary to what is unfolding today, our heritage in South Africa, in South African museums, its preservation has been selective, because outside you will see C.C.L. Jones, Rose, Louis Botha, Van Verwoerd, and Queen Elizabeth. And inside our key points, in particular Parliament, you will find our heroes behind them, and that must be urgently changed.
Honorable Member, your term is expired.
Chairperson, we support this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, therefore call on Honorable Marais, MEC for Cultural Affairs and Sports in the Western Cape.
Honorable Chairperson, the preservation and the maintenance of our rich and diverse culture is vital for emergence of an united, tolerant and self-confident nation. The Department of Arts and Culture plays a critical role in this regard. Art can help to build appreciation for different perspectives and deepen understanding for the different experiences of being South African, and this is why this department is vitally important. Honorable Chair, I would like to congratulate the department on the recent appointment of the new CEO for the Robben Island Museum, Mr. Paul Langa. We look forward to see some positive changes in the efficient management of the museum, which forms a critical link in our heritage chain. It is unfortunate that there are a number of examples that demonstrate that the department and its affiliated institutions are underperforming. An example of this is right here, the Pansal. The challenges facing Pansal need to be addressed as a matter of urgency in order for South Africans to pride themselves in the official 11 languages. There is much work that is required to be done in language development and standardization and the coordination of the inactive or non-existing languages bodies of Pansal. There are just too many public stories of mismanagement over too many years for this organization. In the Western Cape, we pride ourselves in a successful management of our affiliated museums. At present, the Western Cape government is in negotiations to secure premises for the new Cape Town Museum. We are in negotiations with various stakeholders to make use of artifacts and collections currently being held by other heritage institutions and organizations to develop the first exhibitions to tell the stories of the mother city. Over the next 5 years, the Provincial Museum Service will adopt a programmatic approach to broaden and deepen our impact on museums and heritage sites. This is ongoing transformation initiative has contributed to making museums more representative of the cultural heritage of the diverse communities of the Western Cape. The introduction of new technology has improved the experiences of visitors, as can be seen by the increase in visitors' numbers. Over the next 3 years, exciting new exhibitions and upgrading.
Can you just take a second? What sign is that? I can't read up to. Now that is disruptive now, so far as the speaker is on the program. May we respect other speakers.
Over the next 3 years, exciting new exhibitions and upgrading of facilities are also planned for one of the most popular museums in the Western Cape, the Bartholomeus Diaz Museum in Mossel Bay. In the Western Cape, the Department of Culture, Affairs and Sport are strongly aligned to the One Cape 2040 vision and the Connecting Cape strategy of the Western Cape government. This will contribute to the development of welcoming, inclusive and integrated communities. Of particular significance is that together with conditional grant allocations that provinces receive via the National Department of Arts and Culture, we have increased the budget allocation for public libraries. This will offer improved access to our libraries. The Western Cape Provincial Library Service turned 60 in May this year and has been working diligently to expand access to its services throughout the province. To address the unfunded mandate of public libraries, the department has been receiving financial support from National Treasury and Provincial Treasury via the National Department of Arts and Culture. The enhancement of community libraries will certainly provide huge financial relief, and I would like to acknowledge the department's contribution in this regard. The Rural Library Connectivity Project that has been running since the 28-9 financial year is part of the broadband initiative of the Western Cape. By end of the coming financial year, our rural library staff and users will have access to high-speed internet. A total of 19 million has been allocated to this project over the 2015 medium-term expenditure framework period. A highlight of the library agenda this year is the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions World Congress here in Cape Town in August, expected to be attended by almost 4,000 delegates from 150 countries. It will be the third congress of its kind in Africa since its inception in 1927. Honourable Chairperson, we are in the process of appointing the new Western Cape Culture Commission, the Provincial Arts and Culture Council. An accredited training program for community artists has been negotiated with the University of the Western Cape, and the department intends these to be the benchmark for future inventors in music training. Just over 14 million rand in subsidies were transferred to successful applicants for arts and culture funding. Die departement het weer met die samewerking van die professionele kunsteorganisasies soos Kaapstad Opera en die Kaapse Filharmoniese Orkees onderhandel om langtermyn interaksie en vennootskappe tussen die departement en landelike kunsteorganisasies te verseker om voort te kan gaan met die uitbreiding van die teikenmark van die kunstdisciplines en genres in die Weskaap. Die departement gaan die ontwikkelingsprogramme vir landelike kunste uitbrei om programme in te sluit vir die jeug op plase wat in die Witzenberg munisipaliteit geloods gaan word. Drama development has been expanded to the overback towns of Swellendam, Bredasdorp, Caledon and Grabouw in phased program from June to November. During the course of this year, the initiation program will expand its works beyond the health and safety aspects of the practice, We are facilitating dialogue with communities and stakeholders to establish whether there are other ways in which government can contribute to the preservation of this cultural practice. While Afrikaans remains the first language of about half of the province's population, the proportion of isiXhosa speakers has consistently increased since 1996. The proportion of English first language speakers had remained consistent at about 20% since 1996. Slightly more than 5% of the Western Cape population speak a first language that is not one of the three official languages of the province. These trends have provided clear direction for the Western Cape Language Committee and the department's language service component. We have budgeted 4.75 million for an electronic heritage information management system for the province. Its completion will, through automation of many processes, lead to far greater levels of efficiency and greater transparency of process. Heritage Western Cape is the lead agency for this project, which will be integrated with the province's My Content program and will also serve the needs of the museum service and geographical name service. In the past week, we have also announced the Western Cape sites that have been declared as provincial heritage sites, the Blombos Cave in the Blombosfontein Nature Reserve, Southern Cape and the Elandsfontein Fossil Dune site on the West Coast. These sites are closely associated with the emergence of modern humans and will form part of the proposed nominations as a World Heritage Site. During the next 5 years, the groundwork will be laid for the establishment of a Cocoon Heritage Site in the Two Rivers Urban Park in Observatory, Cape Town. This will form part of the National Cohesion Legacy Project. In conclusion, Chairperson, it is clear that planning and efficient management is the first step to achieve the objectives to preserve and maintain our rich and our diverse culture. Funding allocations need to support priorities, and looking at our budget allocations, we are achieving this goal. I thank you.
Thank you very much. May I call on Honorable Khai to continue the debate?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture, Honorable Chief Whip of the Council, Honorable members of the NCOP, special delegates, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery. South Africa has a very rich, diverse and dynamic heritage. Our arts and culture sector is one of the country's richest and most important resources. It has the capacity to generate significant economic and social benefits for our nation. However, long years of colonialism and apartheid has resulted in enormous neglect, distortion, and suppression of our rich cultural heritage. For many years, the apartheid regime used all efforts to stifle the identity and creativity of our people. Our people were denied resources and facilities to develop their own cultural expressions unless they coincided with the aims of the colonial masters. Our cultural heritage was made even more difficult by the absence of an effective educational system that prevented our people from using their creativity to support themselves and their families. Our musicians, imbongis, and all forms of creativity by our people was made illegal and banned from public display and development. After the demise of apartheid in 1994, as the ANC, we committed ourselves to promoting the arts and culture sector and the rich heritage of our communities as part of our national efforts to empower local economic development initiatives and build a caring and cohesive society. We affirm the rich and diverse expression of South African culture. As the ANC, we said all our people must be guaranteed the right to practice their culture, language, beliefs, and custom. We said our people must have the freedom of creativity without interference. We said our people must be guaranteed the freedom of expression as one of the pillars of our democracy. According to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 1996, everyone has a right to freedom of expression, which include freedom of artistic creativity and academic freedom, and freedom of scientific research. Persons belonging to a cultural, religious, or linguistic community may not be denied the right to enjoy their culture and to form, join, and maintain cultural associations and other organs of civil society. As the ANC, we said we need to work tirelessly to promote the development of unifying national, cultural, and that represent the aspiration of the people of South Africa. We said we need to move with utmost speed and decisiveness to educating all sectors of our society about the values of our democracy, especially the principle of non-racialism, non-sexism, human rights, and democracy. As the ANC, we said we need to ensure that resources and facilities for both the production and appreciation of arts and culture in our country are made available and accessible to all people and in the communities where they live. We said we will ensure that priority is given to those people and communities who have previously been denied access to these resources. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, today we rise with utmost humility and pride to say our country has changed. Many people across the globe flock to the shores of our beautiful country to enjoy not only our majestic, beautiful country, but also to experience the rich cultural diversity of our nation. Since 1994, we have moved with profound speed to ensure that the identity of our people and their rich heritage is not only preserved, but also ensure that it is promoted and that our people benefit economically. We have made the strides to ensure that we use our rich heritage and cultural diversity to building a socially inclusive society. We want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Deputy Minister and the Ministry of Arts and Culture and all his predecessors for being in the forefront of national efforts to unite our people. The events and activities that this department leads continue to bear fruit. Honorable Chairperson, the Mzansi Golden Economy, which was initiated in 2011, continues to make significant gains in our quest to ensure that our people benefit from our rich and diverse cultural heritage. We have also noticed how the establishment of incubators and to nurture entrepreneurs and to produce local contents through dedicated venture capital fund that continues to make inroads. Today, our creative economy is one of the most rapidly growing sectors of the world economy, not just in terms of income generation, but also for job creation, export and export earnings. The creative economic contribution of 90.5 billion directly to the country's GDP in 2013-2014, driven primarily by the design and creative services, cultural and natural heritage and information, books, and press clusters. Relative to the total gross domestic product, the creative industry sector contributes about 3% to our GDP. The creative economy in South Africa accounts to almost 600,000 jobs a year. Over 50% of enterprises in the sector are black-owned by women, and over 30% are owned by young people. As the ANC, we support this budget. We want to say to you, Deputy Minister, we support the initiatives and intervention of your department in our national quest to transform South Africa. We want to say to you, you must continue to mobilize society in its entirety to work together to build a caring society proud of its heritage based on shared values and a vision informed by our Constitution. We must continue to ensure that social cohesion and nation building underpins all national, provincial, and local government strategic priorities. We must continue to promote and preserve progressive indigenous cultures and knowledge system of our people. We must continue to ensure that all our heritage resources, such as statues, names of our towns, streets, and buildings, gives meaning to our national commitment to transform our society. We must ensure that our arts and culture sector in totality continues to derive meaning from our constitution, which embodies the guiding principle of the new nation. I hope next time, as Parliament, we will take lead in reviewing some of the names, statutes, and symbols that are found in many parts of this Parliament. We must start renaming some of these buildings in honor of our national heroes and heroines who dedicated their lives to the fight for the liberation of our people. It is very sad that not even a single room or building in this Parliament is named after any of our tireless freedom fighters. As the ANC, we want to reassure you, Honorable Deputy Minister, that we will use every effort to ensure that we transform this Parliament. We will ensure that soon we'll have part of this building renamed in honor of the likes of Nelson Mandela, John Langalibalele Dube, Alfred Puma, James Moroka, Albert Luthuli, Oliver Tambo, Ida Mdwana, Lillian Ngui, Dorothy Nyembe, Ruth Mombati, Helen Joseph, and other champions of national liberation. We also welcome and thank the national government and provinces for ensuring that remains of our martyrs are repatriated and they be given the rebearing that they deserve. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kaula, IFP.
Ngiyathokoza iphini kaSihlalo, ngithokoze ngibingelele umhlonishwa iphini likaNgqongqoshe. Ngifisa ukuqala ngokushayela ihlombe umnyango wezobuciko namasiko ngesibindi sawo sokuphumela obala ngezinkinga ezikhungethe umnyango. Akujwayelekile lokho enikwenzile umhlonishwa. Usomqulu wamaqhinga walomnyango strategic plan embikweni kaMcwaninge Mabhuku kunyaka wezimali ka-2013-14 ubeka imibiko eminingane ekhomba ukungasingathwa ngendlela efanele ngokulandela kwemiqathango ebekiwe. Okunye kwakhe lokho okulandelayo ukuba kufishane komnyango ukulandela inqubo yomgomo ebekela ukuthenga ngendlela efanele, ukungasayinwa ngesikhathi kwezivumelwano zokusebenza kwabaphathi bomnyango, kanjalo nokungahlolwa nje-ke komsebenzi wabaphathi. Kusetshenziswa ubudedengu inkece izigidi ezingama-74 ngonyaka ka-2014, kwasetshenziswa ubudedengu inkece ezigidi ezingama-95 ngonyaka ka-2013. Imibiko yokusebenza kwenkece kayigcinwa ngendlela efanele nokunye okuningi okusho uMcwaninge Mabhuku. Sinethemba ke mhlonishwa siyiqembu lenkathe elimele abantu baseNingizimu Afrika ukuthi lezi zikhalo zikaMcwaninge Mabhuku omkhulu nizozilungisa. Kuyihlazo kona ukuba kuleli zinga likahulumeni kubika ubudedengu ufana nalobu ngezimali nokuphathwa kwazo. In the strategic plan 2015-19 and the APP 2015-16, the department touches on a number of challenges, some of which are the following: deep economic inequalities in our society, race-based economic and social divisions, disproportionate high levels of unemployment amongst especially the black communities, rising inequality, rising social tensions, economic development neglect in the townships, uneven pattern of investment, skewed development, duplication and overlap of DAC entities and functions, and other challenges. Mhlonishwa, sivumelana ngokuphelele nomnyango wakho siyiqembu lenkatha kulezi inselelo ezibikwa yilo somqulu. Futhi ukuba besingeve sizibonele ngamehlo lo somqulu, besingalutheka sithi hleze nithume ilungu leqembu lenkatha lanilobela lenselelo. Lezi zinto sekunesikhathi eside sikhala ngazo nakweminye iminyango kahulumeni ngoba ezinye zazo kazithinti nje ukusebenza komnyango wezobuciko namasiko kuphela. Kungakho-ke nezinhlelo ezibekwe ngumnyango ukubhekana nalezi nselelo zifanele zesekwe. Nokho-ke nakho lapho sifike sihlukane khona. Uma sekwenziwa izinhlelo, mazingakekeli izinhlelo zikahulumeni zihambiswa kwelanga lasebusika zikhetha amabala kuhlekwe exoxo. Kepha mazibe impendulo zemiphakathi yonkana ngobunjalo bayo. Ngiyathokoza nje ukuthi enye izimpendulo zezinselelo nithi umnyanga wenze lokhu, quote, create more inclusive ways of celebrating national days, unquote. Uyazi mhlonishwa ukuthi besilokhu sikhalile ngalokuphendulwa imicimbi yobunye yesizwe yenziwe imbungazo yeqembu elilodwa lezombusazwe. Uma ke sewuze wasukumela lesikhalo waloba phansi okufanele kwenziwe sithi siyathokoza. Sengathi kungaba njalo impela. Udaba lokusukunyelwa kokuqhakanjiswa kanye nokusetshenziswa kwezilimi zabomdabu zase-Afrika lubalulekile. Imiqathango yalokhu kuba kwenziwe kanjani ibe kuyacaca lapha emthethweni wezwe i-Language Act oluswe yiwo lomnyango. Nokho-ke okushoyo lo mthetho besingakuboni kwenzeka. Kuhle-ke ukuba kusukunywe ukuba umthetho wezwe oshaywe yiphalamende ukuthuthukisa izilimi zonke usebenze. Abahlulekayo kuyo iminyango kahulumeni bajeze ngokuhluleka kwabo nanjengoba umlandisa umthetho. Impela udaba lokuziphatha kwabantu bawonke amazinga emphakathini nalo libalulekile. Kungakho phela thina eqenjini lenkatha yenkululeko sikholela futhi siqhakambisa umgomo wobuntu. Ukwehlela kwabantu izimilo sekudala omkhulu umonakalo esizweni. Kuyofanele-ke izinhlelo zokuvuselela kwezimilo ziqhutshwe ngobunono futhi kufanele uhulumeni abasebenzise labo abayizakhamizi zezwe nabasemagunyeni athi labanolwazi nobuchwepheshe ngalolu daba lwezimilo. Lapha singabala abantu abafana namakhosi, sibala befundisi, abaphathi bezindaba zemfihlakalo, ukubambisana nezinhlangano zombutho besifazane kanye nezinye izinhlaka. Lokhu kuyolithuthukisa kakhulu lolu hlelo lwe-moral regeneration. Ngiphetha ngithi ngizwile babuhayi and ngiyafisa ukukukhumbuza ukuthi the first minister of this arts and culture in a democratic government was Dr. Ngubane, and the second one was Dr. Mtshali. Ngithi asisuke lapho ke siqhubeke sesizofika kumama uMabutafathi. Ngiyathokoza.
May I therefore take the opportunity to call on Honorable Moloi, the chairperson.
Thanks very much, the Deputy Chairperson, the Deputy Minister, the Chief Whip, distinguished guests, and honorable members of the NCOP. I wanted to start by commenting on the insinuations by the honorable member of the EFF. But then again, I thought I should not try to justify it with a response because DIAS is an organization of identity crisis. And that says to you, Deputy Minister, that your department still has a lot of work to do in making sure that these young people are educated on the kind of South Africa that you want to build, which is an unracial, non-sexist South Africa, where all black and white should live together in harmony. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Mahatma Gandhi said, a nation, I open quote, a nation's culture resides in the heart and in the soul of its people. And on the other hand, Kwame Nkrumah said, an open quote, I am an African, and not because I was born in Africa, but because Africa was born in me, I close quote. Our mandate is of most importance as custodians of transformation and nation building. As the minister's budget speech has clearly indicated, that arts and culture is therefore an expression of convergence between social groupings that were artificially torn apart by the construction of racial categories, coinciding in a large measure with social and economic divisions during colonialism and apartheid. Our strength lies in discovering who we are. It is through arts and culture where we plan to redeem the dignity of our people which was taken away. Our unity and sense of patriotism is the manifestation of what we hold dear in our hearts, and that is Africa. Arts and culture is basically what tells us that we are indeed human because we are more than flesh and blood. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the recent xenophobic attacks we experienced as a nation reflected badly on all of us. It was not a reflection of hatred towards our brothers and sisters from another parts of Africa, but a reflection of an identity crisis. It is therefore imperative that in our interaction with our society, that we sound a clarion call of patriotism. The efforts by the department in teaching the children and all of us the AU anthem is going to go a long way to build a united South Africa. And we continue to appreciate the leadership that was provided by the President, the Commander-in-Chief, President Jacob Zuma, in dealing decisively with this act of xenophobia, and we continue to say that he's leading us correctly and will continue to say this without fear or favor. As we continue to appreciate the heroism of the young people of the generation of 1976 and the years after that, and also appreciating the fact that this debate coincides with the celebration of the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter. We can hold our heads high as a nation, for they showed us a deep sense of patriotism, laying down their lives for our country. On the other side, we are saying that these young people has paved a way for all of us as young people of this country, black and white. As the government of Limpopo, we are a government that is led by the African National Congress, and we are the government at work. This debate coincides with the meeting of the Portfolio Committee of Arts and Culture that sat yesterday, wherein the MEC has said, assuming that we have done a lot in terms of social cohesion, we have done a lot in terms of nation building, but there is a lot that still needs to be done. As I've mentioned earlier that our mandate is that of national importance, it is important to mention that we are presiding over an era that needs social cohesion more than ever before. It is an era where the social realities and that social cohesion should not be threatened. It is unfortunate that it is also a season where opportunists continue to hijack the issue of social cohesion to advance their cheap politicking, and we will not, as the ANC-led government, allow that to happen in our country. In Limpopo, we held various consultative forums on the issues of the statutes, which started with the appointment of the National Transformation Task Team on the 17th of April. And we were honored as a province to be the first province that hosted the provincial consultative forums under the theme Transformation of the Heritage Landscape. It is important to mention that as a province, we are honored to be hosting one of the most wonderful flagship events, which is Marula Festival in Palabora. And this festival has made sure that it puts Limpopo in the map. We are saying, in line with Vision 2063, that not only should the door of learning and culture be opened from Cape to Cairo, but amongst people of the diaspora, we are certain that Africa can and shall move away from economic difficulties, and that she so finds, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. We are certain that Africa can and shall move away from economic difficulties that she so finds herself in. Honorable Deputy Chairperson and honorable members, I find no fault in the programs that the department is going to embark upon, and I actually wish that the budget was bigger, for the foundation of any nation's development is in societal cohesion. A transformed society is a foundation for a prosperous nation, and arts and culture have proven everywhere around the world as a platform which speaks to the soul of our people and appeal to their humanity. And I stand here, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, on behalf of people of Limpopo to say that we support this budget 100%, and we implore upon the Minister and the Deputy Minister to continue to ensure that they lead this country in continuing to forge social cohesion amongst our people in nation building, and in so doing, we will be honoring the president, the former president of our country, Utata Nelson Mandela, Owar Tambo, and all the founding fathers of our nation. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much. Honorable Masango.
Ngiyabonga sekela lo mphathisihlalo. Ngibonge nokubona isekela lika ngqongqoshe wezamaciko. Dalo hloniphekile ngesikhathi ethula inkulumo yakhe yezimali kwi-National Assembly ungqongqoshe uNyambose wacaphuna amazwi kamongameli wangaphambili uMongameli uMandela. Cela ke ukucaphuna. Let it know that each body, the mind and the soul have been freed to fulfill themselves. Never, never, and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another and suffer the indignity of being the skunk of the world. Indida ke engifike ngaba nayo phini kasihlalo wethu ohloniphekile ukuthi lamazwi asetshenziswa kunqonywa lo hulumeni esinayo manje, uhulumeni owenganyelwe ubaba uNxamalala nangendlela ahola ngayo ekulondolozeni ezobuciko namasiko. Cela ungivumeleke phini likasihlalo ngisho ukuthi yini ngingavumelani nalama asetshenziswa ngalendlela asetshenziswe ngayo. Sikhuluma nje phini likasihlalo ubumbano kwezokuhlala noma ke kwezenhlalakahle kuleli lakithi engcindezelweni. Asikwazi asihlalisene ngokuzwana si abantu bakulelizwe, and lo mnyango lo esikhuluma ngawo namhlanje iwona ophethe ekutheni kube uwona osiqondisayo ukuthi makwenziwe njani. Cela nje ukubuza phini likasihlalo ukuthi kwenzakalani ezindaweni ezifana no-Robben Island, indawo ezifana no-Nelson Mandela Museum eQunu. Akuzona yini lezi ndawo okufana ngabe siqaqja ngazo sithi siyaqhenya ngalezi ndawo ngoba yindawo ezigcina amasiko ethu, ezigcina namaciko ethu. Sidlule lapho sekela mphathisihlalo ohloniphekile ngithi kuwe sifisela umnumzane umfokalanga lo asekhulume ngaye ungqongqoshe wesifundazwe sase-Western Cape la athi uthola umsebenzi ukuthi kube uyena ophatha lo mnyango ophatha i-Robben Island. Simfisela inhlanhla ekuthena alungise lokho okukhulu kangaka osokenakele okuze kusenze nokuthi singabe sisaziqhenya ngalezi ndawo ezisemqoka kangaka empilweni noma ke emacikweni alelizwe laseNingizimu Afrika. Kukhona lesaga abasishoyo esithi inyathuko ibuzwa kwabaphambili. Ngokubona kwami ungqongqoshe nomnyango wakhe basebenzise lesi saga ekutheni babuze inyathuko kulaba ababusa phambi kwabo ekutheni kwenziwa njani makuphathwa indawo eyifana no-Provincial. Sizwile ukuthi i-Provincial isegunjini lalaba kuthiwa sebegula kakhulu, kuthiwa ingasishiya noma inini. Lokhu kwenziwa ukuthi ekwenza ngisho njalo wena sekela lamphathisihlalo ukuthi eminyakeni emithathu kuphela i-Provincial ikhule njengohulumeni walelizwe okhula njengolamthuthu ikhule ngo-49%. Kodwa lokukhula awukuboni emsebenzini ayenza i-Provincial. Ikhula nje kuphela ekutheni iholela abantu izimali ngoba ikhule i-administration yayo ikhule kusukela ku-8,880 kuya kweziyi-11. Kodwa uma kuyiwa emsebenzini ekutheni isebenzisa imali yokuthi yenze umsebenzi emisele yona yehlile kule mali kusukela e-23 kuya kweziyi-17. Ngicela ngikhuluma nawe nje mphathisihlalo sekela mphathisihlalo ukusetshenziswa kwezimali okungamukelekile kwale Provincial kuthiwa kulinganisela ezigidini ezingamashumi amabili nesishiyagalombil.
Honorable Masango, Uzongixolela mama isikhathi sakho sesiphelile.
Hawu.
Okay. Honorable Tlake.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members in the House, MECs from provinces, heads of departments, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery. This year, South Africa marks and celebrates the 60th year of the Freedom Charter, which is a founding document of the ANC-led government. It is a founding document that it guides South Africans to hold hands and to hold high on the humanity practices, such as our values, and more especially the value of Ubuntu and the promotion of social cohesion. Honorable members, if I have to come to Honorable Mukwili, you proudly said EFF does not support the budget. I wonder how will the things you aspire for be implemented if you do not support this budget? For me, this is a high level of confusion and contradiction on the interpretation of budget. Honorable Mukwili.
Do not engage with the member as she speaks. You had an opportunity to participate in the debate and there was no interference during your participation. May we please just be consistent with what we experienced when we were at the podium. Consistency. No, she mentioned your name within the context of the debate. No, honorable member, you can look at any member. They are all beautiful. Look at them as you speak to them.
This is one of the principles of public speaking, eye contact. Whether it is on the left, whether it is the middle, or it is the side. Honorable Mukwili, you further do not understand that South Africa is a democratic, free and united country. There is no way how can, in our national anthem, exclude other nations. Through the Freedom Charter, go and learn the Freedom Charter and Chapter 2 of the Constitution, which is the Bill of Rights, so that you can be able to read the facts, and as a member of the public and as a member of the parliament, you can be able to go and educate your constituency. Unlike coming here to manipulate facts so as to gain cheap political victory.
Honorable Zwan.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Speak.
Arising on Rule 32. During a debate in council, no member may converse aloud. And there are members in this house that are actually conversing aloud and shouting.
Can I just make the following, based on that point of order? Honorable members, it is there in the rule. Do not interfere with a member who's at the podium. I had requested for us to respect members who are at the podium. Then secondly, the conversing loud. It's also not correct to do that. And maybe just to caution the member in the podium, standing at the podium, addressing members, may you please be consistent in addressing members and not engaging with them directly, because it will also provoke members to want to respond to the comments that we make. May we just adhere to those basic things of engaging in a debate. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, Honorable Groenewald, there is a saying that Rome was not built within a day. Your predecessors failed. Whilst
Assume
in
it's
power
through me.
for a period of 48 years. You say you can erase the past, but you can learn from it. How are you going to learn when you boldly reject the budget? On your learning curve, you have to admit or support the budget, because that is the one that is going to make you to be able to give quality service to the society. So when you learn it. When you reject it, it's like you are losing the focus. When you said you will build South Africa, but at the same time you say you don't support the budget. I think it will be best for you to support the budget so that you can be able to give life and integrity to those people that you always
Honorable
dream
Clerk, just
that
there's a
one
point
day
of order.
you will.
Honorable Clerk, just.
Thank you,
Is that a
Chair.
point of
It's not a point of order. It's a point of clarity. I believe that according to the speaker at the moment, she's saying that you are rejecting the budget and that your ancestors and predecessors are not, she's referring directly to you if she's speaking to you.
No, that's not a point of order. Honorable member, may you proceed. There's no point of clarity. What point of clarity?
I think that was not a point of clarity, but it is English. Must understand English, how it goes. The late Tata Mandela once said, I have traveled this long road to freedom. I trust I did not falter. I made missteps along the way, but I have opened codes. But I have discovered the secret that after crossing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to cross. In this way, I want to say, I want to congratulate the Department of Arts and Culture for what they did for educating our people and for making them aware of the importance of social cohesion so that we can be able to hold hands when we go forward and take South Africa forward. Furthermore, when I conclude, before I leave the podium, I want to say, honorable members, we must applaud the Department of Arts and Culture for bringing back the remains of our heroes and heroines into their motherland to be reburied. Let me mention but a few: J.V. Marx, Sarah Bartman, and Moses Kotani. We therefore encourage this department to bring back all South Africans home, in particular the death-defiant soldiers of Umkhonto weSizwe. We salute Bonim Mlukwana, Mary Konde, Galusha Mhlangu, and million others. That is why we support the budget. The ANC-led government under President Zuma is the government of the people. It knows that every nation must respect its culture, no matter how diverse it could be. It respects the fact that as human beings, we must know where we come from. We must know where we are going. Because without taking pride in our culture as a nation, we will perish. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Tlake. May I therefore call on Honorable Deputy Minister to conclude the debate?
Thank you, Deputy Chair, MEC of Cultural Affairs and Sports, members, honorable members. Surely, you know, a survey that we did in the department discovered that 14% of South Africans don't read. When we say read, we don't mean when we are reading for exams. Both students and even the communities, 14%, and only 5% reads for the children. It proves it, because if you read, you will be able to have knowledge. You will know. I'm saying so because if we're reading, we won't be issuing some of these statements that the national anthem, some parts must go away, because the late Tata Madiba Mandela said we are going to South Africa must reconcile. This is a process of reconciliation. So if you have read, you won't be saying such statements. So I'm not going to be, I won't be commenting on everything that was being said. I appreciate the constructive inputs that were done. There's a fight.
Honorable members, order, please. Did you point at her, Honorable Ma? He's denying, so I don't have facts about it.
So,
continue with.
Okay, I won't be commenting on piece by piece, but what I'll do item by item is that I appreciate those positive and constructive constructive issues that you told us how to build our country in arts, culture, and heritage. I appreciate all that you did, and whatever I didn't hear you, and also to say that with the budgets we are doing nothing. I've mentioned libraries that we are building, the Mzansi Golden Economy, what we are doing, the imbizos that we are doing, to find out what are the programs that are there, what are the challenges our people are experiencing, so that money, we focus the money to, or the challenges that they have. Even now, you will know that June is the youth month. We'll be doing imbizos in all the provinces, so don't just watch the space. All the provinces will be doing them one by one. We've already got a program for imbizos from the youth, that we must hear what their challenges are, and what not only challenges, they also say what they would like to be done. Most of the things that yes, the PENSAP story, when you go to the IC, doesn't mean that it's equal to death. And your honorable member was talking about it. Yes, it doesn't mean that you are dying. We are busy with that. Even those entities that were ailing, they will be very strong. You'll be surprised, watch the space. But we really thank you for your contributions that are there. We know we haven't done everything. There are many challenges. Let's hold this fort, and then we attend to the challenges that are there. But progress has been done. We have done the progress. You heard us talking about last year that we had, through Mzansi Golden Economy, 1,000 applicants, and 173, they got their monies, and they are working, and we monitor them. We don't just give money and then leave. Even with the imbizos, next year during this time, we'll be going back to those provinces and see what has been done. I thank you very much for the contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. And I'm advised, therefore, to allow you a short body break, 2-3 minutes, and then the bells will be rung for us to come back into the house. Thank you very much.
very talkative, so I'll continue to talk. Yeah.
The secretary will read the second order of the day.
Policy debate on budget vote number 36, water and sanitation.
Thank you very much. As I welcome the minister and the deputy minister in the house, I shall even ask you, Mama, to come to the podium.
Thank you very much, Chair of the NCOP, honorable members, members of the Select Committee, the Deputy Minister, managers from the Department of Water and Sanitation. In a few days' time, South Africa will be joined by the rest of the progressive humanity to celebrate a milestone in the history of our country, the 60th anniversary of the founding and adoption of the Freedom Charter. Also, in a few days' time, we will be joining the rest of South Africa during this Youth Month to celebrate the 39 years anniversary of the June 16 uprising, respectively, together with the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter. And let me take this opportunity to commit both myself and the Deputy Minister to work together with you, honorable members, in ensuring that we dedicate time, energy, and space in ensuring that we live to the clarion call that says the people shall govern, and that we will govern with humility as we render the services in accordance with the mandate of this department. For the downtrodden, particularly the marginalized and ordinary people, like Umama Dlamini, who has to share water from the river with animals whilst facing various security challenges of abuse and molestation, radical socio-economic transformation in the area of water and sanitation cannot be delayed any further. And for her, she still has a doubt that is it indeed a fact that the people are governing. We therefore want to commit ourselves that through that commitment and a demonstration that yes, the people of South Africa are now governing through a democratic dispensation, we will reach out to her, as we have done to those that came before her, and those that did not have hope a year ago, today are with us in celebrating access to clean water and dignified sanitation. Honorable Chairperson and members, as guided by the National Development Plan, the ANC Manifesto, and the Second National Water Resource Strategy, we will also continue to apply a seamless, integrated approach to managing our water resources. It will be a coordinated approach that is interdependent and interrelated to other departments across the three spheres of government, working in partnership with the private sector, civil society, and various other sectors that have an interest in the water and sanitation area. As we work in pursuit of a better life for all, we will continue to engage with local government, which has identified a number of challenges through the Department of COGTA. Of cognizance in that space is the area of aging infrastructure, lack of budgets for operations and maintenance, poor technical capacity, as well as lack of proper water and sanitation plans. Amongst other things that we are in consultation with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs on, with regard to the status of local government, it's the verification, including the assessment of some of our local authorities in view of their incapacity to provide what is their core mandate in terms of service delivery. Because we do believe that time has come that we definitely have to not just patronize one another, but appreciate the role of local government on the basis of them being able to generate revenue, provide basic services, make sure that the IDP becomes a living document that informs their budgets. And we do believe that post the 2016 local government elections, we will have actually dealt with those municipalities that are not functional or capable of becoming the water service authority. We do believe that a one-size-fits-all of a water service authority has to come to an end. You have to demonstrate on the basis of the plans, the resources, the leadership, but most importantly, your consistency in terms of providing the basic services. Our people don't demand much, but they demand a functional and a viable local government. And that is part of what Minister Pravin Gordhan, supported by all of us in government, has actually termed back to basics. Whilst the Back to Basics program focuses in general on the 27 district municipalities that are dysfunctional, on the other hand, we as a department, in cooperation with the province of the Northwest and the Eastern Cape, has made Section 139 1B interventions on water and sanitation matters in Madibeng, Ngakamudiri Mulema, and Makana, and of now late our interventions in Nelson Mandela. We do also believe that as we make those interventions through Section 139, there has to be also consequence management. Where resources have been abused, where services have not been rendered, we need to make sure that those that are at the helm must take full responsibility, not only at local government level, but across the 3 spheres of government. Where there was bad planning, those who were planning must take responsibility. Where we have funded that is not viable, those that are in the Department of Water and Sanitation must take responsibility. Where there's been an abuse of a contract that has been granted to a service provider, there has to be consequences as well. We do believe that there's a corrupter and a corruptee, and we have to deal with both sides of the sword. In support of the National Development Plan in regard to forward strategic planning, we'll also prioritize the implementation of our Water Resource Strategy 2, and moving forward, the strategic framework articulated herein shall serve as a guiding document for all stakeholders in the water sector in pursuit of the effective and efficient delivery of services. In the drive towards improved service delivery to our people, our primary focus will be on the following: on water resource management, on water infrastructure development, on water and sanitation services, and on water sector regulation and policy. Honorable members, this budget vote today takes account of all the policy and strategic imperatives, as well as the implementation of our annual performance plan for the financial year 2015-2016. The total budget for the 2015-2016 financial year is 16.4 billion. Over the medium term, this budget is expected to grow to more than 17 billion by 2016-2017, as we strive to improve the delivery of service to the people. Our budget per program is the following: 1.5 billion on administration, 808 million on water planning, 12.4 billion on water resource infrastructure development, 1.4 billion allocated on water and sanitation services, and 231 million is allocated to water sector regulation. In addition, we'll also transfer 3.7 billion in 2015-2016 and 4 billion in 2016-2017 to the water trading entity through the Water Infrastructure Management Program. With regard to the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Program, we will also be contributing in ensuring that we provide a sustainable and holistic value chain of water supply and sanitation infrastructure. In this regard, we are pleased to announce that in this financial year, we'll be spending in excess of 6 billion through our Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant in various projects across provinces to address these infrastructure challenges. We will also, in this financial year, focus our attention on acid mine drainage with the view of turning this environmental hazard into an opportunity to produce water. In Mpumalanga, honorable members, we'll be spending 286 million towards water infrastructure development and maintenance this financial year. The projects that will benefit on this program include Msugaligwa Regional Water Supply Scheme, Amsterdam Shipmore Bulk Water Scheme, Caroline Silobela Water Supply Scheme, Emalahleni Water Supply Upgrade, and Northern Zikazi Bulk Water Scheme, amongst others. In the Eastern Cape, on the other hand, we will be spending 1.2 billion during this financial year, and the focus will be in the areas of OR Tambo District Municipality, King Sabata Dalinje Water Supply Scheme and Sanitation, the Konga Bulk Water Supply in Krisani, the Mbizana Bulk Water Supply in Alfred Zoo, and as well as many others that are going to be presented before us. It will also include interventions in Makana and the support to complete the nooit gedacht Kuga low-level scheme in Nelson Mandela Bay. In Limpopo, we will be investing a total of 955 million towards regional bulk infrastructure. The focus is on the Mopani and Waterberg areas, as well as Vembensi Kukuni district municipalities, and that will include bulk distribution systems that have to be connected to Diop and Nandoni dams respectively. In the Northwest, the Northwest will receive an amount of 757 million to implement various infrastructure development and maintenance schemes in Greater Taung local municipality under the Dr. Ruth Mumpati district municipality. This budget will thus address challenges with groundwater quality in the Northwest, as well as inadequate bulk supply. Other projects, honorable members, in the Northwest include the Pilanesberg bulk water supply scheme that will benefit various municipalities for both domestic and industrial use. In the Northern Cape, we will invest an amount of 341 million in the bulk infrastructure grants. Several bulk water schemes are currently under construction: the Namakwa bulk water and the Yenengflay bulk water supply scheme that will ensure sustainable water supply to Springbok and the surrounding towns, as well as the John Taulo Gaitiwi municipality, respectively. The construction of the Kalahari East Pipeline extension and the Val-Gamagara bulk water supply projects will also be pursued to unlock the economic opportunities that are coming with the mining opportunities in the province of the Northern Cape. In KwaZulu-Natal, we will invest an amount of 1.4 billion this financial year. Among the schemes to benefit will be the Lower Tugela Regional Bulk that will deliver potable water southwards to local developments and rural communities. This will also link into the existing Umgeni Water North Coast supply system, supplying 586,000 people with water. The raising of the Hazelmere Dam will augment the water supply to the KwaZulu-Natal North Coast for domestic use and irrigation downstream the dam. The Jozini Ngwavuma bulk water supply, I hope Babukaula Ukonala. The Jozini Ngwavuma bulk water supply project will provide Jozini local municipality with additional sustainable water supply. In the Free State, the province is currently implementing 10 projects that are all aimed at increasing its capacity for water supply. Critical of these projects is the size optimization, routing and integration of a pipeline to supply water to Mangaung Metro Municipality directly from the Harib Dam on the Orange River. In Gauteng, my home, we will actually invest 349 million for the bulk infrastructure projects. This includes the Sidibeng Regional Sanitation and the Western Area Regional Sewer Scheme. The Sidibeng project was initiated due to spillages of raw sewage into the Vaal River. The Western Area Regional Sewer Scheme covers parts of the city of Johannesburg, Randfontein, Western Area, and other projects that were initiated to address the backlog of sanitation. The other two strategic projects in Gauteng will be the bulk infrastructure for Safer Fontaine between Johannesburg and the West Rand, and Lions Park that will also open up opportunities in the areas of Randburg in the city of Johannesburg. These will actually unlock infrastructure development in the south and north of the city of Joburg. In the Western Cape here, we will work together with our regional office in completing an exercise to determine the bulk and water infrastructure needs for the Western Cape for the next 15 to 20 years, because that plan does not exist. So we are now working together with them, having consulted the provincial government and the mayors just yesterday, that will assist them in developing that plan. To date, the department of, that includes Canaland, my dear. To date, the department has invested 533 million. And also we have put further an amount of 194.8 million towards accelerated infrastructure community projects here in the Western Cape. We'll also spend significant amounts of money through the following grants and programs. On the accelerated community infrastructure program, 254 million. Furthermore, The program will attend to managing the revenue system. On the municipal water infrastructure grant, colleagues, we will put an amount of 2.5 billion, but may I hasten to say that we want to refrain from a situation where we have just been pouring grants to municipalities. We want to make these conditional grants to be real conditional. They will be based on a viable, bankable plan, the capacity of the municipality to implement, the allocation of 7% for maintenance, and if that does not exist, no senior manager in the department will release money to a municipality. We'll go in there, deliver, and ensure that through COCTA, they sort out the inabilities of a municipality as we accelerate delivery to our people.
Please conclude, Honorable Minister.
In conclusion, honorable members, one of the other things that we want to commit ourselves on is that in this financial year, in the old townships, we intend to eradicate the bucket system in the old townships as we roll out regional bulk infrastructure, including rural sanitation in some of our own areas. We are also going to introduce alternative technology in the areas where we can't have access to water. We want to promote water security, promote reuse and recycling of water, and also the use of recycled water for sanitation. And we do hope that members will understand we're a water scarce country, it can be business as usual. Thank you, Nyabong.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We proceed. I shall now call on the Honorable Member Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. My greetings goes to the Minister and the Deputy Minister, honorable members, and our special guests in our midst. What else can I say, Honorable Minister? After speaking to us as provinces, as you know that we are representing provinces, except to say as a committee, after interacting with your department, we're very much excited and interested that there is hope in terms of water provision, except to say we really do support the budget. I don't want to miss this point because sometimes they will tell me that my time is finished. We do support the budget of the department. Water supply and sanitation remains the key challenge to many communities in our country. The ANC-led government has established a new ministry and Department of Water and Sanitation in responding to these needs of our communities. The department's legislative mandate is to make sure that the country's water resources are protected, managed, used, developed, conserved, and controlled through regulating and supporting the delivery of effective water supply and sanitation. The Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation, during the budget speech on the 21st of May 2015, concluded that approximately 88% of South Africans have access to clean drinking water and 78% have access to decent sanitation. Furthermore, the Minister Monkonyane also stated that plans are underway to explore alternative solutions to reduce pressure of water resources and ensure that the remaining percentage is also served to our people. The People's Movement, the African National Congress vision for the future is one which sees a country where millions of South Africans have decent employment opportunities, modern infrastructure, a vibrant economy, and where quality of life is both sustained and equitable. We acknowledge that through government, the ANC continues to strive to improve the quality of government services for our people, where they live. The unwavering commitment by the ANC is emphasized by the Constitution through the Bill of Rights, which guarantees human rights and dignity of all, including the right to sufficient food and water. The government led by the ANC has legal mandate to perform as regards to water and sanitation. Water contributes to growth and development and job creation through integration and partnership with social and economic sectors. Water is a catalyst and enabler for the development agenda for the state. No jiga jiga, ushaya inyoni yinye, ushaya inyoni letimbili ngelitshe linye. You provide water, at the same time create job opportunities. The department is also committed to skills development, very much important, so that we have a pool of skills, people who are dealing with water, so that we don't have shortage of skills. The department is providing bursaries when it comes to that. The vision outlined in the National Development Plan 2030 to ensure water security for economic growth and to increase household access to water is operationalized in outcome 4, 6, 7, 9, and 10. We're not just talking.
Okay, Honorable Dlamini, please take your seat. Honorable Member Tebo, why are you rising?
Modula stilo ne ke botsa hore a mme a ka tsaya potso.
Mme, o nyaka ho tseba hore o ka dumela ho araba potšišo ya
Ebhasini nasese akhasha ebhasini ngamphendula.
hayi ke mshethe. Ra leboga.
We also acknowledge the Department of Water and Sanitation's responsibility has increased because of the shift of sanitation function in October 2014 from the Department of Human Settlement. Welcome the increase of the budget as an indication for commitment to increase water provision to our people. The overall budget of the department has increased from 12.9 billion to 16.4 billion in 2015-2016. In his State of the Nation address, His Excellency, the President of South Africa, urged all in the country to conserve water because the country is losing 7 billion rands due to water losses. He further reported that the department will train 15,000 artisans or plumbers who will fix the leaking taps in their respective communities. This is an effort which will assist in terms of dealing with leakages. We are also urging our communities that they should not leave those leakages because they happen in their yard. In the State of the Nation address, the President also announced a target of 6 million work opportunities over the 5-year period, which translates into 1.2 million per year. Thus far, we appreciate the work that has been done by the department for creating 850,000 work opportunities. We're not just talking, we're implementing. We also welcome the program of skills development and retention in the department, and also involvement of our young people in the programs of the department. The department will be hosting the 7th Youth Water and Sanitation Summit this year in Johannesburg. In the last financial year, this summit attracted 560 young people from all 9 provinces. This financial year, the department is targeting 800 young people. These people will be representing the out-of-school youth and young water professionals. The Youth Water and Sanitation Summit is about information sharing and knowledge acquisition in topical water and sanitation sector issues. We also commend the department in empowering women and people with disability in the department. It has 4 programs that are deliberately aimed at empowering women and people with disabilities within the water and sanitation sector. These are the 4 programs that the department is involved in. Women in Water and Sanitation Award, adopt a water program, supply of resources for self-help centers of people with disabilities, accelerate development program for people with disabilities, war on leaks. The department has made also significant impact by intervening where there is critical failure by local government to deliver on water services.
the Honorable Minister has spoken to some of the issues, areas where they have intervened. We really appreciate that, Honorable Minister, and we are saying that this must continue because you can't just give money and sit back and think that the money will do miracles down there. It must be monitored, it must be followed. In partnership with provincial government of the Eastern Cape and Northwest, the department intervened in municipalities which have been placed under administration. Honorable Chair, I'm not going to go back to those areas because the Honorable Minister has spoken to that. These include budget for some of the impact that department has made includes budget for the 2015-2016. Municipal water infrastructure grant. Also, Honorable Chair, I'm not going to repeat these ones, but very critical that there are a number of projects that has been implemented by the department. I want to go to challenges because there are those who want to be popular by looking at negative things only, but I want to address those issues. That we do acknowledge that despite progress made so far, there are delays in some of these projects which have resulted in a series of service delivery protests regarding the lack of access to water by some communities such as in the Northwest, Mpumalanga included, and other provinces. The use of bucket system remains unacceptable, Honorable Minister. We have prioritized that as a committee that we will be monitoring that one very close as it strips people of their dignity. The ANC remains committed in restoring dignity of the people by ensuring the implementation of programs that are aimed at the eradication of inadequate sanitation. Significant strides have been made since to eliminate this the bucket eradication system. The department's water and sanitation services of budget vote addressing this program has increased. We appreciate on that. However, there's still backlog in this program in those former areas where they still use bucket system. The department needs to improve its working relationship with other government departments such as Department of Human Settlement, Rural Development and Land Reforms, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Education and National Treasury to find workable solutions to address these challenges. In using this approach, a number of job opportunities will be created for local communities. We therefore support the budget. Honorable Minister, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini. I shall now call on the Honorable Member Mokosi.
Ke dumedisa Africa Borwa ka bophara. Ene ke batla go itlhalosa gore ke ra yang a ke buena ka gore ke bona gore Honorable Nzimande ga tlhaloganye a re ga ke dumedisa before ke debate. Yaanong ga yo ga ke ratile gore ka ba le teng ka gore ga ke motho o ratang go seba. Early in 2014, the township of Muthutlung erupted in a violent service delivery protest over lack of water. 4 people died. And under pressure, the government restored the water. In January this year, the water provision was disrupted again. And when reconnected, the water was brown, not suitable for human consumption. As we speak now, there is no water in Muthutlung. And yes, it was, Honorable Minister, the last time you were there. When you were there, there was water. Now, there isn't. The small town of Grahamstown has been experiencing severe water supply challenges for the past 3 years, and the problem still continues to this day. These are just but 2 examples of a deeply embedded problem with water provision in our country, affecting millions of South Africans, caused by a variety of problems, such as shortage of skills at a municipal level, to sheer management incompetency, to the most significant lack of maintenance of aging water infrastructure. The problem of water supply is one of the most urgent problems we need to face, with possibly devastating effects for our economy and livelihoods, perhaps more devastating than the ESCOM crisis. In light of this, what does the minister and the department do? They allocate funds to administration. That is 4 times more than the funds set aside for water infrastructure development. The minister and her department continue to do nothing about the massive water channel to the mines at almost next to nothing. Mare metsi ha nna teng o le teng, ha o tsamaya tsamaya le wena o bo so re wa bereka o bereka eng? Compromising the ability of our communities to access water, she still does nothing to mines operating without water use licenses, despite several warnings to her to stop this shameful practice. Furthermore, this ministry does nothing to prevent the dangerous asset mine drainage, which will damage our groundwater resources and threaten our ability to have a sustainable supply of water in the near future. We have a future to think about. The future of this country's water supply is under great danger under this minister and the ANC. Respectively, 55% and 65% of South Africa's river.
Please take your seat, ma'am. The honorable member, why are you rising?
I don't know whether it's parliamentary. I'm trying to prevent herself to herself. She must just relax. It's too serious.
Honorable member, take your seat. Continue, Honorable Mukhosi.
I am here representing more than 1 people out there. So whether I'm serious or not, I'm delivering the message to South Africans at large. Respectively, respect is earned once again. Respectively, 55% and 65% of South Africa's river and wetland ecosystems types are threatened, putting the ability of our natural system to provide and purify water at great risk. There is no well-thought plan by this department to put as much effort into maintaining our ecological infrastructure as, if not more than the effort, but put into physical infrastructure. Furthermore, an estimated 2.2 million households in this country use pit latrines, bucket toilets, or have no sanitation at all. But to dirisa di toilet tsa khuti ba gaetsho. Ha o ntse o dutse mo toilet e flush-iwang bo gopola ba bang. This should make us hang our heads in shame as these elected representatives of our people. But no, we will continue to lie and claim that this budget is going to be better than the last. Talk is cheap. That things are getting better for our people.
All right, Honorable Mukhosi, take your seat. Honorable member, on what point are you rising?
Is it parliamentary for a member to say a minister is lying?
Honorable member, it is not parliamentary, but she never referred to the minister. I was listening. Take your seat, ma'am. Continue.
Listening is a skill. The country has invested in the Lesotho Highlands project to secure water for this country, but the country has never bothered to look at the social implications of this project on the people of Lesotho, who have had to be relocated from their ancestral land to make way for this project. Our water security should never come to the expense of other people's well-being. We should be using the vast scientific innovation we have in this country to invest the desalination of seawater for use by households and industry. The country needs to invest in maintaining its ecological infrastructure so that our rivers and our wetlands do not get degraded any further, which will then ensure a sustainable supply of water. The people of Lelyfontein in Namakwaland have shown that with very little investment in rehabilitated wetlands, huge rewards can be reaped. But the ANC is not interested in local-based and job-creating interventions to secure our water resources and create jobs. Ke kopa gore tlhompane mo ntlong e.
Take your seat, ma'am. Honorable member.
Chairperson, will the honorable member take a question?
The Honorable Mukhosi, are you ready to take a question?
Mubising harea kashia maitsibua gompieno.
She's not ready, Honorable member.
Because she
Take your seat.
doesn't know
Please
Namakole.
take your seat. She's not ready. Conclude, Honorable Member.
I'm from Northern Cape, remember. I've been everywhere.
Conclude, says conclude.
Therefore, Chairperson, the EFF rejects this budget. Ere ke berekise nako ya ka e setseng. Honorable Zwane, I want to say to you that I'm a mother, I'm a wife. I can gane, I can ngwana. We are all equal in this house. We are all honorable members. Ere ke quote President ya ka CIC.
Order, Honorable Mukhosi. You cannot address the Honorable Member Zwane straight. You need to.
Noted,
obey the chair.
noted. Ere ke quote CIC Julius Malema, my president,
Order,
ke re
order,
le ge o ka
Honorable
itima
Mokhosi.
metsi o tla e bona e nwele.
Order, Honorable Mukhosi. Why are you raising my? What is your point of order?
O tla nkgalla mpona ke etela hale ga ona go ntira sepa ke go tshabe. Shushu ilela shushwana gore shushwana e tle go ilele. Respect is not demanded, respect it and a o tla mpetsa ka tlelapa le nna o tla e bona nana. Bye.
Yo. Okay. I shall now call on the Honorable Member Smith.
Jy weet mos. Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members, members of the public, and guests in the gallery. Good afternoon. Honorable Minister of no responsibility and excuses, I think it is important for you to see how your department is perceived on the ground. Chairperson? Okay.
Order, Honorable Smith. Honorable Pakis.
I want to request the chairperson to refer to the answers and rule over the remarks made by the honorable member, because this is a respectable house. We can't just pass remarks recklessly, so thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Pakis. Which member are you referring to?
I mean,
Oh, okay.
the EFF member.
Okay, let me take a ruling now. The Honorable Member Zwane and the Honorable Member Mukhosi, please make sure that whatever you utter in this house, you remain honorable members. Both of them were out of order. And I want to ask the honorable members to respect the orders of this house. Thank you very much. Can we continue? Continue, Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Minister of no responsibility and excuses, I think it is important for you to see how your department is perceived on the ground. And I've taken it on myself to make sure that you know how it looks like. This is Maria Hlongwane from Ndebele Matebeleng village in Mogalakwena, who's waiting the whole day for water, for the water trucks to arrive. And by the way, this village doesn't have a single toilet, so you can imagine where they go and do their things. This is
Order, Honorable Smith. Please take your seat. Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable House Chair, to use phrases which are intended to demean honorable members of this parliament is not parliamentary. Intended to demean. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. It is indeed not parliamentary. Can the member please cease from doing that? Continue.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, this is Johanna Maloka from Extension 19 in the RDPs. Sewer is constantly flowing out of her house. That's how it looks around her house. This is Pomelong Township, just outside of Mokopong town,
with maize fields covered in sewer. Sewer flowing towards Nelsvlei in Mogalakwena, in Mokopong. Farms flooded with sewer, Mokopong. This is the Dorpsriver in Mogalakwena. Luckily for you, Minister, you have only to look at this. You don't have to smell it. You don't have to walk through it. Your children don't have to play in it. Oh no, but it's most not your responsibility. You only look after bulk water services and oversee those big tenders get allocated from your department's massive 16.5 billion rand. Your department smell of the ANC, Minister, the smell of a so-called good story. It is time for you, Minister, to get out of your comfortable
Honourable
chair.
Smith, please take your seat. Honourable.
My submission is that you do not rule now. The photographs that are submitted here, a digital camera takes a second or so to take a photograph. This photograph cannot be presented in this house as empirical evidence of lack of service. Now, my submission, Chair, is that these photographs not be admitted as empirical evidence in this house, as only because it cannot hold as empirical evidence.
Okay, thank you very much. Why are you on your feet? I'm still responding to what the honourable member was saying, and you are on your, please take your seat. Thank you very much. I will check and ask an advice from the table, and then I will come back on that one. Thank you very much. The Honourable Lavskahan, please take your seat. Honourable Member Dlamini stood before you, and I asked her to sit. Honourable Dlamini?
Thank you very much.
Order, honourable members, can we listen to the Honourable Member Dlamini?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I think for me this is racist. Are the owners...
Which one are you referring to, ma?
Let me finish. I'm not finished.
No, I want you to tell me which one are you referring to?
Can I continue, proceed, then you'll know.
I want to know what is it that you're referring to before you continue.
Now, I don't know how
Order, honourable member.
Because my continuation will answer your question. Chair, allow me to proceed because I will answer what you're asking.
But you have the answer. Please help us, help the House.
Yeah, that's what I want to do, Chair.
Okay,
I'm saying
continue.
for me this is racist. I'm not sure if the owners, those people on the pictures, are aware that they are displayed here.
Okay, I have already... Order, honourable members. Order. Honourable Toboro. Honourable members, order. I've already ruled on that one. I said I'm going to consult, and then I'll come back with a ruling. We need to continue on this one. The Honourable Member Lavskahan, before you, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I am very concerned that this is becoming a custom in this House, that members standing up and ask the chair to rule, for instance, on the ruling of photos, as on things that's not being in the rules. The procedure is that these things should be taken to the Rules Committee. We can't start a custom of
Can I ask you to take a seat, Honourable Member? Order, Honourable Lavskahan. Can you please take your seat? Take your seat, ma. I have heard what you were saying.
Because she's a member of the ANC. Previously, I was ruled to sit down. No, Honourable, no. I was reasonable up to now. Don't let us go into a fight. Because the ANC will not win this fight. Because we are creating rules in this House which is not fair, and we cannot stand for this any longer.
Honourable Lavskahan, with due respect, that is why I said to the Honourable Member who stood before all of you, I will go and make a research and check and come back with a ruling on the next sitting. It's what I said. Now the Honourable Member is on his feet. Oh, my apology. The honorable member raised his hand before you. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable member from Mpumalanga.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm not sure if it's parliamentary for the insinuation that the minister represents a party that smells. I'm not sure if he's referring to a good smell or a bad smell. Is it parliamentary? I'm not sure. What type of a smell was he referring to? That he represents a party that smells.
Okay, okay. Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, you cannot do this. It's not allowed. I'm still with the honorable member here. Can both of you take your seat, please? Take your seat. I'm still to respond to this honorable member. Honorable Van Lingen, please take your seat. I want to check with you, Honorable Smith. Did you refer to the honorable minister that he smells?
Not at all, Chairperson. I can.
Okay, if you did not, then
Yes. Yeah.
please take your seat. He is refusing. We are done with this one because he is refusing. Honorable Member Zwane, take your seat. There's an honorable member behind you. Yes,
Thank you,
honorable.
Honorable Acting Chairperson. I'm rising on Rule 30, members.
Rule
30,
13 or 30?
okay? 30.
30. Okay.
A states members have freedom of speech in the council and in its committees and subcommittees subject to these rules, and B, are not liable to any civil or criminal proceedings, arrest, imprisonment, or damages for 1, anything they have said in, produced by, or submitted to the council, or any of its committees or subcommittees, or Roman numeral 2, anything revealed as a result of anything said in, produced before, or submitted to the council, or any such committee or subcommittee. Thank you.
Which one are you referring to?
The first one.
Okay, I said I'll rule on the next sitting. Can we now continue?
Procedural, Chair.
Okay, thank you that you heard me now, honorable member. Honorable members, order. I have ruled on the matter. Now I want us to continue. Continue, Honorable Smith.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Luckily for you, Honourable Member, you only have to see the snapshot. If you want, I can take you there. It is time for you, Honourable Minister, to get out of your comfortable chair in your luxury office and start attending to these issues that rob our poor, defenseless communities from their basic human rights that is enshrined in the Constitution. And stop pleasing your beloved number 1. Yes, number 1. How high, number 1? What else, number 1? You can start with Madibeng municipality that is currently making headlines from the stink of corruption by Mr. Cash that bankrupted the council to such an extent that the sewer is flowing freely into the Crocodile River system. Oh no, it is actually pumped into the river system. In fact, I read an article this week that indicated that 65% of our river systems are now so polluted that it is no longer good for agricultural use. Not that the farmers already have more than enough to handle, Honourable Minister. They will now have to set up purification plants to clean the water before it can be used. This is a crisis, Minister, and a serious one, as water is life. The World Economic Forum's 2015 global report indicated that the water crisis is its highest concern. Minister, looking at our other ANC crisis, electricity, can you please indicate to us sufficiently how your department will ensure that Medupi has enough water supplied to be able to operate? And how will it affect other water users in an already water-constrained area? Minister, you look far too relaxed. You should be worried and highly stressed as you have the Department of Crises. Will I mention the acid spillage in Morimole that polluted the ecologically sensitive Nilsvlei River system? Or Mokopong that is supplying asbestos-infected water to the community that might even be the cause of the massive spike in throat and stomach cancer cases. You see, Minister, your ANC has now become so obsessed with self-enrichment and clinging to power that it just doesn't care anymore. It is estimated that water usage in South Africa would have grown to 2.7 billion cubic meters of water by 2030, leaving a mere 17% gap in supply and demand. Minister, please don't wait until the sewer hit the fan. Start now to plan for the future, as water is life. Minister, your department has a very ambitious target to eradicate bucket toilets in formal areas by 2015-2016, as well as to provide over 40,000 households with sanitation services over the medium term. Is this achievable? While the Department of Human Settlements struggled to spend its budget in the 2012-2013 financial year with an underspending of 39.6% to the value of 139 million rand. Minister, only under a DA government will the people of South Africa experience real freedom, fairness, and opportunity to live decent lives which they deserve. Because the DA is the only party that really cares about the future of our people and has proven to be capable of delivering quality services to all. As the ANC's water is either yellow or green or black, the DA will deliver blue water, as blue water means clean, clean government. South Africa, reach out and have a sip. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I shall now call the Honourable IG Nyambi.
House Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister, Honourable Members, ladies and gentlemen. Three things that we must not lose as human beings. But I'll focus on one, being honest. Honorable Smith, what you presented here today, the pictures, to some of us is not pictures that we just take, it's the life that we have lived. And we know that out of practical experience. And for ANC to have a Department of Water and Sanitation is because they are trying to address the legacy of apartheid. I was listening with serious interest. I thought out of the pictures, you will show one picture of Mrs. van der Merwe. It was missing. And that was very serious to me. Honorable members, sometimes we enjoy this comfort of opinion coming here, trying to play to Ikalari, and forgetting that the issue we're dealing with, we can't do cheap politics. To EFF, the very same Thomas Sankara you love to quote, once said, being negative is not revolutionary. And being negative has nothing to do with being progressive. To Honorable Minister, rest assured, even if you were in this podium and said the red overall color is red, we object to that. The overalls are not red. They were going to object. Whatever that is being said by ANC, we are objecting. And the other thing that I'm appealing to both Smith and Honorable Mukhosi, sometimes we have people that prepare these speeches for you. And when you come here, we have heard the minister and the chairperson of the committee.
Nyambi, order. Please take your seat, Honorable Member. Honorable Smith.
House Chair, I believe that there has
Why
already
are you on your feet?
a point of order.
Okay, what is the point of order?
I believe that there was already a ruling before yes, that it is not allowed to indicate that people, members of parliament, speeches is written on their behalf. It is, in fact, infringing on the integrity of a member.
Thank you, Honorable Smith. We need to recheck with the Honorable Member Nyambi. Did you say the speeches were written on their behalf?
Let me repeat.
All the honorable members, you will never ever be Honorable Nyambi. Honorable members, Honorable Dlamini, Honorable Tavugo, please, let us have order in this house. Honorable Member Nyambi, can you respond to that, Papa?
Listening is a skill. Let me repeat it. If you come here with a written speech and we don't bother to listen to what is being presented, you will contradict what is being presented here. I repeat that. Listening is a skill.
Continue,
You are
Honorable Member
suffering
Nyambi.
of selective memory. The budget presented today, it's one of many examples.
Order, Honorable Nyambi. The Honorable Voda and the Honorable Mokos. Honorable Voda?
Honorable Chair, but he's saying exactly the same thing that the Honorable Smith is raising. He clearly indicates that he said it clearly now, that if their speeches are written for them, they should listen. It's the same thing that he's saying. There is no difference in what he's saying, Honorable Chair, and he must do the honorable thing, and the Honorable Nyambi must withdraw.
Honorable Voda, please take your seat. That is not what happened. Honorable Mokhosi, do you still want to say something? Honorable Kaula, please take your seat.
Chair.
Take your seat, Honorable Nyambi.
Sit down. I'm addressing the chair.
No. Honorable Mokhosi. Honorable Mokhosi.
No, but
Honorable Mokhosi.
Okay,
order,
Chair.
order, ma. Can we have order in this house?
Sure.
Okay.
No,
Continue.
I wanted to address
Why are you standing?
Chairperson, debate yaka in the air. I'm standing on a point of order, Chairperson.
Okay.
Like I said, listening is a skill. Honorable Nyambi, listening is a skill. Thank you.
You was the point of order, Madula first. Honorable Nyambi. Oh, Honorable Kaula.
No, Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order. I think the contestation is with the loyalties of the chair. Maybe if you take off your jacket, it will be clear.
That is not a point of order, Honorable Member. Please take your seat. Continue, Honorable Nyambi. Order, Honorable Members. Order.
Chairperson, bengicabanga ukuthi makezwane namuhla uma akhuluma kubudget ye-arts and culture asifundisa ngenhlonipho sitawuzama ukuthi lokunye la kushoko sizame kukwenda. Mina la ngikhulele khona umuntu uma aphakama akhuluma noma ngabe ukhuluma nalomncane nalomdzala kuye ngibona abatali bakhe ngibona likhaya laphuma kulo. Ngaso sonke isikhathi uma ngibona umuntu aphakama akhuluma usuke reflecta la aphuma khona. Kube sekuba inselelo kimi kubuka ukuthi hey laphuma khona. So akuhlale kuyinselelo njalo nami uma ngimela angitimelanga mina ngirepresenta i-African National Congress and kuhloniphana kubaluleke kakhulu. The budget presented today, it's one of the many examples that indicate the mobility and the relevance of our democracy. In the previous dispensation, meaningless budgets were drawn behind closed doors by an elite minority who carried no mandate. The same budget was implemented sparingly, making its waves in areas occupied by rich and offered nothing to those that continue to be marginalized, hence the pictures we saw today. But today we are afforded an opportunity to rise and comment on the budget, knowing very carefully that it is the budget that considers South Africa and all people regardless of race, gender and creed. We have no choice but to appreciate this opportunity on behalf of people we represent. It continues to perplex me how some people choose to stand on this podium and boldly reject this budget with nothing better to offer. Chairperson, I stand firmly concur with the sentiments echoed by the Minister and the Chairperson of the committee, and further note with joy the aspect of public participation exercised by the department through imbizos, wherein traditional leaders are represented. We further welcome the commitment made by the department to mobilize civil society in all 9 provinces, as we are the house that is representing the very same provinces. We will continue through our committees to exercise oversight over the department, making presence in these respective provinces to see how the projects that were outlined are unfolding. Already we are aware that in relation to 2020 vision for water and sanitation program, the department planned to reach out 5,500 schools, and already this number was exceeded by over 2,000. It gives us great pleasure to know that the schools that have done well with the campaign have also been awarded extra classrooms, a need that can never be ignored. We applaud the department for this success and hope that other schools in other provinces will also benefit. Honorable Chair, we are excited that the department is working with the Department of Public Works to provide training and development to our youth. We hope that this initiative and many more will provide a wholesome support to our communities by providing both skills and water. While we place the department in the forefront of water provision and water sanitation, we also acknowledge the role played by all members of the society, ourselves as gathered here. It is for this reason that we pledge our support to continue educating our families and members of the community at large about the importance of water preservation. We are cognizant of the water leaks in some of the villages, parliamentary villages, and in Parliament. It remains our responsibility to report these leaks, because for every leak, liters of water are lost. The health of our water has a direct impact on the different uses and values of our water, including drinking, industrial use, and aquatic ecosystem that a waterway or water body can assert. The protection of beneficial uses can be achieved through maintenance of the current level of environmental quality realistically and achievable improvement. Honorable Chair, in view of the time, allow me to remind members that the slogan of the department that has been made known by the minister, that water is life, sanitation is dignity. We truly agree with that. Water helps us to regulate the temperature in our body. Sanitation, more than many other human rights issues, evokes the concept of human dignity. Consider the vulnerability and the shame that so many people experience every day when they are forced to defecate in the open in a bucket system like the porta we saw in Kaelisha. It is the indignity of the situation that causes the embarrassment. In conclusion, it is the fact that we use water for cleaning, washing, cooking, and drinking in our homes. Water is life. Let us all respect it, conserve it, and enjoy it. Every time, every second, when being afforded an opportunity as honorable members to have this podium, let us not use it for cheap political gains, because people on the ground are expecting much from us irrespective of political affiliation. We support the budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyambi. The Honorable Member Kaula.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister,
Honorable Tebogo.
Honorable Deputy Minister, the programs of water provision and sanitation services is part of the indications of how much a democratic government in the country has been able to bring back the dignity of the previously oppressed African majority. Denial of clean water, reticulated water provision to black people in the apartheid government was a practice not very far from the notorious Group Areas Act. Reducing the dignity of the oppressed African communities to the level of a bucket system of sanitation was also a practice not isolated from the notorious Group Areas Act. I'm saying this because bucket systems and denial of reticulated water to the first-class citizens of our country during the apartheid era was something that was never dreamt of. A pipeline would go through a vast hinterland area inhabited by African majorities to provide no service to them, and would stop at the doorstep of just one homestead only because of race. Therefore, if this democratic government was absolutely and totally serious about and committed to bringing back the dignity of the African communities, these services would have been amongst the top priorities of the past 21 years of democracy. It does not reflect well on the government of the day, which has been in power for 21 years, that even today we are still talking about prioritizing bucket system eradication in South Africa. That is how fortunate the people of KwaZulu-Natal have been in having someone like Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi with them. Whilst the apartheid-imposed homeland system was unacceptable and challengeable, but even within that system, Umntwana tried his best to bring back the dignity of the black people by totally eradicating the bucket system in the township of KwaZulu even before 1994. The erstwhile KwaZulu government inherited townships like KwaMashu, Umlazi, KwaMakhuta, and others, which had the bucket system. These were all dealt with swiftly by KwaZulu. All the new townships that were developed after that by Umntwana never had a bucket system as sanitation service. These are townships like Ulundi, Eskawini, Gamalakhe, Ezakheni, Mandeni, Matadeni, and others. Honorable Minister, on behalf of KwaZulu-Natal, let me thank you for the big projects that you have announced here for KwaZulu-Natal. We thank you very much for that. Out of the total budget of the department amounting to 16 billion, a large chunk of it goes to transfers and subsidies. These are transfers to water boards and grants to municipalities. Transfers amount to 6 billion, making 37% of the budget. This is where your biggest problems are, Honorable Minister Kabazela, when I assemble. The Social Services Select Committee has had consultations with the water boards. The water boards are underspending, not all of them, of course. How can funds allocated to supply water to communities not get spent when people do not have water? This is so negatively ironical. Your second challenge is funding that the department allocates to municipalities. Some of them do not spend adequately on what they are given. There is a challenge of skills shortage and challenges of mismanagement with your implementing agents. I'm glad that you have now announced that you are going to do these projects on your own. In some instances, with some of these municipalities, this mismanagement may seem deliberate. Water schemes do not get implemented timeously. And when the dry season comes, water tankers are sourced from companies to supply water. Huge sums of funds are spent on these water tankers. Who do these water tankers belong to? They belong to friends and family of the powers that be. The department must put very strict measures and controls on the issue of water tankers through your grants to municipalities, Honorable Minister. The other area of concern is the insurmountable water leaks and illegal connections. There are illegal connections by communities for consumption purposes. There are also illegal connections by big farming corporates for farming purposes. The department once started the process of inspectors around these matters. This is a program that must be intensified because it will save government huge amounts of resources. Linked to this is the collection rate of the municipalities' water consumption, which also remains poor. In the areas where it is happening...
Your time has expired, Honorable Member. The time is right before you. Check on your right-hand side.
Chairperson, because of the plight of the poor constituents that the IFP represents, the poorest of the poor, the IFP supports this budget, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Kaula. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister of Transport, honorable members of select committees, honorable members, officials of water and sanitation, guests in the gallery, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I am coming here for the second time, full of memories of reception when we represented our new department for the first time in this House. Since then, as outlined by the Minister, we've done a lot of work in terms of infrastructure development, provision of services to the most remote communities of our country. The plans and budget presented here today will go a long way in consolidating our efforts of meeting the needs of our people. This budget we have presented here today remains the only developmental tool to change the lives of our people. Honorable Chairperson, our successes in the last financial year included improved international relations. We were hosted by different nations of the world through participation in conferences. We have also hosted the world in conferences such as Gender, Water, and Development conferences. And we have sourced the services of Cuban nationals for deployment in municipalities where we do not have the required technical skills. Through the Eco Schools program, we have received a United Nations Award for Water for Life Perspectives. This has been about innovation in technology, in water usage and conservation. Also working with water, MTN Foundation, we have delivered 5 media classrooms. 2 of these media classrooms were given to schools in Limpopo and other 2 schools in the Eastern Cape and 1 in Gauteng. The department has built very strong relations at the political and administrative levels with all the 9 provinces in terms of planning and budgeting. We are working with the 9 provinces to develop water and sanitation plans that will inform our broad strategy on the work to be done in the resolution of challenges and backlog facing the sector. Premiers and COGTA MECs are championing and supporting our work in respective provinces, in this reflected in the widespread of developmental and infrastructural programs planned throughout the country in this financial year. Honorable Smith, you don't have to go to Limpopo for photos. You can go here in Khayelitsha. Get the photos of Pota Pota. I would like to see the photos of Pota Pota. We've never seen Pota Pota. I want to see it. If you could bring one of the photos of Pota Pota, you don't have to travel all the way to Limpopo. Just go here next door and get photos of Khayelitsha, our own poor people. The department has managed to, I'm coming to you. The department has managed to mobilize the civil society into water and family in KwaZulu-Natal and Limpopo. The traditional leaders has committed and rallied around the programs were unfolding. The problem is that we grew up fetching water from the rivers. Honorable Smith, you've never experienced fetching water from the river. You've never experienced going to the bushes and help yourself in the bushes without a toilet paper and use a grass.
Mama, order. Please take your seat, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister. Honorable Smith.
Honorable House Chair, I think that the Deputy Minister don't know me and don't know where I come from. But in any way, I stay in Limpopo, so I don't have to travel there. I'm concerned that the Minister is trying to tell me where I come from and what my background is. If she has some time afterwards, I can actually tell her where I come from.
Okay, take your seat, Honorable Member. Honorable Deputy Minister.
If you hear,
Honorable Deputy Minister, take your seat. Honorable Nyambi, I'll come to you after the Honorable Member Van Lingen. Honorable Van Lingen.
Honorable Chairperson, we've ruled earlier in this House today that when the sweeping statements are made at the end of the debate, those statements are still made through the chair and that members are not addressed directly. So we're asking the Minister to make those addresses to the members through you, Chairperson, to stick to the ruling.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
No, I thought it's a norm here
Order, Honorable Deputy Minister. Actually, order. Actually, the Honorable Member Van Lingen is referring to rule number 43 of this rule book, which says a member must address the chair when speaking and if possible must stand while doing so. So that's the order we're taking.
I would like to apologize. I thought it's a norm here because he was referring to the minister. So I want to apologize. The department has managed to mobilize the civil society into the water family. The Water and Sanitation Summit.
Sorry, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Nyambe, my apology.
Honorable House Chair, with utmost respect, I want you to make a ruling about the issue of Honorable Smith abusing the rules that we have, raising a point of debate, knowing very well that has got nothing to do with the violation of any rule about what was said by the Deputy Minister, because that's what he did.
It was not a point of order. That is why I asked the Honorable Member to take a seat. Thank you. Continue, Honorable Deputy Minister.
The Water and Sanitation Summit with the department successfully held, introduced new partners and identified new game changers in the provincial provision of water and sanitation services. We have seen both water and sanitation technologies never seen before. We believe through these new technologies in water and sanitation will change the lives of the people for the better. Our social and operation base was increased by the involvement of both rural and urban communities, district and local municipalities, academic, business people, youth participation, and women involvement in the work we are doing. Honorable Chairperson, the apartheid infrastructure planning discriminated against rural and poor communities. With this progressive and developmental budget, the department will change this skewed provision of services. The reason why we are taking our time, and you know it is clear that we sound like, or when you feel you are in a hurry, we sound like we're not doing anything. It is because we're responding to what was never happened before. Because water supply was only going to elite, the white people, not our people in rural areas. Now we are building, yes, we are building boreholes that are going to rural areas. The department will continue to address the skills shortage through the youth developing skills, targeting youth throughout the country, and place them in various municipalities as part of job creation. Their skills will assist municipalities to roll out infrastructure development and continue to fight against water leaks. The President, Honorable Chairperson Dlamini, the President of the Republic of South Africa, will be launching the first intake of the skills development program in Nelson Mandela Bay on the 18th July 2015.
Honorable Deputy Minister, your time is expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ma'am. The Honorable Member Stock.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. Honorable Chairperson, in terms of graphic designing, in terms of the IT, there's a technology or software which is called CorelDRAW. Now that software is being used to manipulate some of the pictures that are taken. You know, in terms of CorelDRAW, you take a picture, I'm standing with Honorable Mtimunye. Before you flock it and flood it into social networks, even if Honorable Mtimunye was not wearing a cap, in terms of that software, you can put a cap on top of Honorable Mtimunye's head, you can even put glasses. Even if I'm able, as I'm standing here, you can even depict me in that picture as if I'm disabled. So some of the honorable members that come here, for whatever cheap political point scoring or for whatever their agenda they represent, they come here and present. You know the pictures that are being presented here by Honorable Smith today. The pictures that Honorable Smith is presenting here today. 100%, I don't think those pictures reflect a true reflection of the people that we're speaking about in the province of Limpopo. You are coming and presenting them here to us as the truth. And you have never experienced, like the Deputy Minister was saying to you, you have never experienced how painful it is to go and fetch water from the river using a wheelbarrow, or to go into the bush to go and help yourself. You have never experienced it. And we are looking forward for you to come. When you come next time for a debate, come with a picture which we have taken here in the Western Cape of the Porta Pottas, or a picture of some white man in Limpopo who was fetching water with a wheelbarrow. Then we'll start to believe you. Honorable Chairperson, during this year's State of the Nation address, the President of the Republic highlighted a number of massive infrastructure projects to be implemented by the Department of Water and Sanitation during this financial year. These massive projects are extensively addressed in the department's budget votes. Amongst others, 21 of those 229 projects are massive projects to the total tune of 1 billion, 10 of which are in the constructing phase as you are currently engaged in this particular debate. Project expenditure of the department is actually 9.1 billion over the MTF period, and approximately 1 million people are expected to benefit from this particular initiative. There are largely 60 large infrastructure projects, total project cost of at least about 250 million, but less than 1 billion of which 34 are in the construction phase. These projects are expected to benefit over 2 million people, and expenditure is projected at 10.9 billion over the MTF period. Honorable members, water and sanitation in our entire country is in the main is characterized by both major achievements and challenges. Immediately after dealing with the brutal system of apartheid in 1994, the ANC-led government struggled with the then growing service delivery backlogs in relation to water and sanitation. And in relation to that, this progressive government thus made a strong commitment to high service standards and to high levels of investment subsidies to achieve these particular standards. The country has made some significant progress with regard to improving access to water, supply and sanitation. It is evident that the ANC-led government has made significant strides in improving water supplies to its community members. In this regard, according to the results from the 2011 Statistics South Africa census, 46.3% of the households in South Africa have access to piped water, and just over 85% have access to water. This level of access, however, is not reflected across all provinces in the country. For example, in the Eastern Cape, which the Honorable Minister has reflected to, 31.1% of the households do not have access to water. And it has been prioritized in the budget provision of the Department of Water and Sanitation. 27.2% of the households in Limpopo are also not having access to clean water and sanitation. Also, South Africa has made a significant strides in improving the access to sanitation for its citizens. The 2011 census results show that over 60% of the households has access to sanitation with a clean, flushable toilet, while just over 70% of the households have access to sanitation. Although the ANC-led government has made this significant progress in providing access to water and sanitation, the country continues to face challenges such as vandalism and theft of the public infrastructure, which is believed to hamper the ability of municipalities to provide quality and reliable services. The non-collection of revenue in some areas, which is also believed to cause a non-viability of credible metering systems. The inadequate supply of water reticulation infrastructure to rural communities, the shortage of skills, technical skills, to address the growing demand of water and sanitation provision and management in the poorer municipalities throughout our country. The persistent low levels of understanding around the issues of water and pollution and environmentally friendly sanitation system. Honorable Chairperson, the department continues to support the building of water distribution infrastructure through an initiative of that particular department, which is called the RBIG program. The department is planning to spend a total of over 6 billion in the 2015-16 financial year. This project supports local government in bringing water from the source closer to the people, such as in the Presidential Intervention Program project from Tata Town in Kinsabata, Dalinja, which the Honorable Minister also reflected to, And then in the Eastern Cape, the bulk water supply in Moses Kotane and Jozini Ingwavuma water project, Honorable Kaula. Other projects planned for over the MTS include the Umzivumbi multipurpose development project, which will cost the department at a total cost of about 20 billion. The Lesotho Islands water project, the sanitation infrastructure, the management of water resource infrastructure as well, the dam safety rehabilitation program. Honorable Chairperson, indeed, South Africa is a much better place to live in than it was before 1994. We have indeed a good story to tell as the African National Congress. Although there has been tremendous improvements on the provision of water services since 1994, there is still room for improvement in this regard. The ANC-led government highlighted and acknowledged the water services successes and challenges throughout. And we are not shying away from highlighting those particular challenges. The department has also outlined solutions to the identified challenges. For instance, the establishment of the inter-ministerial task team to address the water service challenges in the country. In conclusion, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister, I've got a few suggestions which I want just to highlight and bounce off with you, which might be considered for this current financial year, the 2015-2016 financial year. The first one is that in terms of moving forward, I would like the department to please consider building a dam in the lower Orange River in the area of Fuels Drift in the Namakwa region in the Northern Cape province. Secondly, the people of Magareng in the Northern Cape in the Francis Bar District Municipality lives just about less than a kilometer away from the river, but that community continues to experience serious challenges in regard to water supply. Amongst other critical areas of intervention, and also being cognizant of the fact that our government has competing priorities, I personally think that when these two issues are prioritized or given preference to a particular extent, then it will bring back the pride and dignity of our people in those areas which I've mentioned. Honorable Minister, let me also thank your department in conjunction with the National Department of Agriculture in terms of the good work that they have done in the Fallards irrigation system in the Francis Bar District Municipality, where the department, the ANC-led government has spent a lot of money. And that project has been completed, and the people in those areas are very excited, and they've got access to water. As the ANC, we support this budget vote of the department because we think it's a good thing to do, and we are also calling upon those rejectionist opposition to learn good lessons, because if they don't support the budget, how are they going, all these opportunist proposals that they have, how are they going to address those proposals? Siyakuba, siyasebenza, re dira go tlala seatla. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Stock. The Honorable Member Lauskachen.
Is the time correct, Chair? Honorable Chairperson, then it would have been very good. You must admit that. We cannot deny that we are at the brink of a national water crisis. A crisis that could be avoided if the Honorable Minister was able to show us how she would look into the critical water issues we face. A crisis that could be avoided if the Honorable Minister had more than only a plan for this department. A crisis that could be avoided if the Minister was present to see how it is affecting our municipalities, especially poor municipalities in South Africa. But the lack of interest from the Honourable Minister comes as no surprise, because we have seen the ANC's disdain for the people of South Africa. Water and sanitation is merely a symptom of the ill state of our country. Honourable Chairperson, need I remind the Honourable Minister that her department has a direct impact on sustaining the livelihoods of our people and job creation within major industries like agriculture, mining, and energy. You indicated last year, Honourable Minister, that we require an estimated 617 billion rand on water and sanitation infrastructure over the next 10 years. But the reality, Honourable Chair, is that only 45% of this is being allocated. What this means on a municipal level, Honourable Minister, is that in Nooit Gedacht, in Nelson Mandela Bay, the focus point of the ANC these days, we can just wonder why, only 120 million rand can be mustered by your department out of the 415 million rand needed for the low-level water scheme that is needed for this area. This is an area that serves water to over 300,000 people. For a scheme that has been critical in providing water to the metro, a metro that the DA will win in 2016, we find that this project has been stalled. Why? Due to typical ANC infighting, with funds being squandered, the ANC-run metro blaming the ANC national government, and incompetent officials and leadership. All this is happening whilst no solution are being offered. Today, almost 40% of our wastewater treatment is in a critical state, increasing the risk of pollution and waterborne diseases. And yet, half or three-quarters of this House can't face the reality by photos that's been shown in this House. We are still in denial while we have a crisis. Now, more than ever, the demand for water is increasing.
Honourable Member Lavskachen, please take your seat. Honourable Pakis.
I want to pose a question to the Honourable Member.
We need to first ask if the member is ready to take the question. Honourable Member Lavskachen, are you ready to take?
Honourable Chair, when I'm finished and there's still time left, I will decide. Thank you.
She still has to decide, so she's not ready. Continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Today, Honourable Chair, now more than ever, the demand for water is increasing, but the availability has taken a dip. It is time that the Minister stopped blaming South Africans for wasting water to dodge taking responsibility. This is not all about cable theft and technical glitches. It is about the national management from your department. Honourable Chairperson, a water crisis in South Africa is a double-edged sword. These might just be figures to the Minister, but the socio-economic impact is a real threat to our people, their health, and the functionality of industry for job creation. Industry experts estimate that the long-delayed Medupi, another big problem, power station will require 19 billion litres, or about, and they are all interlinked if you don't know, that's one of the problems of this department, or this government, or about 7,600 Olympic-sized swimming pools, you would like to know that because there's one at Nakantla, you would recognize that, of water annually to operate at its full capacity. But it will be competing with the surrounding communities in Lapalali, in Limpopo for water, where we are already witnessing chronic water shortages, with continuing delays in the construction of phase 2 of the Mokolo Crocodile Water Augmentation Project. A water crisis is looming, and if the Minister only plans but does not take control of her department, not only will we have a national blackout, but a lack of access to water that will have consequences beyond her and our expectation. Thank you, Chair. And Chair, no, I'm not going to take a question.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Member Lavskachen. Order, Honourable Members. I shall now call on the Councillor Ramaremela from Salga.
Honorable House Chairperson, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, the Minister and Deputy Minister of Transport, MEC Kombela, the Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to reconfirm our commitment towards the implementation of the constitutional mandates and the National Development Plan. Since the advance of democracy, it is evident that many of our communities are benefiting from the fruits of democracy, particularly as it relates to the provision of water and sanitation. These fruits were born out of our strategic collaboration between the municipalities and the Department of Water Affairs and Sanitation. In this regard, we appreciate the Minister's visionary approach and thoughtful leadership in taking the sector forward. The Minister's passion for water and sanitation is symbolic of water being life and sanitation dignity. Honorable Chairperson, beyond this collaborative efforts lie a number of critical challenges. Key among these challenges is the fact that some of our communities within our local sphere still do not have access to water and decent sanitation, or are suffering the impacts of dysfunctional infrastructure. Service delivery failures are not only unacceptable, but also a major public concern. However, strategies have been developed to address these challenges and risks. The recent sanitation indaba bears testimony to the sector's joint ability in resolving some of these challenges. The revolutionary sanitation pronouncement by the Minister to ensure a different tactical and methodological approach in delivering of sanitation is a game changer. The proclamation by the Minister that says it's not all about flushing, it's revolutionary, is what we are agreeing to as SALG. It goes beyond flushing. It's about water conservation, equity, dignity, health and hygiene, science and technology, and beneficiation, and most importantly, localized decision-making. With this in mind, we welcome the announcement for the development of a sanitation policy. The sanitation revolution is fully supported by local government. We look forward to working together with the department towards the eradication of bucket system by December 2015. Honorable Chairperson, one of the key requirements for a successful water service business is investment in infrastructure, where success or failure is highly dependent on the type and levels of the investment. Recent studies illustrate that infrastructure maintenance and renewal, in this regard we're referring to a rehabilitation and replacement, requires significant investment compared to developing new infrastructure. At the municipal level, our financial resources must address these major two challenges. We welcome the significant investment in raw and portable bulk water infrastructure outlined in the budget speech. Furthermore, the Department of Cooperative Governance has suggested 7% investment in maintenance, of which we are actually agreed to as SALGA. We must in ensuring protection of our infrastructure investment, we must re-examine water and sanitation pricing structures. Our recent cost of service study indicates a huge pricing gap between water production costs and service charges to end users. In this regard, we must collaborate and explore better pricing instruments and structures. Local government involvement in the implementation of the National Water Resource Strategy 2 is of paramount importance. Honorable Chair, you will be pleased that local government's role in achieving the 5 identified priorities in the strategy were collaboratively defined with the various inputs of departments and will be presented to our structures for political buy-in and support. Honorable Chairperson, we collectively implement the National Development Plan priorities. We must acknowledge the centrality of water in achieving some of these priorities. In this regard, water security and assurance of supply must be a dominant feature in all our water management efforts. Significant water losses must be a challenge of the past. Such losses compromise our ability to use water as a catalyst for social and economic growth. In an effort to address the challenge, the Department's War on Leaks program is supported Further, SALGA, in collaboration with Rand Water, recently launched 2 major water conservation initiatives: Water Conservation and Demand Fund and a Water Saving Community Outreach Program under inspirational theme, Be Hero and Save Water. In a quest to identify the Be Hero, to intensifying the Be Hero outreach program, the Water and Sanitation family will be working to promote water conservation at the 702 Discovery Walk the Talk. The minister is invited to join, and we have received confirmation as SALGA that the minister will be actually part of the walk. As we deliberate water management, we must also define the institutional landscape to optimally manage water resources and services. Catchment management agencies are the appropriate vehicle to achieve some of the water management objectives, and thus this model is being advocated with our member municipalities. To this end, a green light has been granted by our members to pursue collaboration and define areas of interface. Suggested areas of interface include, amongst others, localizing the 10-year infrastructure plan, facilitating alignment and coordination of infrastructure grants to respond to municipal infrastructure plans in line with the National Development Plan. Integrated information sharing and management. Some of these areas were discussed in the Water Summit. We're taking them forward in collaboration with the established catchment management agencies. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, this year marks 15 years of democratic local government. As we celebrate local government landmarks, it is perhaps an opportune time to reflect on our water service delivery track records. I have no doubt that we have done well, and however, there remains pockets of poor delivery due to a number of factors that are both within and beyond the municipal spheres of influence. Honorable Chair, this state of affairs cannot be left unattended. Some of the revolutionary actions are necessary. Finally, going forward, our collective obligation in executing our respective constitutional mandates should be informed by, amongst other things, accountability, or in particular, community-centric consultation and decision processes, science and technology, sound policy, appropriate funding instruments, sustainable solutions, and political will. Honorable Chair, SALGA support the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor. The Honorable Member Mutashiping.
No, I'll stand up, don't worry. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Minister, Honorable members of this august House, comrades and friends. I wanted to read a speech, but I'm tempted not to read it. There are certain things that needs to be clarified and very clearly clarified. Honorable Minister, I was born in a tiny town called Swazerene, in a township called Ipelege. When some of us at one stage stood against the bucket system, shortage of water, we were arrested. Some of us took those buckets to their municipal offices so that they must get the smell. We were arrested. Now, I worked in that municipality. I was the head of administration in that municipality. And I can tell you that what the ANC government did after 1994, my dignity is restored. The dignity of the people of Mamusa in Swaziland is restored. They use flush toilets. ANC government. No other government did it. I'll tell you, honorable funding. In 1979, there was a judge Roman Leon. When Solomon Mahlangu said, Mama, let my blood nourish the tree of freedom, because there was no water. This judge, who is the father of Tony Leon, sentenced him to death. It is a shame that he had to sacrifice his own blood to provide just water for that tree, as if it was not enough. In 1986, Andrew Zondo was again sentenced to death by the same judge. Is that what you represent? Now, let me come back and talk about an issue here which is very serious, and I want to tell, and the translators, you must do it well, because I was a Tswana teacher. Now, there's a statement that Honorable Mukwele has made. Sushi, susu, ilela, suswan. It's a very good Tswana expression. But, ngwana yo tlhogo kgolo, o sira rragwe. Ngwana yo sa utlwe molao wa batsadi, o utlwa ba manong. Now, you cannot come here, not even at one stage, and say the freedom that we enjoy today was not brought about by the African National Congress. Nobody. And I like it when you acknowledge. And you are a product of the African National Congress. Now, you have been coming here and talking about listening, that it's a skill. But more noise is made by yourselves in this house. Now, the ANC has 103 years of existence. The ANC has produced even yourself. The ANC, that is why I wanted to tell you how old am I, and I respect elders. Because this thing that Tata Nzimande, that you quoted in absentia because he was not in the house, that he said, learn to greet. He was not criticizing, he was teaching you procedures of parliament. And he was correct. You must greet. And you must greet. Let me read this speech that I have written. Nobody wrote it for me. It's written in my handwriting and my pen. I ascend this podium today in support of the budget vote 36 on water and sanitation, and on behalf of the glorious movement, the African National Congress. This budget that many people are saying that the Western Cape is doing best, is performing, is from where? From National Parliament. We allocate it. It is indeed true and common knowledge that water is life, sanitation is dignity. We never had that dignity before 1994, and some people who are sitting here never tasted what we tasted. 60 years ago, the people of South Africa, from all walks of life, gathered in Kliptown to adopt the Freedom Charter. The Freedom Charter is not a document that belongs to any other organization. It belongs to the African National Congress, and anybody who quotes it must quote the ANC. A year ago, in pursuit of these ideals enshrined in the Freedom Charter, the National Development Plan was adopted as a program that was to take South Africa forward towards radical socio-economic transformation. That is what the ANC represent. People who come today that we have
Honorable
taught
Flagship,
politics.
Sorry, take your seat.
Honourable Chair, on a point of order, would the member take a question?
Honorable,
I want to
it's
take your
not-
question.
it's not- let me
I want to
correct it.
deal with you like a lion dealing, a dog dealing with a
No,
bull.
it's ready to take a
I'm
question.
ready.
Pose your question.
Are you ready to?
No, it's ready to
Honourable-
take your question. Order, members.
Honourable member, you said that the Freedom Charter is the document of the ANC. In the Freedom Charter, it refers to all the people of South Africa. Do you thereby imply that if you're not a member of the ANC, that you're not the people of South Africa?
Exactly what I was referring to. Any revolutionary document would never come from the DA. The people who drafted this document that included all South Africans were leaders of the African National Congress. Much as we drink from the tap, and that we have made significant strides in turning the tide, we remain with the challenges that impact on our people from
Honorable
accessing
Flagship,
water.
Sorry, Honorable Isaac, why are you rising?
On a point of order, Honourable
Yes.
Chairperson, the subject for discussion is, the way I understand it, is on water and sanitation. Will the Honourable Speaker at the podium please just point out to the South Africans what he thinks?
No. Honorable Isaac, no.
Well,
You rise on a point. What is your point of
Well,
order?
I'd like to know what is, if he knows what is the budget this year for this.
No, that is not a
water and
point of order.
sanitation.
Take your seat.
Let him please explain to South Africans.
Take your seat, Honorable
Because
Isaac.
he's giving us a political rhetoric here.
Honorable Isaac, take your seat. Continue, Honorable Flagship.
We are delighted, Minister. We are delighted. You must listen very attentively. We are delighted that 88,000 budget systems will be eradicated in the formal dwellings in this financial year 15-16. I'm talking to the budget, you are not listening. I'm saying 88,000 eradication of the budget system. In addition, 11,960 inhuman sanitation systems will be replaced with decent sanitation in 26,000 rural households. Give credit where it is due. Asina mona, asina zondo. Say to me, science. Allow me, Chairperson, to pay a lot of respect to ministers of the ANC and to members of the ANC in this parliament, that South Africans up there, go na le lehokunyana le le ke batlang go le kgalemela, ba le bitsa di-Popeye when you voted for them. They come here when you dig trenches, ba re le bo epa wena Popeye. That thing is derogatory to our people and South Africans. You must be very careful about these people that you vote, that continue to call you Popeye. Now, I am calling upon the South African citizens.
Honorable Flagship, take your seat. Honorable Julius.
Oh, I thought he's sitting already. Chairperson, the word Popeye was ruled out of order in this house the other day. Can you please rule on that? Because even though it's not referring in a bad manner, we shouldn't use it. Otherwise, I can also say honorable member is a Popeye for not sitting already.
Honorable Julius, that is not a point of order because it's not referring to a particular honorable member as Popeye. It's a reference. Conclude, Honorable Flagship.
South African citizens, you are dignified. The ANC has brought a plate of food in your table, and we will never accept that people come here and undermine you. You are our people, and you would remain our people. The ANC trusts you. The ANC will be there forever and defend human rights. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mokwel.
Is it deliberately that you are not recognizing me, Chair?
No, he has concluded his speech.
No, but I raised before I conclude. Amos. Why you no sang?
Take your seat, Honorable Mukwege. Take your seat. Honorable Minister Mukunyan.
Thank you very much, honorable members, presiding officer. Let me appreciate the recommendations that have come from those who have a responsibility of moving South Africa forward. Thank you very much, and I do hope that working together with organized local government, we will be in a position to make sure that we strengthen partnership in terms of community participation, stakeholder relations, but also intensifying the work that we are doing in some of our own rural areas. Chairperson, let me share with you, I can't take pictures of a place where I was born, because for me, it is not just about having an opportunity to stand here. I have spent and given birth in a single cell with a bucket that I had to drink water from, and another bucket that I had to use as a toilet until I gave birth alone in a single cell. And therefore, I don't need a picture to be reminded about the plight of our people. I have lived in a 2-roomed house in Mansfield where 6 families had to share a bucket toilet. My conviction and my being here is not because of political career. It is because of the love of the people of South Africa. I would have preferred that we would be dealing with this issue as a human rights issue and not an issue that people would want to say our people and you bring pictures, but you fail to just go across the road in Khayelitsha, in Nonkubela, in Neisner, in Stellenbosch, in Diewaterskloof, where our people have to use buckets as their pillowcases because they have to live with them and they have them not being collected for over 3 days. It is not my intention to play politics, but it is also to remind ourselves that we are not dealing with something that was created in 1994. We are dealing with a mess that many of us have lived with and are investing a lot of our time and energy trying to sort out, because sanitation is dignity and water is life. We have seen women who had given up their own experience of being raped because they have to go and fetch water. And I'm not talking about strangers, I'm talking about my own families, not people who vote and support my party, my family. We do have family members in KwaZulu-Natal, in the very Limpopo, Bona Bahamakwanyani, who have been victims of an abuse of a tendering process by some of those who had opportunities in terms of business procurement and they never actually delivered. And those are some of the problems that we have to deal with. I also want to say here, honorable members, what is of importance is that if we deal with second generational rights and social justice, we all have to look at what is the long-term plan of this country, is to deal with inequalities. Some of you who are sitting here and are grandstanding in this podium, you have more than 6 taps in your house. You've got a system that consumes more than 25 liters. And many of our own communities, for the first time, because before 1994, only 36% of South Africans, black 36% of South Africans had access to decent sanitation. 36%. Today we're over 80% in 20 years. Why must we be accused? Before 1994, 42% of South Africans had access to potable and drinkable water. Today we can proudly say 94%. In a period of 20 years. Yes, the focus now is to deal with the unserved and is to deal with sustainability, is to deal with operations and maintenance. Also, what is of importance currently is to make sure that we create the skills capacity, we deal with consequence management for those who underperform, but also what is important is that we have together make sure that we empower communities, but we also make those that have been exploiting water, especially the agricultural sector in South Africa, that has been abusing potable water, because 67% of South African potable water is used in agriculture. Today we want to be reminded that the agricultural sector, the water licenses and all those things. In fact, what we want to deal with as a game changer is to reclaim water authority and bring it back to government and make the licenses not a license that gives you total ownership. It is an opportunity you are granted to use the South African resource. The other thing that we also have to deal with, it's all these matters that people continue to say here, our people, our people. I would love that when we say our people, you must say it from the bottom of your heart, with conviction, not for the purposes of gaining votes, and not even for you to try and rubbish the attempts that have been made by this government for the first time in the history of this country. Honorable members, I also want us to tell the truth and nothing else but the truth when we are in this podium. The people of Lesotho are quite grateful about the interventions we have made through the Lesotho Water Highlands project. They've got decent houses, they've got jobs, they've got new roads, they've got better infrastructure, and most importantly, tourism also has grown. Of importance, we said we will share our resources together with the people of Southern Africa and Africa. And on phase 2, we are even going beyond what we have done previously. So don't come here and not tell the truth and want to mislead the people of this country by saying the people of Lesotho do not know anything. By the way, those are my in-laws. It's not people that I read about, it's people that have put a ring on my finger. So, I want to also say, ngesintu kuthiwa ikhonkotha ehambayo emilia iqhamela. Some of the posture that we find in this house and stupidity that is presented through the posture doesn't actually show that members seriously come here to represent interests of their provinces.
Conclude, Minister. Okay, take your seat. Honorable Labuskaghen.
Is it parliamentary for the Honourable Minister to talk about the stupidity of some people in this House?
I'll have to consider Hansard and see the context, because from what we are saying, it's a reference. Conclude, Honourable Minister.
Honourable members, there are those of us who thrive on confusing and sowing confusion in our communities, who have disrupted service delivery in Madibeng, in Limpopo, because they want to gain fame and popularity. And you can even see them through their inability to articulate themselves and being rude standing on the podium. We come a long way with the people of South Africa. Factory faults will never influence where we have to go to. That's why you have been taken out of the African National Congress, because you have never been part of a cause that can change South Africa for the better. As for the EFF, it's not a case that can help us to go anywhere. We are stuck with the problems in Madibeng. We are stuck with the challenges in Mokopong because
Honorable
of the
Minister.
corruption that happened in Limpopo. Thank you, Nyabong.
Honorable Julius. Thank you. Let me thank the Minister and the Deputy and the SALGA and special delegates. That concludes the debate. The Secretary will read the third order of the day.
Policy debate on budget vote number 35, Transport Appropriation Bill, Bill 6 of 2015.
Let me take this opportunity to welcome the Minister, MECs, special delegates, and invite the Minister of Transport, Honorable Peters, to open the debate.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, ministers who are here, deputy ministers and MECs, representatives of SALGA, the Director General, Mr. Pule Silepe, and the management and staff of the Department of Transport, the leadership and representatives of transport entities, all members of the transport fraternity, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to take us back many years ago when India and its leadership had to find solutions to many problems they faced and give direction to the nation. And I quote, "Long years ago, we made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measure, but substantially. When we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation, long suppressed, finds utterance. It is fitting that at this solemn moment, we take the pledge of dedication to the service of India and her people, and to the still larger cause of humanity," close quotes. Honorable Chairperson, these words were said by the first Prime Minister of India, Nehru, and their symbolism resonate with our own South African reality of the triple ills of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. When we delivered the 2015 budget vote on the 5th of May in the National Assembly, we anchored our message on the election manifesto of the governing party, which gave clarity on political direction and delivery mandate. Over and above this, we also focused our efforts on our new priorities. Firstly, we have set to strengthen the Road Accident Fund for expanded access to much needed benefits for road users through the introduction of the RAPS bill, which provides for the establishment of a new no-fault basis regime called RAPS to replace the current Road Accident Fund. Secondly, we demonstrated that we are on course to improve our public transport system, including passenger rail, to benefit our people. And thirdly, we committed to accelerate road infrastructure development, both as an important lever of economic growth and a catalyst for job creation. And finally, to ensure the important role of integrated transport planning, both horizontally and vertically, across all spheres of government. Honorable members, whilst outlining this scenario, we should bear in mind that our focus must be where the buck actually stops, in the provision of transport functions and services in the various spheres. In short, as the three spheres of government, we have specific, exclusive, and shared responsibilities that we must exercise. It is for this reason that in the year 2014, we established the National Transport Planning Forum, which has representation across all the spheres and government entities. This forum will lead strategic planning across the transport sector in the interest of promoting an integrated transport policy and strategy. Let me also remind you that the driving force behind our transport policies is the National Development Plan. The department's contribution to the NDP will be underpinned by the National Transport Master Plan 2050 vision, which is aimed at delivering a dynamic, long-term, and sustainable transportation system framework for the whole country. In 2013, we concluded a national household travel survey. In order to understand the travel patterns of our people across the country, we analyzed the survey data with a view to produce provincial reports that will provide valuable information on how our people travel to work, how they travel to schools and places of worship, as well as to recreational places. This will indeed assist provincial, metropolitan, district and municipal authorities to tailor their integrated transport plans accordingly. The year 2015 is the halfway mark for the implementation of the 2011 to 2020 UN Decade of Action on Road Safety, a multi-sectoral campaign to reduce road carnage by 50% of what it was in 2010. We have committed ourselves to achieve this by implementing a 365-day road safety program focusing on the 4 E's of education, engineering, enforcement, and evaluation. We are in the process of drafting the midterm road safety country report as required by the UN. Honorable members, on the 23rd of June of this year, I will be launching the long-awaited Road Safety Advisory Council, which among other things will advise government on interventions to further reduce carnages on our roads. Honorable Chairperson, the implementation of our public transport strategy and its major initiatives in all spheres of government is undertaken to deliver to our people a better life for all, and the realization of the pledges we make in our government's founding philosophy as codified in the Reconstruction and Development Program, the RDP document. In 2014-15, the Public Transport Infrastructure and Systems Grant and the Public Transport Network Operations Grant covered projects in 12 cities with approximately 5.87 billion rand in grant funding. George Municipality and the Tshwane Metro launched their pilot operation to test their bus rapid transit systems, which are called Go George and Arieng respectively. This brings to 4 the total number of cities in South Africa running the BRT operations, which include my city in the Western Cape and Rea Vaya in Johannesburg. In these 4 cities, the incumbent minibus operators on the affected routes form the core of the new operating companies, where over 1,000 direct jobs have been created. Honorable members, remember that the Freedom Charter says that the people shall govern, which reminds us that government must involve the communities in the design and implementation of programs. This is one instance we would like cities to be alive to the voice of communities when laying out the infrastructure and providing services. We wouldn't like to see communities forcibly removed to make way for the infrastructure. This, however, does not detract from the drive by government to provide accelerated public transport infrastructure. We know that when communities are adequately consulted, they will not resist this much needed development. In the year 2015-16 financial year, the ANC government will proceed to invest 5.95 billion rand through public transport network grant in the 12 identified cities. We expect Ekurhuleni to be the 3rd metro in the Gauteng province to launch these pilot services. In keeping with advancement of intelligent transport systems, which is ITS, we will continue working closely with the Gauteng provincial government and the 3 metros, as well as PRASA, the Gautrain Management Agency, and the taxi industry to integrate all subsidized modes in the province into a single interoperable smart card by the end of 2016-17 financial year. Honorable members, let me reiterate that our objective to ensure safety in the taxi industry has been a resounding success. The scrapping of old taxis and replacing them by safer vehicles has been a major stride for us. Since 2006, we have scrapped a total of 61,254 old taxis with a total payment of 3.4 billion rand for scrapping allowances. The taxi recapitalization program will, however, undergo an extensive review focusing on its sustainability, affordability, and the mapping out of a future integrated rollout solution. We also intend to strengthen our support to empower the taxi industry to participate in the entire value chain. Another element which is central to the provinces is the issue of bus subsidies. The public transport subsidy is allocated to the Department of Transport. However, the actual design, the day-to-day administration, and management of bus services are devolved to the provinces. The Division of Revenue Act, or DORA, dictates that the National Department of Transport monitors that the requisite minimum public transport standards are met and financial rules and regulations are consistently adhered to. The National Department of Transport is ultimately responsible for ensuring that these services are provided to all commuters in a safe, reliable, affordable, and cost-effective manner. The funding of contracts is currently being implemented through the Public Transport Operations Grant, which has grown from 3.5 billion rand to 4.9 billion rand in the year 2015. Honorable members, it is important to note that the growth of the POG funding has lagged far behind the actual cost escalations of the bus contracts. Another challenge has been the alignment of these bus contracts to the integrated rapid public transport network. We are in the process of finalizing the transformation plan that will ensure this alignment in order to roll out quality integrated rapid public transport networks. We are also considering a phased implementation of IRPTN while ensuring that the current subsidized bus contracts do not collapse. It is for this reason that the MINMAC meeting of the 6th of May gave approval to provinces to sign 3-year bus contracts in order to enable planning authorities to develop appropriate transport network plans, as well as securing funding for the implementation of quality public transport. With regard to the passenger rail services, I am satisfied that there is a fair balance in increasing the capacity of metro rail in all metropolitan areas. We have allocated 4 billion rand for rail operations and 4.1 billion rand for the capital program, which will enable PRASA to upgrade and strengthen the capacity of our passenger rail services. In this 2015-16 financial year, PRASA is expected to take delivery of the first 20 train sets built in Brazil as part of the rolling stock renewal program. Plans to build a 1 billion rand factory in Ekurhuleni to produce the 580 trains and create an estimated 65,000 direct and indirect jobs over the 10-year contract period are on course. As part of the presentation for the new rolling stock, upgrades and modernization of stations and depots to the tune of 2.2 billion are being undertaken in the following areas. Duff Roads in station in KZN, Philippi Station in the Western Cape, and Park Station Extension in Gauteng. It is indeed true that as the ANC government, we have a good story to tell, especially when it comes to Bridge City and Park Station. Bridge City in KZN hosts multimodal transport facilities, shopping complex, office blocks, and residential apartments. Park Station, as a Southern African multimodal facility of note, is boosting services ranging from all major banking institutions, car rentals, restaurants, pharmaceutical outlets, to regional and continental bus depots. Park Station makes transport connectivity across the country and to some extent across the region a reality. To conclude the package, the Department of Health has been drawn in with a view to have Bridge City and Park Station to provide public health facilities. Chairperson, to continue with the good story, there are 4 major projects in the implementation of the Priority Rail Corridor Strategy. In the Eastern Cape, the 1.6 billion rand Motherwell Rail Link feasibility study has been concluded and procurement processes are underway. The Mthatha station will also be upgraded to accommodate the provision of mainline services. In the Western Cape, the Blue Downs Rail Extension feasibility report has also been concluded and is under review by relevant stakeholders. In the Gauteng province, the Mamelodi to Greenview to Pienaarsport rail extension is in progress. The new line, accompanied by new signaling, became operational in 2014, and the construction of the Greenview station is ready for handover. The construction of the Pienaarsport and Mamelodi stations is scheduled to start in the current financial year. In Mpumalanga, the 120-kilometer Moloto rail corridor development is gaining traction, with the feasibility study having been completed and engagements with National Treasury ongoing. Honorable members, the road infrastructure remains a critical area of our transportation system and still carries the bulk of the movement of goods, services, and people. It is a well-known fact that provinces are facing serious challenges in dealing with road maintenance and rehabilitation backlogs due to shortage in budget allocations. Provinces and municipalities have fully embraced the National Development Plan and are incrementally improving budget allocations for road infrastructure. According to the budget review, the provinces improved their spending on Samba Sonke program by 100% in the 2014-15 year, and and that spending is set to be maintained in the current financial year. Through the Provincial Road Maintenance Grant, the budget allocation for Samba Sonke in 2014-15 was 9.4 billion for 725 projects. Provinces were also able to achieve commendable results with the maintenance of secondary road network through this program, whereby a total of over 170,000 jobs were created. In the current financial year, provinces will receive an allocation of 9.8 billion rand for the 1,102 approved projects. The Samba Sonke program has played an important role in both employment creation and road maintenance. The budget for this program is allocated to provinces as follows: 1.3 billion rand for the Eastern Cape, 1.8 billion rand for KwaZulu-Natal, 998 million for Limpopo, 1.7 billion rand for Mpumalanga, 1.1 billion rand for Free State, 456 million for Gauteng, 822 million rand for Northwest, 859 million rand for the Western Cape, and 788 million rand for the Northern Cape. SANRAL is responsible for national road network of 21,403 kilometers, which includes both toll and non-toll roads, which are the arteries of our economy. Non-toll roads account for about 85% of the network and are funded through the national fiscus. Only 3,120 kilometers, or 15% of our total network, is tolled, and 201 kilometers of that is part of the Gauteng Freeway Improvement Program. For the current financial year, SANRAL will proceed with its implementation program, which include projects such as the N2, the N7, and the R71 improvements in KZN, Western Cape, and Limpopo. It will also continue with the N3 Development Corridor stakeholder consultations. A total of 14 projects with an overall budget allocation of 400 million rand for the 2015 financial year are planned. An amount of 1.1 billion rand has been set aside for the upgrade of R573 Moloto Road. This is a great achievement for the people of Mpumalanga, Gauteng, and Limpopo. The reclassification of this road to a national road under SANRAL has commenced, and it will form part of the non-toll road portfolio of SANRAL. Honorable members, the transport sector development plans cannot be complete without addressing challenges of accessibility and mobility of the rural masses. The lack of frequent public transport in most of our rural areas does not make any moral, political, or economic sense. To address this, we are in the process of finalizing the rural transport strategy in line with government's focus on rural development. This is intended to enable the delivery of infrastructure, stimulate public transport, and enable the rural masses to have access to services and opportunities. We have targeted a number of rural areas such as Sikukuni, Umkanyakude, Tabamofutsanyani, Owar Tambo, and Krisani districts for a number of non-motorized transport access roads and public transport initiatives. The Shova Kalula bicycle project is also making great strides. We have already distributed more than 90,000 bicycles countrywide. In the current MTF, we plan to implement a multi-year program which will ensure the distribution of 30,000 more bicycles across all provinces. The biggest challenge this project is faced with now is the lack of access to bicycle repair services. This is an area where more work needs to be done or to be undertaken in line with the cooperatives model of the Department of Small Business Development. We therefore believe that all these initiatives will ensure mobility of the poorest of the poor in the rural communities. The days of unregulated, insecure, and unsafe learner transportation are numbered. Cabinet has approved the much-awaited National Learner Transport Policy, and we call upon members of Parliament to expedite its processing once tabled in Parliament. Honourable members, the aviation sector is also critical, particularly in our ability to meet passenger demand and growth, which is expected to surge from the current 35 million to over 45 million passengers in the next 5 years. Meeting the growth necessitates enormous investment in airport infrastructure and the finalization of the National Airports Development Plan. This plan will provide for the airports development strategy that takes cognizance of the biggest economic plan of the city and region in which airports operate, including secondary airports and those outside the control of AXA. In the Western Cape, we are realigning the runway at the Cape Town International Airport to improve the management of aircraft's inflow. In the Eastern Cape, in line with President Zuma's targeted focus on King Sabata Dalindyebo municipalities' socio-economic development, we need to synergize the N2 Wild Coast development, the R61 road improvement, as well as revamping the Mtata Airport. We intend to ensure that this airport retains its Category 6 international status. In the Northwest, we will work hard to retain the international status of the Pilanesberg Airport and will also assist Mahikeng Airport to acquire international status. The Mahikeng Airport is being revamped to enable the launch of commercial domestic flights very soon. Honorable members, the radical transformation of the transport sector as envisaged in the NDP is not an option but an obligation to address massive challenges in inequality, poverty, and unemployment. It is a pledge and triumph that we are called upon to dedicate our service to. This, ladies and gentlemen, reminds me of the words of our former late President, Nelson Mandela, and I quote, "The call now is for each of us to ask ourselves, are we doing all we can to build the country of our dreams? We must all strive to be inspired by the deep-seated love of our country, without due regard to race, color, gender, or station in life." Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Chairperson of the Select Committee of Economic and Business Development, Honorable Kue.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and members, delegates who are with us, and also observers in the gallery. Our Minister Peters ended by quoting one of the greatest leaders of the world. My speech will start with him, when during his inauguration as the first president of a democratic South Africa, Dr. Nelson Mandela, our dear Madiba, narrated, "Never and never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one person by another." Concluded by saying, "Let there be work, bread, water, and salt for all. The sun shall never set on so glorious a human achievement." To get the water, the salt, and the bread, we need transport infrastructure. To realize the dream of this great African leader, transport plays a pivotal role. During these budget debates, we notice with deep disappointment that there are those amongst us who are longing for the flesh pots of Egypt. We also note that there are those who intend to turn our deliberations into a circus. There are those who are dreaming of re-establishing a government where minority and racial interest would be served by government. This will never happen again while the ANC is alive and while the ANC is leading. Our people know that the ANC stand for what the ANC stand for and what they have sacrificed for. We don't need to remind people about how they have suffered under a racist regime. We recognize today the kicks of a dying horse born from the stable of a united party and groomed by apartheid. This new racism that we experience here, we observe, and we are disturbed by the noise of the squeaking blue train. we want them to bring it in for repairs. Minister Peters and senior staff from the Department of Transport presented the Strategic Plan 2015-16 to 2019-2020 and the Annual Performance Plan for the period 2015-2016 to our Select Committee on the 2nd of June 2015. The Select Committee also received the Department of Transport Medium-Term Expenditure Framework and Budget. We have a plan. The Select Committee appreciates the fact that these plans are guided by the National Development Plan 2030, the New Growth Path Framework, the Industrial Policy Action Plan, and the National Infrastructure Plan. We have worked it out. We know where we are going to. We will not allow ourselves to be diverted from delivering a better life for all South Africans. In further demonstrating an integrated approach, the Department of Transport also support the Back to Basics call made by the Minister of Kokta to strengthen and enhance performance of local government, focusing on public transport, rail transport, and access roads. In 1955, people oppressed in this country had ambitions and plans and adopted the Freedom Charter on the 25th of June. And in there, these people said, all shall be free to travel without restriction, from countryside to town, from province to province, and from South Africa abroad. The Department of Transport is committed to realizing this aspiration of our people. A Scholar Transport Master Plan is also on the table. The Department of Transport informed the Select Committee that they are working on the importance of a framework for sustainable policies and regulations and implementable modes to support government strategy for socio-economic development. High priority is given to a transport sector that is safe and secure. This will be done through safety and compliance, transport administration and licensing, and law enforcement. The spending focus over the medium term will be, as the Minister has said, on maintaining road infrastructure, on upgrading rail infrastructure and services, and enhancing public transport for all people of South Africa in all 9 provinces. The Department of Transport acknowledges, as good leaders should, there are prevailing challenges and have named them. The first is infrastructure development. The second is maintenance. The third is strategic expansion of the transport network. The fourth is non-adherence to grant conditions. The fifth and final one is an addition to the common problems that we're having, and that is the rate of deterioration of existing infrastructure and inadequate capital investment to meet required maintenance and expansion. We are a developing country. A massive business venture on new rail rolling stock and new hybrid locomotives is yet another job creation venture of which we are proud. The Select Committee last month visited the Transnet plant in Port Elizabeth and witnessed the massive potential that is being unrolled in this plant. Technicians, engineers, artisans, and train drivers are benefiting from the contracts that the Department of Transport is negotiating. Chairperson, there are 5 sectors that I hoped to speak on, but when you hear, the clock works faster. The one is rail transport, and just to say here that we want to make sure that road freight is moved to rail freight. Secondly, the Minister has spoken extensively about the work, commendable work, that PRASA is doing. The next topic that I want to mention is road transport. We must strengthen road traffic management, and that is part of the plan. The department also recognizes the importance to improve and preserve national, provincial, and local road infrastructure, especially potholes, and is synchronizing this transport plan with spatial planning. We're not going to build roads so that our people can continue to travel long distances to go and work far from where they stay. Then the Minister has spoken about civil aviation and the Mthatha Airport. I just wanted to break it down there, what the benefits are. The terminal building will be created or built. There will be landing aids. There will be fencing. There will be a car parks and roads. And all these developments are nearing completion. The MEC for Transport in Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Mr. Ismail Wadi, recently made the following statement in the legislature. He says, and I quote, "The new dispensation is fair, administratively simpler, and more sustainable. It is based on the recommendations of the advisory panel on the socio-economic impact of the electronic tolling on Gauteng residents, which called for a hybrid funding model that would significantly reduce tariffs. To ensure the e-toll system is equitable, affordable, sustainable, and more efficient, government has approved the following. Firstly, a single reduced tariff of 30 cents per kilometer will apply to all motorists using the e-toll network in the province. The monthly cap has been reduced to 225 Rand for standard vehicles. There will be no charge for infrequent users who make less than 30 gantry passes a year. E-toll fees that are currently outstanding will be discounted by 60%, and arrangements should be made within 6 months by motorists to settle their accounts. Finally, there will be a monthly cap on the penalty for accounts in arrears. And public transport operators, taxis, with valid operating permits will be exempted from paying e-tolls. We are taking the consultations that we have had with people seriously because we believe in democracy and we practice what we believe in. Chairperson, honorable members, the untimely death of our leader, Minister Collins Chabane, and many other road users demands that urgent interventions be undertaken to prevent road deaths and accidents. Minister and colleagues in the department, thank you very much that you are taking the lives and the safety of road users seriously. We know that the figures are still exorbitant, but we salute you for knowing that you are doing something about it. All responsible, patriotic, and proud South Africans acknowledge the significance of ensuring that our transport system is comfortable, safe, and sustainable. We thank you, Chair and honorable members, that this department has exposed us to what they are doing to make our roads safe for everybody. Kia leboha.
Thank you. Honorable Vauda.
Bismillah. Allow me first and foremost to acknowledge the presence of our supreme forces, irrespective of whatever our perceptions might be. Visitors in the gallery and honorable members, I greet you all with Assalamu alaikum. At the very outset, I must say that the economic freedom fighters rejects the transport budget vote, as we cannot support a department that continues to make cash cows out of our people, who must now also bear the burden of poor government decisions. The e-tolls is one such example. Honorable Chair, the only outcome of the Gauteng e-tolls commission should have been the total eradication of e-tolls and their fees, and not a reduction of their costs. Our people do not want e-tolls, never have and never will. No one must make profit out of our roads, as this is an infringement of the freedom of movement. E-tolls are a modern-day dom pass and should be removed immediately. As if this is not enough, Sanral was awarded a secret tender that would put residents in the Western Cape and its visitors through the same abuse Gauteng residents are experiencing, and before we know it, there will be an e-toll in every corner of South Africa. Failure to provide transport for rural learners and those from disadvantaged communities remains a sore point in this department. It needs immediate attention. This department has a track record of failing to implement legislation, as in the case of the Administrative Adjudication of Road Traffic Offences Amendment Act and the Civil Aviation Amendment Act. This department has also failed to implement policies such as the Single Transport Economic Regulator that it announced in August 2012. What guarantee is there then that should we have a finalized national scholar transport policy, this department has the will or ability to thoroughly implement it? Every morning, thousands of learners travel long distances and across dangerous routes to school, while some are packed like sardines in overloaded, unroadworthy bakkies and buses. How many more parents should bury their babies before this department realizes the importance of the immediate provision of safe and efficient scholar transport across all corners of the country? And before anyone takes this podium to tell me how you have suffered and walked to school, then I must ask you the question, how short is your memory? How soon have you forgotten? How far detached you have become from the poor people of this country? Honorable Chair, South Africa's transport and logistics infrastructure is designed in such a way that all strategic routes from South Africa's inland mines and natural resource reservoirs lead to the ocean without benefiting our people. The government has over the years prioritized, and it continues funding strategic routes and systems that will yield profit for multinational corporations, while the public transport system has been left to erode to the uncoordinated and uncontrollable mess it currently is. Making profits and developing our economy is to be commended, but when only few are beneficiaries of our resources, then we have a problem indeed. Millions of South Africans depend on public transport to travel to and from work. However, bus stations, train stations, taxi ranks are characterized by long queues, overcrowding and pollution. People in rural areas have not had safe transport for decades, and most are sandwiched in small, unroadworthy death traps in the form of bakkies, while some have to walk long distances before they can reach hiking spots, putting them in grave danger of being robbed, raped, or even abducted. What provision is being made for rural transport? Billions of rands worth of tenders are rolled out annually, only for entrepreneurs to build poor, substandard roads that eventually develop potholes and have to be reworked at a cost to the taxpayer. To date, less than 50% of our roads are tarred, and the rest are just gravel roads. 30% of those that are tarred develop huge potholes that make it difficult to drive around.
Take your seat.
Point of order, that member is a member of the select committee, and he mustn't mislead the public by saying only 50% of roads are tarred. That is untrue.
Continue, Honorable Voda.
To date, less than, 30% of those that are tarred have huge potholes that make it difficult to drive on and are damaging people's vehicles in the process. With youth unemployment at over 60%, provision to create a state construction company should be made, and unemployed youth from disadvantaged communities be trained to run and work in such companies instead of wasting much needed money on entrepreneurs. Solutions that come at the expense of people's lives are not solutions, but are invitations for further problems. The taxi recapitalization program continues pushing the taxi industry into the periphery. To show that our government has no intention of improving the conditions of our domestic airlines and subsequently our aviation industry, a provision has been made to spend over 2 billion rands worth of taxpayers' money to purchase VIP jets for the president and his cronies. A fully, to the president and his ministers. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Makwe, for pointing out that it is more than 50% of roads that are left untarred. Thank you very much indeed, Chair.
Honorable Dikhale.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Ministers present, Honorable MECs, ladies and gentlemen. On this day in 1980, the African National Congress made a public statement by Nelson Mandela, which was the message smuggled out of Robben Island prison under great risk, and read, I quote, "Unite, mobilize, fight on between the anvil of united mass action and the hammer of the armed struggle, we shall crush apartheid," close quote. The way that this message was transported from the high security walls of Robben Island was a master genius that can only be thought of by extraordinary leaders. In my language we say, "Le ka itima metse, o tla no e bona e nwele." The barbaric apartheid government of the National Party tried all its power to subdue the spiritually break Mandela, but he remained unbroken. This is the kind of tenacity that the characteristics the ANC and its leaders, and we are not about to change that. Take an example of our president. The opposition does not know politics. They are playing the man and not the enemy. To our president, I want to say, know that critics make your life to grow even bigger. And now it has reached immunity. And I'm saying, the public support you, no one can attack you. The introduction of this message from Mandela was by O.R. Tambo, who wrote that Mandela's call to unity and mass action is of particular importance in that year of the Charter, the 25th anniversary of the Freedom Charter. As we celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, we want to heed the call by these distinct leaders of our struggle and glorious movement, the ANC, and ensure that indeed the people shall govern. And to the ANC-led government, we need to welcome the critics because we are not cowards. We want to grow up and not to remain grounded. The Freedom Charter makes a special call regarding transport by guarantee that all shall be free to travel without restriction from countryside to towns, from province to province. Though us from Limpopo, Honorable Minister, we still have a problem. When we have to travel to our work, Parliament, we have to via other provinces. We don't have a straight flight to here. And from South Africa to abroad. This call was specifically made because some minority despots had made themselves demigods who must prescribe how, when, and to where South Africans can travel. One of them, Hendrik Verwoerd, was even brave enough to pronounce that Mandela would only be released over his dead body. At least he was right on this one, but he actually meant, which is that Mandela would never be released. That was not to be. Apartheid was crushed and Mandela was released. The Freedom Charter also declared that new suburbs shall be built where all have transport and roads. this call was made in recognition of the significant role that transport plays in daily lives of human beings. In the language of economics, it is said that roads carry the economy of the country. This means that the means of transport and roads must be accessible to all the people for them to be economically empowered. The ANC wholeheartedly believes in this notion. That is why in its document, Ready to Govern, the central goal of ANC economic policy was and still is to create a strong, dynamic, and balanced economy that will be directed towards eliminating the poverty and extreme inequalities generated by the apartheid system, democratizing the economy and empowering the historically oppressed, creating productive employment opportunities at a living wage for all South Africans, giving due regard to the environmental impact of the implementation of economic policy. This is why the National Development Plan has identified transport as one of the key sectors for economic infrastructural development. In adopting the NDP as its blueprint, the ANC-led government has accepted the primary responsibility, as it should, for transport both as a public good and as a means of supporting balanced economic growth and development. It has done so with the understanding that the absence of an adequate public transport service in all areas means that transport is a major contributing factor in marginalization of the people. This is so because it is widely acknowledged that transport has a crucial role to play in economic development. More especially, it has been recognized that the provision of a high-quality transport system is a necessary precondition for the full participation of remote communities in the benefits of national development. Studies show that transport is a catalyst for providing equitable access to opportunities and services, and the majority of working class who are heavily relying on public transport. So the government of Democratic Alliance in Western Cape must make My City buses accessible to communities of Guguletu, Nyanga, and Langa, and stop advancing colonial and apartheid special planning with regard to transport infrastructure. These are areas where these services are needed most. The availability of transport plays an increasingly important role in accessing services such as healthcare and in the social integration of people living away from service centers. In this instance, it means transport can be a matter of life and death. What this means is that public transport is and must become an even bigger part of the solution. It must be factored in at the very outset of every decision about new urban developments, whether it be housing, hospitals, universities, or employment centers. If this were to be done, the traffic congestion that we experience in our major cities will be the thing of the past. We therefore want to commend the commitment made by the President Jacob Zuma during this year's State of Nation address that government will continue with the infrastructure program to expand transport networks and to improve roads with other well for economic growth. He stated that the Department of Transport will spend about 9 billion rands on the Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant, or the Sihamba Songe program, and 11 billion rands on upgrading and maintaining roads which are not tolled. We know that the Molodo Road Corridor is well on track, though it is not moving as fast as we would have liked. We support this project because we understand what it means in a long run. Its outcome would be a rail service that is not for luxury or holiday, but to ensure that people reach their destinations safely. This shows that the ANC puts its money where its mouth is when it comes to making the lives of our people better. We also want to commend the transformational discourse to the maritime sector that the government is undertaking through Operations Pakisa. We all know that the maritime sector is the lifeblood of any country, and for South Africa to win the battle against unemployment and poverty, it must take this sector seriously. Currently, the sector is dominated by foreign-owned shipping companies, and I hope and believe the government will ensure that this situation is changed. Honorable Minister, in all provinces that we have held, taking Parliament to the People program, learner transport was cited as a fundamental challenge. Communities complained that the Department of Basic Education seemed not to have a coherent solution in implementing learner transport strategy. In all our public meetings, parents complained about long distance walked by learners in rural areas, use of unroadworthy vehicles, non-adherence and ineffective implementation of existing policies and guidelines, overloading, speed, and reckless driving. We understand that the issue of learner transport is the matter that is within the jurisdiction of the provincial departments in education. However, we would like to request the Department of Transport to partner with these education departments, especially with regard to road safety for learners. In my language, we say, Bobedi, Bobolaya Noa. We also encourage the Mandela Metro municipality to solve the issue of the buses that are stuck somewhere in their municipality and not working. Immediately they solve bus problem, the better for the learners and the community. We therefore support this budget vote as we believe that it mobilizes resources to ensure that the dictates of the Freedom Charter are achieved. Before ke dula fa 600 le metsotswana mo, ke nyaka go gore batho ba EFF ba lebelele gore matšatši a batho ba ba winang di tendera tša di-third road ba dira a perfect job. And ga gane bjale o yo sepela a gona di-pothole. Di-pothole ke tšela tša pele.
The time has expired.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Lund.
Good evening, Honourable Chair, Honourable Minister, members. Across the world...
Order. Continue, Honourable Lund.
Across the world, public and private transport systems are facing problems due to increase in vehicle ownership and the suburbanization of both firms and residences. Historically, public transport focused mainly on central areas of cities where high population and employment density enabled frequent services with high occupancy rate on numerous routes. But this has changed. In South Africa, we were very slow in implementing and improving the public transport system and addressing the increased demand on a yearly basis. We had a 6 million increase in vehicles. We had a 6 million increase in vehicles on our roads. Vehicles that are being taxed in some instances up to 40% of the purchase price going into government coffers. Whether this is through the basic value-added tax, through an import duty, ad valorem tax, emissions tax, fuel levies, the list goes on. Now we sit with a difficult situation. We have had such an increase in road users and little to no real ongoing planning and investment, not to mention rollout of our public transport system, that government, this ANC government, starts making ridiculous decisions without listening to the voters. E-tolls, what a disaster. The monster master plan by the ANC government. There is a fable about a troll who lives under a bridge who threatens to eat the goats crossing the bridge. In South Africa, we have built many bridges called gantries, and these bridges are making it more expensive for ordinary South Africans to eat. Our very own e-troll. A shocking announcement a few weeks ago by the Deputy President stating that government will align its e-toll database with the vehicle registration database within the year, and that there will be no amnesty for unpaid e-toll bills. This announcement reminds us again of the ANC bullying tactics to enforce their will on South Africans with little regard to their wishes. The Deputy President tried to sugarcoat it, as well as the chairperson of the Select Committee, who has now left a debate that he took part in, by saying that tariffs would be halved for most categories of vehicles in terms of the new tariff structure. The task team decided on a new fee structure that will lead to a funding shortfall for Sunroll. To recover the cost for the Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project, the funding gap will have to be met by transfers from national government and the Gauteng provincial government. Let us be clear, this funding gap that will be covered by the national and Gauteng governments, ordinary South Africans are paying for this. So in fact, they are still paying for the e-tolls or e-toll system, even though it's being sugar-coated that they are paying less. Furthermore, why does government, to this day, fail to answer questions with details on the contracts between Gajima and ETC? More than a third of Gajima is owned by an ANC crony that is set to lose millions if this e-trolling system gets scrapped. Honourable Chair, Honourable Makue, I'll get to that now. Honourable Chair, these contracts and deals between government and cronies come at a cost to the normal man on the street. The culture of enriching a few at the cost of many is nowhere better illustrated than in the e-troll system. The voters are getting fed up. The ANC is already losing significant support in Gauteng because of this. Honourable Makue said that the ANC respect democracy. Would they have said this and made a review of the system if they didn't lose 10% of the vote in Gauteng? Keep on pushing the e-troll system. Keep trying to push the e-troll system to other provinces and keep on losing support, okay? The primary source of income for the Road Accident Fund scheme is a levy raised on fuel. This levy is measured in terms of cents per litre on petrol and diesel fuel sold in South Africa and forms part of the general fuel tax regulated by government. During the 2014-15 financial year, the Road Accident Fund fuel levy was set at 104 cents per litre. That's 9% of the total price at the fuel pump. Fraud is one of the main causes of concern in the RAF, especially fraud by the RAF itself. There are evidence of widespread impropriety at the Road Accident Fund. You see, English is not my first language either, Honourable Chair. There are letters that illustrate how the fund appears to sue itself to maintain a certain cash flow. The RAF suing itself had contributed to delay in payouts. Welcome back, Honourable Chair. Your colleagues will brief you on what took place in the debate that you missed. In March 2015, it was reported that millions are lost in the Road Accident Fund due to fraudulent syndicates and greedy professionals. Recently,
Lord, take your seat. Why are you rising, Honourable Makue?
Chairperson, is a person allowed to address an individual from the podium, or must they do it through you?
Definitely is not allowed. Honourable Lond, refrain from addressing an honourable member of the House. We have to do anything via the chairperson. Continue with your speech.
Thank you, Chair. I take note of your point, but also just my point was made, so we can go on. In March 2015, it was reported that millions are lost in the Road Accident Fund due to fraudulent syndicates and greedy professionals. Recently, it emerged that top RAF officials are possibly involved in this scam. The DA will do all in its power to get to the bottom of this and help root out the corruption. The Honourable Minister referred to it in George. The Go George Transport Initiative provides a quality public transport service that is reliable, affordable, safe, convenient and accessible, and contributes to a better quality of life for all. And it's true, Honourable Minister, it's a good example of national, provincial and local government working together to make a system work. So that system needs to be rolled out elsewhere in the country to show what happens when three spheres of government works together without dipping into the pot. Just 2 days ago, the City of Cape Town won an international UITP award for achievements in public transport and for establishing a transport authority to address the transport needs of residents and visitors to Cape Town. On the other hand, since 2012, the quick fix approach to address problems identified with the Port Elizabeth integrated public transport service has been a disaster. Problems recently include the impracticality of designed bus lanes, zebra crossings that obstruct traffic flow, and design flaws such as the placement of bus stations and incorporated taxi stops, creating safety problems. It is clear the ANC can learn a thing or two from the DA-led government initiatives. The bottom line is, Minister, it is a mess. But luckily, next year, after the local government elections, there will be a new government in Port Elizabeth that will sort out this mess. A new government that will not dip into a pot and will put the residents' and the voters' interests first and make sure that under the leadership of Ethel Trollop, post the local government elections in 2016, finally, Port Elizabeth will get the transport service they deserve. I thank you.
The Honorable MSc of Police, Roads and Transport from Free State, Honorable Kompela.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, Honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, fellow members of the Executive Council from different provinces, all stakeholders that are here today, various officials and the CEO of transport entities, distinguished guests, SALGA representatives that are here today. I want to firstly congratulate the Minister. We have dealt a serious blow when the Constitutional Court proved us right on the Prodema that that asset belongs to the Department of Transport. We are looking forward to be vindicated when we bring back Inatis, because the premise of the not announcing whether we are taking back Inatis or not had leverage on the Constitutional Court. And therefore the Constitutional Court said that we are right. In no time, we will bring them home. Inkomo zakuthi masibuye. Honorable members, I want to respond on the issue of it all. In the meeting in Rustenburg of Menmek, all 9 provinces, including Gauteng, were very clear that when one stays in the Eastern Cape, and one stays in Polokwane, and one stays in Northwest, and one stays in the Free State, we will not be having a collective punishment of the fuel levy when we stay in Dongas. Those ones who stay in heaven must pay for heaven. We will not be able to do that. And therefore, the issue of the fuel levy was just a story that nobody will ever accept, because that process, it's a long-standing process that was agreed upon. Not later people stand up and talk about it. In fact, there is no public that is affected on the e-toll. It's only those who want to jump on the bedwagon of this e-toll who do not want to pay and drive alone in the cars, and when the public transport is excluded on the whole process. Minister, as the MEC for Police, Roads and Transport, you are not implementing a scholar transport at national level. The scholar transport is in the Department of Transport, and therefore we're dealing with the issue of scholar transport. And I don't know how are you going to deal with the issue of scholar transport. When you're up there and fall down, which province are you going to fall in implementing that? We will be able to implement. And we are diligently implementing a scholar transport in the Free State. There is no earthquake. If there are problems elsewhere, people must come and ask us, how did we get it right? We are prepared to tell them how. The Honorable Minister, the Honorable President delivered the State of the Nation address, and it was anchored on the ANC unwavering determination to undo the injustice of the past. The Honorable Member here has spoken about Minister must do transport plans and all that. There were no integrated transport plans up until after 1994.
The transport plan and the roads were meant for the few minority. Today we stand accused of the minorities that have disadvantaged the majority of the people on transport and roads and the whole infrastructure. But we are ready, we equal to the task to make sure that our people live on equal basis to those who were benefiting before. Honorable Chair, following the President's State of the Nation address, the Minister of Transport delivered a budget speech in the National Assembly. He also anchored the 2015 budget speech on a theme, Year of Unity in Action to Advance Economic Freedom. Both speeches emphasizes the importance of investing in infrastructure as a deliberate policy and action of the ANC to make sure that when we have good infrastructure, road infrastructure, our economy is going to grow. There's going to be efficient running of transport. There's going to be an efficiency too in dealing with transport anywhere and connecting provinces. In the Free State province, I wish honorable members must come and see that we have targeted key roads that are of economic importance in the Free State. However, Minister, the Free State is at a disadvantage that all provinces that are passing through the Free State, and therefore, time and again, we find ourselves having to deal with issues of roads. But the program for the Free State today is the maintenance, 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 maintenance forever. Because if we leave roads as they're not maintained, and they completely collapse, and the cost for maintaining or rebuilding the road is far higher than when the road is supposed to be. The effective operation of the transport system does not only depend on the good, efficient management of transport operators and their employees, but it also depends on factors such as funding and provisioning of various forms of infrastructure by government, such as provisioning of reliable road and traffic law enforcement. In the Free State, Honorable Minister, we have gone deeper to make us to be visible on the road. By December this year, we'll be passing out 154 new traffic officers so that they must come and police this national asset in the Free State that makes the economy of the Free State to grow. So that asset is also anchored by having people that are going to make sure that we have vehicles that are equal to the task, that are having the machines that are able to calculate the speed of the car that you are following, so that you just put your siren, you keep it on site and say, I think you're driving very fast. This is not a banana province, and then we are able to deal with those people there. But we support you too, Minister, on your regulations around issues of transport. In fact, we are persuading you that in the Free State, we would like these heavy transport, hush costs, must end up at 6 o'clock in the evening and start waking up 6 o'clock in the morning, so that we allow our people to be able to go to places where they want to go. Because as it is now, trucks have taken over the roads, and then because we are pushing capital and income at the expense of what our people have to do with their families at all costs, I think there should be a moment where they are able to go around and say, by 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, I'll get into the road and go home, Kroonstad, there'll be no trucks, and then I'll meet them tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. The road infrastructure, Honorable Minister, in the Free State is at its highest best. We have dealt with Memel, we have dealt with the Bota Pass, Ritz and Kestel, Zastron and Wepener. Zastron is linking us and Wepener with the Lesotho and the Eastern Cape. And that road has been a thorn to us, is going very well. Dennisville and Sasol, passing next to Groenbent prison, that road, go there and see, it's a tapete. Parys through Clogoland, Marquardt, Kroonstad and Vredefort, the old N1 Vredefort, the road is up to date, and therefore those who don't want to pay for the toll gate, they are free to take an alternative road passing to Vredefort and get into Paris, then they get to Johannesburg. Honorable Minister, the repair of the flood damages also because children could not cross when it is raining because the rivers were running. We are dealing with that. We have repaired many of the bridges where people cannot pass, children are drowned, and therefore that is one project that we're doing. And we're doing these things at the heart of the rural people of Kwakwa, Tabanchu, and Botshabelo. In Bakis, to Serfontein, in Robert Dreff, to Anse Villiers, to Barrage and Paris, to Ruvel and Rosendal. Rosendal is a small dorpy. There is a stream that is running up there. Across the stream is a school. Our children can't pass there when it is rain. It is our responsibility as a province to make sure that those kids access school at any time, at all time, so that at least they must get the education that they're supposed to get. The rehabilitation of roads in the Free State, Honourable Minister, is what we're doing. And the upgrading of roads from gravel to pave by the EPWP program, labor-intensive construction, creating more job opportunities for our people. Vredefort route, which we are doing manually, is creating temporary employment for people. Tabanchu route, those who stay in Tabanchu in the rural area, they will tell you in CDT, from Tabanchu to CDT, in a very remote area, there's a road that is done there by our people with their own hands, so that at least we give them something. Kwakwa transport route to Blukambush, Botshabelo transport route, and Kwakwa route 4. The most important route that we are dealing with, Honourable Minister, is the one that is much talked about.
Conclude, Honourable
The R74 route, where people are saying the R74 route has been closed and therefore the people cannot, when there's an accident at Van Renen Pass and the road is closed. That road is now about to be completed, and therefore we will be making sure that all the times, at all times, our roads in the Free State are in a better condition by time and again making maintenance, including the gravel roads for the farmers in the Free State to take their grains to the silos for us to be able to eat. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable MEC of Transport and Public Works, Western Cape, Honorable Grant.
Honourable Chair of the National Council of Provinces, Minister, Deputy Minister, fellow MECs, honourable members and office bearers, delegates from the provinces, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honour of representing the Western Cape Provincial Parliament here in the National Council of Provinces on the occasion of the policy debate on Budget Vote 35, Transport. As someone who just a year ago was a newcomer to the transport policy arena, I wish at the outset to place on record my thanks to Minister Peters for her willingness to make herself available to discuss matters of national transport importance, as well as issues of specific importance to the Western Cape. Her cooperative and receptive stance is sincerely appreciated. Chairperson, the importance of transport to both the economy of the country and the well-being of the people in South Africa cannot be overstated. In this regard, South Africa is not unique. Recently, in a speech to the United States Congress, the long-serving senior Democratic Congressman Robert Brady said, "There can be no doubt that the transportation sector is the most critical sector of the economy. Not only is it often the key that unlocks the door to economic participation for millions of people, but it is also often the means which enables us to access certain rights and to exercise certain rights bestowed upon us by our Constitution. It is not by accident that public transport and certain other elements of transport are listed functional areas of concurrent national and provincial legislative competence in Schedule 4 to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. In a country still characterized by the many consequences of apartheid spatial planning and the ongoing disparities between rural and urban areas, it is crucial that people are able to move freely, safely, and affordably so that they can access employment, educational, and recreational opportunities. Without this, the promise of a better life for too many people remains nothing other than a promise. In this regard, there are two obvious considerations which have arisen for me in my relatively short time in my present portfolio. The first of these is an organizational and structural issue linked to the Department of Transport itself and relates to the high number of outside agencies upon which that department is dependent for the planning and delivery of core functions and aspects of its mandates. Earlier this year, at an official strategic planning session at national level, I was struck by the number of report-back sessions on critical areas of the core mandate of this department, which were led by people, often highly trained professionals, who are not employees of the department, but who operate on a day-to-day basis at some distance from the department in structures which are legal entities in their own right. This diffused control over core functions must be problematic in what is a complex and technical department. In the same way, rail transport, which has to be at the heart of a sustainable mass transport system, suffers from similar disjointedness, with control spread from a Western Cape point of view through Metro Rail, PRASA, and Transnet. My ministry has a very constructive working relationship with both Metro Rail and PRASA, and we meet regularly with the senior management in order to assist where we can with matters impacting on this crucial service. However, real decisions about budgets, capital investment, and maintenance costs lie outside our reach. The second consideration which emerges from the existing concurrency arrangement is the importance of the various spheres of government to work together in order to deliver an efficient service. In her budget speech on the 5th of May this year, Minister Peters twice referred to transport developments in relation to George in the Western Cape in the context of funding which her department had made available. This is correct and is acknowledged with gratitude. However, Chairperson, while we all understand the fundamental importance of the funding that George Integrated Public Transport Network is much more than an exercise in applying funds to a problem. It is, in fact, a precedent-setting model for the provision of transport services aimed at developing an affordable, emerging city model which meets the requirements of the National Land Transportation Act and which becomes a replicable approach for non-metros and for rural areas. The National Department of Transport's land transport strategy has been applied to local conditions, and as a result, George is the first city outside the Big 12 to be allocated national grant funding and received this funding in the 2013-14 fiscal year, although the planning for a transport system goes back to 2005. George previously had no formal scheduled bus service, and existing public transport remained too expensive for a large number of the population. In fact, the majority of commuters walked long distances, nearly 4 kilometers one way, in all weathers. As a result, the area experienced an abnormally high pedestrian fatality rate. From an institutional perspective, the process has involved, firstly, all 3 spheres of government working closely together. Secondly, the entire minibus, taxi and small bus industry from George. Thirdly, the wider George community and the users of public transport. And finally, various specialist private sector service providers. My own department has worked tirelessly in playing its important coordination and leadership role in ensuring that the multitude of technical challenges could be overcome. Our experience has shown that the desired success can be achieved on the basis of 4 crucial elements as follows. A government with the financial, human, and institutional capacity required to manage the various contractual relationships needed for a successful transport network. This includes the specific agreements entered into between the Western Cape government and the George municipality at both a financial and an operational level. A functional operator formed from existing members of the public transport industry in George. Thirdly, adequate infrastructure, including additional suitable vehicles and road, traffic, and sidewalk facilities. This will accommodate people also with disabilities. Finally, financial sustainability, which implies, on the basis of international experience, continued support from appropriate levels of government. Chairperson, the fact that this new network is on course to be officially opened in the final quarter of this year speaks volumes for intergovernmental cooperation and a clear understanding of the importance of political leadership which respects the massive technical and professional planning which ultimately underpins a successful, sustainable transport network. The Western Cape government is pleased to have played the role which it has, along with Minister Peters' Department of Transport and the George municipality. Chair, this can only better the lives of our citizens, and I hope it will be a model for the rest of South Africa in the future. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kaula.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, we always maintain or want to maintain that South Africa is the gateway to Africa. The important part, but not so highlighted, of this gateway philosophy is that we can only be a gateway through transport systems. The economic growth of the country depends upon the transport systems for the growth targets to be realized. For our economy to prosper, we rely upon effective transport systems. For our exports and imports, we rely upon effective transport systems. For our workforce to get to work, for our learners and students to reach the institutions, for our patients to get help, for social services to service the needy, transport is the key. It is not just transport of the urban world, but transport systems of both urban and rural. Unfortunately, after 21 years of our democracy, South Africa still remains 2 worlds in one. The rural communities still continue to suffer the inadequacies of bad roads, gravel roads, disintegrated public transport, disproportionate economies, etc., etc. South Africa could have been better than the current state of affairs on transport infrastructure, were it not for disregard for value for money, corruption and fraud, nepotism and favoritism, cadre deployment, to the detriment of capacity and ability. Transport is one of the departments that is highly exploited under the guise of black economic empowerment. To set the record straight before the masters of distortion twist my words and misinterpret me for their own purposes, let me state up front that Inkatha Freedom Party supports empowerment of the PDIs. What we are opposed to is when programs and policies are abused and misused to benefit friends and the connected few at the expense of the needy people and quality service. Honorable Minister, we have just been to Nelson Mandela Bay as a select committee, and we all came back shocked. All of us, IFP, ANC, DA, all of us, the Makues, the Kaulas, the Mtimunyes, were all there, Honorable Minister. What we saw there, Honorable Minister, terribly shocked us. The IPTS that was kicked off in Nelson Mandela Bay just before the World Cup in 2010 ran for some time and came to a standstill later on after the World Cup. That is saddening. And what was so saddening is that the scores of employees lost jobs. The consortium that was awarded the tender to operate those buses has failed the people of Port Elizabeth. What is most shocking is that even as the buses got parked, for months your department, Honorable Minister, with the Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality, continued paying the government subsidy to the consortium, even as the buses were not running. And that is corruption. As an experience from that same oversight, Honorable Minister, the IFP expresses gratitude to the dedicated men and women at the Transnet locomotive industry in PE who are performing good work building rail goods locomotives. We say to Transnet, keep it up. Safety on our roads, on our country's transport systems is important for our citizens and our visitors, especially on our roads. The department needs to keep on improving on the measures to ensure safety of our road users, especially during the festive season, Easter long weekends, and other busy days. South African roads become death knells during these days. This has to be arrested. South African motorists are too impatient and less tolerant of one another. The IFP wishes to thank the traffic officers of our country who have to keep up with all kinds of attitudes in ensuring the safety of our road users. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister of Transport, Honorable Chikunga, Honorable Isaac, why are you rising?
Honorable Chairperson, I just wanted to say that I think Honorable Kaula should be congratulated on his quote, and I quote, "Masters of distortion," unquote.
Continue, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Transport, Medipo Peters, Provincial MECs of Transport, Honorable Members, DG and staff of the Department of Transport, Chairpersons and members of our boards and CEOs of state-owned entities, our guests, ladies and gentlemen. South Africa, our country, is our land and our home. We travel through it, we live and walk in it with care, preserving it for the future generations. As the 1976 youth helped us to discover South Africa, they made South Africa give life to all of us. Chairperson, the slow pace of transformation within the transport sector has direct implications on the skills gap and economic emancipation for women, youth, and people living with disabilities. In this regard, we have had to take deliberate and decisive actions in line with the National Development Plan. In our Human Resource Implementation Plan, we have 9 delivery areas targeted for the 2015-16 financial year. These include skills development, learnerships, internships, bursary programs, transport research and activity center, technical and vocational education and training, outreach programs, international partnership, and finalization of the human resource development strategy. As the National Skills Development Strategy 3 necessitates, we are intensifying our efforts in creating skills for both rural and farm dwellers development. Chairperson, TITA alone has allocated 93 million rand for transport sector skills needs. Through TITA, we are offering a leadership development program specifically targeting women. RTMC has budgeted an amount of R500 million for the training of traffic-related personnel. Plans are also underway towards establishing traffic training colleges. The Cross-Border Road Transport Agency in the current MTF period will establish a cross-border academy which will focus on prioritizing key capacity development areas. In this current financial year, SANRAL has allocated 150 sponsorships to deserving learners in the road sector. ATNS, AXA, SACA, and SAMSA have entered into national and international agreements to train and facilitate employment of seafarers, cadet pilots, aeronautical engineers, air traffic controllers, and others. I must state, Chairperson, that our state-owned entities and Department of Transport have internship programs and bursary schemes that cater for the previously disadvantaged groups. The Department of Transport has provided external bursaries to 654 youth who are fully enrolled across 11 higher education and training institutions. In 2014-15, the Department of Transport was awarded by the Department of Higher Education and Training a National Recognition Award for our robust internship program because siyaqhuba. Chairperson, to date, we have identified a lack of alignment in the manner in which we, the Department of Transport, and our respective SOEs are implementing the skills development program. In this regard, we have created a skills development forum wherein the Department of Transport and its SOEs will meet quarterly to plan together, monitor implementation, ensure alignment and integration. We are consciously prioritizing and targeting rural and farm youth to benefit from our skills development programs. Chairperson, women economic emancipation remains at the apex of our developmental agenda. We have consciously taken steps to speed up the process in that all SOEs in the transport sector must have specific allocated budget for women and youth empowerment. For instance, PRASA has allocated 3.5 billion rand over the MTF period for the Women in Rail program. Honorable Chairperson, on the 6th to the 8th of August this year, we are going to host the Women in Transport Summit, in which we'll adopt a five-year program of action for women and youth radical economic emancipation. The South African Network of Women in Transport Summit is an active vehicle in driving this program. We are about to complete a transport sector gender policy that will be instrumental in fast-tracking the transformation and gender parity agenda. Honorable members, the massive upgrades and expansion of both passenger and freight rail demand an expanded oversight on the rail safety mandate. In this regard, the rail safety regulator has strengthened its rail safety community awareness campaign. The rail regulator has also adopted a 5-year plan in a phased-in approach on the revised risk-based permit fee model. The strategy will enable operators to plan better while assisting RSR to invest in human, intellectual, social, and manufacturing capital. Honorable members, RTIA is currently engaged in the 1 million signature campaign, which seeks approval to have a recognized annual National Prayer Day for road accident victims, as suggested by the Minister. We call on all honorable members and their constituencies to sign these documents as a way of supporting the campaign. Chairperson, the impact of the aviation industry in South Africa's economy cannot be overemphasized. South Africa has been able to implement national and international aviation safety plans with our airspace and airports achieving impressive compliance safety records. Department, Aviation Branch, and SACA, through their initiative NES, have made South Africa to be the first country in Africa and is amongst the few in the world to regulate remotely piloted aircrafts. The regulations will soon come into effect. ATNS is continuing with the renewal of terrestrial aeronautical navigation systems and the maintenance of radar system. Our AXA airports are rated the best in the world and in Africa. Currently, the OR Tambo Airport holds Africa's Airport of the Year title. AXA will continue to explore new business business opportunities in Africa and other emerging markets. Chairperson, South Africa is a maritime state. In recognition of this undisputed fact, in October 2014, His Excellency the President of the Republic of South Africa, through Operation Pakisa, he identified 4 priority areas as new growth areas in the oceans economy. And these are 1, maritime transport and manufacturing, of which the Department of Transport is leading. We are also playing a supportive role in the following 3 focus areas, which are 2, offshore oil and gas exploration, aquaculture, and marine protection and oceans governance. Chairperson, the Department of Transport, together with SAMSA, have indeed established a maritime delivery unit. The port regulator has also brought great certainty and predictability to port users by publishing a multi-year tariff methodology on which, for instance, the 2015-16 tariff is based. Chairperson, this year, with a budget of 392 million rand set aside, we will focus on projects that aim to develop the maritime industry in South Africa. Chairperson, Honorable Vauda, on land transport policy, it is indeed disappointing to realize that up until today, you have not read the land transport policy, despite the fact that we presented it to you, and of course the copies are available. Please read that. You will be able to answer all the issues that you have raised here today. But also, Honorable Vauda, coming to issues related to potholes, please just go to your CIC, your Commander-in-Chief, and ask him as to why Limpopo roads have potholes.
Honorable Deputy
He will then be
Minister,
able
your
to
time has
respond to
expired.
those. Chairperson, I thank you very much.
Honorable Kwele.
Open it. Why don't you open it? Okay. Ke kopa gore Deputy Minister, ke go informe gore CIC has never been into government.
No.
Up until,
Honorable Kwele. Honorable Kwele.
Yes.
Honorable Kwele.
And I want to caution this house.
Honorable Kwele.
They must never ever
Honorable Kwele.
regard and refer
Honorable Kwele.
the failures of the government
Honorable Kwele.
to EFF leader.
Honorable Kwele.
The failure of this government is the failure of ANC, period. They
Honorable
must
Kwele.
never ever
Can you take your
refer
seat?
the failure.
Can you take your seat? Honorable Kwele. Honorable Kwele. You are not going to... Honorable Kwele. Honorable Mukwele. Order, members. Order, members. Honorable Mukwele. Take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Tobejan. Can you take your seat? Honorable Mukwele. Honorable Mukwele. Honorable Mukwele. You can't do what you are doing. You know it's wrong. No, I'm saying you can't do what you are doing. You know it's wrong. Honorable Mukwele, you can't address me. I'm addressing you. You can't be addressing me. That's...
The Limpopo MEC of Transport, Safety, Security and Liaison, Honorable Mokaba Pukwan.
Thank you, Chairperson of the House. The National Development Plan proposes a number of strategic focus areas in transport infrastructure for 2030. These are prioritization of the entire transport network solution that are safe, affordable, and effective option. At the same breath, convincing South Africans to increase their use of public transport, thereby lowering the carbon-intensive transportation mode and reducing the environmental, social, and economic costs associated with transport. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister Medipuo Peters, Honorable Deputy Minister Mesindiso, Provincial MECs present here, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee,
Order, Honorable Mokaba, Honorable, order members, Honorable Mukwele, we have allowed you to do everything that you know that is out of order. One thing for sure that all of us we know is that South Africans are watching what we are doing in this NCOP. Every time when you stand up, whether we are calling a question or point of order, I've allowed you to raise what we are raising. And it was an issue for a debate. And now you are creating chaos. Continue. Honorable Mokaba, can you continue the debate? Honorable Clark.
Can you please rule on the point of disrespect and repetitive behavior, unbecoming behavior of Honorable Mukwege?
Honorable Clark, I've made a ruling that what she was doing was out of order. And I can't stoop that low and get to her level. Continue, Honorable Mokaba.
Allow me to congratulate Mr. Pule Godfrey Slepe on his recent appointment as Director General of the Department of Transport. We remain inspired by the legacy he left behind at the Great North Transport and the Gateway International Airport Limited in the Limpopo. I'm confident that his knowledge, skills, and long years of service in the transport sector will take the National Department of Transport a greater height. A sound and solid transport infrastructure remains crucial to generating economic growth, alleviating poverty, reducing inequality, and increasing domestic and international competitiveness. Robin Chase, one of the world's foremost transport entrepreneurs, has this to say about the importance of transportation. I quote, "Transportation is the center of the world. It is the glue of our daily lives. When it goes well, we don't see it. When it goes wrong, it negatively colors our days. It makes us feel angry and powerless. It curtails our possibilities." Close quote. underpinning the minister's policy pronouncement in the determination by the ANC government to make transport a human right, a glue of our daily lives, a human pleasure, an enabler, a facilitator, a multiplier, and an economic resource that advance the ideal of human fulfillment. Simply put, we all yearn for the day when transportation system will contribute toward economic growth, sustainable development, and most importantly, save the lives of millions of our people as they travel from one point to another. The minister's budget speech has gone into great length to unravel the challenges we currently face as we go about the business of making transportation the ideal servant of humanity. To a greater degree, the minister's address centered on the safety of public transportation. No one can deny the fact that road accidents account to the bulk of unnatural loss of lives in our country. We all pray for the day when people shall no longer be maimed and killed through transportation. As part of the implementation of the UN Decade of Action for Road Safety and the National Transport Master Plan 2050 vision. During her budget speech, the minister highlighted few strategic interventions towards moving South Africa forward safely. Let me hasten to say, we from the Limpopo province are very pleased with the investment of 1.1 billion in the upgrade of the R573 Moloto Road in particular. The establishment of the Project Implementation and Management Office for the Moloto Rail Development Corridor Project and the building of an intermodal transport infrastructure along this route is good news to the people of South Africa. We believe to be a timely intervention that will no doubt spare the thousands of lives traveling between Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Gauteng. We welcome the excitement of the Road Accident Benefit Scheme Bill, which provides for the establishment of the new administrator, which is due to replace the current Road Accident Fund. This intervention is meant to benefit the victims of road accident, will offer comprehensive care and real-time assistance to the beneficiaries. We can't wait any longer for the bill to be passed into law. In line with the announced improvements, such as the accelerated intermodal upgrading the integrated rapid public transport network, I'm proud to indicate that Limpopo is in the process of implementing the BRT system for the capital city of Polokwane. That, together with the rail priority corridors, serve as the primary mobility network in the city. I don't have time to answer this. This is the keeping with the minister's commitment to providing good and transport infrastructure that connect urban center with feeder roads in far-flung rural communities. As part of the National Transport Master Plan 2050 to improve its effectiveness and affordability, we committed ourselves to work closely with the taxi industry to facilitate their regulation and participation in the total transport value chain. We want to ensure that this investment in our public transport enhance the safety of passengers, accommodate the transport needs of people with disability, while at the same time stimulating employment in the taxi industry. Finally, Honorable Chairperson, I also wish to make it known that we support the initiatives by the Minister to establish a single transport economics regulator. The initiative is long overdue, considering that affordability is one key imperative in the transport industry. We are hopeful that the single regulator will enforce better pricing in the sector while ensuring efficiency in the use of transport infrastructure and services. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, of the House, may I take this opportunity to thank you for the opportunity given to us to deliberate on this budget vote. This budget vote is yet another indicator that this ANC government is committed to the ideals entailed in the Freedom Charter and expanded in the NDP Vision 2030. In our long walk to the promised land, we are certainly going to experience many difficulties, and the Judas Iscariot of the world will try to distract us. No, always. What the ANC, we may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated. What this ANC government achieved in just less than 21 years of democracy is incomparable to the disorder of 300 years of apartheid misrule. South Africa requires men and women who spare neither sleep nor energy in the service of her people. Peace, prosperity, and goodwill is certain. The South African majority support the budget, Minister. You don't have to worry. Lastly, Deputy Minister, day before yesterday, I've just killed my dog because it was doing funny things. When it walks like DA, and when it barks like EFF. Thank you.
Honorable Van Lingen.
Please, 56. Will you add it on? Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, colleagues. Many things have been said about the National Department of Transport, but considering that we are the house that deals with provinces, we need to look at the intergovernmental relations and how the different spheres of government can work together. So the backlog in our road infrastructure maintenance still remains one of the major issues. In the Eastern Cape alone, we have a maintenance backlog of 7.4 billion for surface roads and 7.7 billion for gravel roads. The estimated backlog on municipal infrastructure in the province is 12 billion for maintenance and 11.7 billion for capital projects. These figures show that the situation in the Eastern Cape is completely untenable, and the problem with road infrastructure is that if it's not maintained, it has to be replaced at a much higher cost, which the economy cannot afford. My question to the Minister, Honourable Chairperson, is what must we report to the people in the Eastern Cape, where they are up in arms about the poor road infrastructure and maintenance program, and there is a national budget cut for provincial roads of 35%. In a recent reply to a parliamentary question, we were told that there were only 3 professional engineers, that being civil engineers, working in the department in the Eastern Cape. I can tell you today that there's only 1 left. The question remains, why can this department not retain suitably qualified people in this department in the Eastern Cape? We also need to look at the road maintenance programs in the Eastern Cape that were never implemented in the last year because of implementing agents such as the Independent Development Trust and also the Kucha Development Corporation, who did not complete the tender processes by the end of November last year. Right now, as we stand here, the tenders have not been approved for the gravel roads in the Eastern Cape. And you can only imagine what the roads look like after 160 millimeters of rain. Scholar Transport in the Eastern Cape has created, the Department of Transport created a new directorate, 57 employees at the cost of 16 million rand, and this unit has to transport 57,000 learners to 652 schools with 3,300 pickup points from all along 1,560 routes. The project seems to be working. The only problem is that the contractors, who are the epitome of the entrepreneurs in this industry, have not been paid since January. There are as many of them as at least 30% that must still be paid until the end of May. The learners lose out, the entrepreneurs lose out. Honourable Chairperson, it is not acceptable. The Minister may claim that all the issues that we've been raising here are provincial issues, and I'm sure that she will take a lead from the COCTA Minister, who's accepting responsibilities and working with provincial departments and with the municipalities. I'm sure also that all these issues, that the Minister will be told about these issues at MINMEG meetings, and that the provinces cannot hide facts like this from her. Minister, and Honourable Chairperson, I'd like to say to the Minister, it is very good that the road transport, the freight is moving to rail transport, especially with the new locomotive build that's coming through. It is an amazing project, and we hope that it will start off with flying colours and that it will create all the jobs of 228,000, and that the 84% of the work that will be outsourced will land in the hands of the private sector so that we can stimulate the economy. I thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Rama Remela.
Chairperson, Minister and Deputy Minister, MECs, honorable members and special delegates. As SALGA, we are pleased to participate in the transport budget vote debate, which provides us with another opportunity to contribute on matters that directly affect roads and transport at local government level. Honorable Chairperson, SALGA welcomes the commitment of the Minister to implement the National Development Plan's key priorities on the maintenance of road infrastructure, upgrading rail infrastructure and services, as well as building and operating our public transportation. However, neither the municipal infrastructure grant nor the local government equitable share provide funding for road maintenance of local roads. We would like the Honourable Minister to support policy recommendations that the MIG should also fund road maintenance. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs current MIG policy review process provides an opportunity to advocate for funding of road maintenance in municipalities. Funding challenges in the road sector are not only limited to maintenance. Municipal roads are generally underfunded. We therefore urge the department to work with National Treasury, COCTA and SALGA to find solutions to the overall challenge of sustainable funding for municipal roads. Honourable Chair, unproclaimed roads, primarily in rural areas, which account for 140,000 kilometers of the 593,000 kilometers gravel roads infrastructure network, remain a major and stubborn issue that must be addressed urgently. The consequences of unproclaimed roads is that monitoring of the conditions and maintenance of this vast portfolio of roads infrastructure falls within the cracks. Roads that are not upgraded and developed disadvantage the poorest of our municipalities and communities. Despite the challenges, I would like to acknowledge the work of the Department of Transport through its Rural Road Asset Management Grant, which is addressing the critical issue of road ownership. However, alignment needs to be sought between the data collection through its grant and the proclamation of roads, which clarifies the roles and responsibilities. The sooner the proclamation process finishes, the better, including identifying the role of district municipalities insofar as road planning and development is concerned. Honorable Chair, Salga knows the public transport allocation of 5 billion rand in the 2014-15 financial year to be spent in 13 cities on planning, building, operating integrated public transport networks. Building and operating public transport is one of the National Development Plan's key priorities as indicated by the Minister. While there's been increased transport funding to the record levels with 25 billion rands over the past 5 years, municipalities have indicated that the need for additional funding for operating integrated public transport networks. Municipalities who are implementing this integrated public transport networks are recording additional deficits. Given the unique factors represented in each city, it is important to initiate an investigation to each city to determine causes of the operational deficits. All modes of public transport must be considered in such an investigation. The National Treasury, under the Cities Support Program, is driving a process to investigate these operational deficits. We urge the Minister that her department, together with SALGA, to be the integral part of this investigation to get to the bottom of the challenges bedeviling municipal integrated public transport networks. Honorable Chairperson, there is an urgent need to address public transport in areas outside the major urban areas. Although the majority of commuters are in urban areas, public transport also needs to be promoted in rural and semi-urban areas. This requires a review of the current public transport strategy so that it is inclusive and non-discriminatory in the rollout of public transport throughout the country. Honorable Chair, the Constitution of the Republic and the Land Transport Act of 2009 make national and provincial governments responsible for ensuring that municipalities are capacitated to perform their land transport functions. There has been slow progress since April 2009, when the Act was enacted to capacitate municipalities to take on the municipal regulatory and contracting functions. Amongst many functions, municipalities need to be capacitated to become municipal regulatory entities in order to ensure operating license for taxi operations. Those origination and destinations are with, for those that their operations whose origination and destinations are within the municipal boundaries. Now, Honorable Chair, as indicated by the Minister, the taxi industry remains the most important component of our public transport system. According to the 2013 National Household Survey conducted by Statistics South Africa, taxis are the preferred type of road transport. Taxis move 68% of the 5.4 million passengers on a daily basis and contribute immensely to our economy. It is therefore important that the operations are integrated within municipal integrated development transport networks, and municipalities must be in the forefront of regulating taxi operations within their municipal boundaries. Honorable Chairperson, Salaga is working together with the Department of Transport through its Rural Road Asset Management grant to facilitate the absorption of roads graduates to municipal roads organograms. Whilst there are challenges with graduate absorptions, together we can do more, and Salaga is committed to ensure that these challenges are actually addressed. Honorable Chairperson, we note the intention of the Department of Transport to improve ARTO system across the country. ARTO, as indicated by the Minister, is a short-term target towards road safety. We would like to urge the Minister to accelerate the process of developing an overarching national road safety policy and strategy to guide road safety strategies in the country. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, local government is the sphere of government closest to our people. It is a sphere tasked with service delivery and economic developments amongst many other functions, and thus we need to ensure ongoing cooperation with the national department for the benefit of all communities we serve. Functions that are better implemented at the local level need to be devolved to local government for improved service delivery. However, that cannot happen if municipalities are not properly capacitated by both national and provincial governments to effectively execute this function. Honorable Chair, having said that, SALGA supports the budget vote number 35. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Timonye.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, this afternoon, I sat and listened attentively to all the speakers who have made a contribution to all the debates this afternoon. But I make specific observations that some in our midst are in a concerted effort to pit society against the ANC and its government. And some in our ranks are so committed to demonize the ANC and its leaders, and also its government. And little do they recognize how polarizing this can be to society in general. But my conclusion, Chair, is that, borrowing from the words of one speaker who appeared before this House recently, this amounts to nothing from where I stand other than coordinated political insanity. And therefore, Chairperson, this must be motivated. This must be a motivational factor in our resolve as the revolutionary movement of the people, that monopoly capital remains the enemy of the working class and the poor. And this class is clearly represented in this parliament. And it is very, therefore, important, Chairperson, that as revolutionaries that are deployed by our people in this House, without any link or any piece of regret, we must obliterate monopoly capital in all its phases, and we must not apologize in doing so. And some in our ranks in this House, Chair, you know, a month ago, these very people who claim to be so much having the interest of our people at heart descended to Nelson Mandela. And there in Nelson Mandela, perhaps in their own minds, thought that they were manufacturing a special Irish coffee. And from where I stand, that is a very strange Irish coffee. An Irish coffee with cream at the bottom and coffee on top. And this is done, by the way, to hook the voters of South Africa. Now, part of what we have to live with in this House, Chairperson, is rejectionist of everything under the sun. And rejection of self to some extent. And I think we also need to reject them with contempt they deserve. Delivering the January 8th statement at the Cape Town Stadium during the ANC 103 years anniversary celebration, President Jacob Zuma said, and I quote, "To achieve radical social and economic transformation, it is important for the country to use the Freedom Charter as a guide to shaping policies and legislation that are aimed at serving all South Africans," close quotes. The ANC government developed the National Development Plan, which is a blueprint and a vision to realize the ideals of the Freedom Charter. It is a long-term plan for South Africa where key focus areas and implementation process have been identified for dealing with unemployment, inequality, and poverty, consistent with the national democratic society we seek to achieve. The fifth democratic election manifesto of the ANC states, and I quote, "The second phase of our democratic transition calls for bold, decisive steps to place the economy on the qualitative different path that eliminates poverty and unemployment, creates sustainable livelihood and substantially reduce inequality," close quotes. It also calls for radical economic transformation and sustained focus on addressing the uneven quality of service delivery. In our manifesto, the ANC also continue to invest in the upgrading and the expansion of the country's rail, port, and pipeline infrastructure as part of our effort to shift freight transport from road to rail. The ANC committed itself to expand infrastructure development combined with industrial policy initiative to provide the environment that will create decent work opportunities, strengthen industrialization, help create an inclusive economy, and improve the lives of the people. The ANC has identified infrastructure as the key job driver and critical to development in at least 3 ways. And these are: creates favorable conditions for production and consumption, facilitate economic and diversification, and because it provides much needed access to people and services, facilities and opportunities. These impacts are directly relevant to the strategic objectives of the National Democratic Revolution that include the need to deepen democracy, expand our people's well-being, and create a better life for all in an environment of growth and international cooperation. Infrastructure development and its related investment, both through the budget, private sector, and foreign investment, must be encouraged through economic policy instruments to remain robust and targeted to shape inclusive and dynamic economic growth of our country. President Jacob's State of the Nation address of February 2015, where he identified transport infrastructure as one of the 9 pillars for radical economic growth and job creation. Transport infrastructure development is critical to foster economic growth, higher employment, promoting inclusive growth, and providing citizens with means to improve their own lives and boost their incomes. The ANC reiterates that infrastructure projects should also provide opportunities for women and youth and promote broad black economic emancipation. The NDP highlights critical aspects that transport infrastructure must be integrated, smooth-flowing, reliable, and safer. It will also improve the quality of the poor people through developing the poorest regions of our country and overcoming spatial inequalities. This is emphasized broadly to economic development and social upliftment. Besides attracting investment, improved public transport will also reduce traffic congestion and vehicle accidents. An increased number of fatal road accidents have seen the ANC government increasing its spending on the maintenance and upgrading of roads and local and national roads. This, in turn, will promote the creation of jobs and empowerment by providing tenders and jobs to previously disadvantaged people, especially women and youth, to repair damaged roads and potholes. And for this, we do not apologize, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Minister, I have tried to lobby you in some platforms that the people of the former Wandebele also think that in your cluster, the economic cluster, that this Moloto Road Corridor catchment area also be declared an SEZ. In recognition of South African aviation infrastructure capacity, the Airports Company of South Africa, AXA, was appointed to do major upgrades to international airports at Sao Paulo and in Brazil and Mumbai in India. And so the world is descending on South Africa to get best lessons, Honorable Chair. In addition to this, South Africa continues to maintain a good domestic and international aviation safety record. Spending in maintaining safety and secure air transport industry has boosted the economy through tourism, infrastructure development, infrastructure trade relations, and created more decent jobs. One of the key economic objectives of the ANC is to build or create a seamless infra-African trade environment that is in the interest of South Africa and the rest of the continent. Through the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency, the cross-border transport constraints that hinder the free flow of people and goods over our borders is reduced. Transport is integral part of food security and productivity where there is trade. To take goods to the market, both domestic and international, requires transport and travel, either by sea, land, or sky. Readier access to functioning,
Your time has
affordable.
expired, Honorable Mtimunye.
In conclusion, Honorable House Chair, readier access to functioning, affordable infrastructure service such as transport should therefore be an effective catalyst for increasing food security. I thank you.
Honorable Minister of Transport, Honorable Peters.
Chairperson, I wish I could have had the half a day to respond to all the issues that honorable members raised here. But I just need to indicate that it is really heartening and appreciative for the MECs in particular, MEC Grant, MEC Bartlett, MEC Mapule Mukabakwane, as well as MEC Butana Kompela, that I'm sure colleagues, you are aware that if you look at the attendance of the MECs here, we have a co-rating platform for MINMEC. We can just have MINMEC right from here and be able to process all the issues that honorable members have been able to raise. But I just want to say that it's unfortunate that the honorable members of the EFF have left the House, because at times it doesn't look like they are listening when issues are being presented, but also it doesn't look like they are reading the documents that we present to them. Because we have said that we have reached a situation where plans, strategies, and policies and designs are ready. And I'm sure that you would have realized that the input made by Honorable MEC from the Western Cape, MEC Grant, about the model for Go George and in George, it means that the pilot that the ANC government has done in the 12 cities is starting to give us results that can make it possible, as I have indicated in the speech, for us to be able to make sure that we can roll out a quality integrated public transport system, which is informed by the cities of the future that our municipalities, through the collective efforts of SALGA, are actually working on. And I just want to remind honorable members, especially the members of the DA and EFF, that we are part as transport with the Back to Basics initiative of COCTA, which was launched last year, September, by the President. All departments that have got functionality or competence at local government level does have a responsibility. And we from transport, we have got a key responsibility, especially in view of the fact that the ANC has identified public transport as its key deliverables for the MTSF. So it is important that you realize that whatever we're doing, we do because we've got a plan and it is well worked out and it is being funded as we speak. And that is why I've indicated that our main worry and our main challenge, as per the decisions of the meeting of the 6th of May of the MINMEC, is with regard to the rate at which we are not being able to match the challenges related to the public transport, in particular the operating grant, because you would know that the operators are unable to invest in the infrastructure that actually supports the services. So we need to be working on that. So I just want to say, honorable members, you know that my city and Go George is part of the 12 cities that we have identified. So this is not honorable Lont, I remember if it's you that indicated, it's not a DA decision in the Western Cape. It is actually an ANC government decision on the 12 cities to make it possible that we can be able to say, how do we make it realize the public, the efficient, reliable, sustainable, safe, but also affordable public transport, so that we can then, when we speak about the need for us to remove the number of our people from the roads to the alternative transport, we know that we have put the systems in place. And that's why we put money to our plans and where our mouth is to be able to realize these particular initiatives. But also, I just want to say, Chairperson, that I'm happy that SALGA has given the input that they have been able to give in, because SALGA is part of the MINMAC of transport, but also part of the shareholder committee of the Road Accident Management Corporation. We are working together with SALGA on the accelerated integrated public transport turnaround plan. And even when we were at the MINMAC, they were there when we talked about this turnaround plan. It is this turnaround plan that is actually going to make it possible for us that we focus on rural areas, like I've indicated in the speech, that it is morally, politically, and economically unacceptable for us to be able to have the situations we have with regard to public transport in the rural areas. The people of the rural areas actually wants to feel that they are part of South Africa. It is so painful, honorable members, to see our people moving from the rural areas thinking that the grass is greener in the urban centers. When they get there, there is challenges of accommodation. They end up staying in squalor, staying in shacks when they have left good quality houses in the rural areas. Just because they don't have transport that can actually make it possible for them to get to the end where they can have access to services of health and other government-related services, but also be able to get to points of getting jobs. So we will be working with all these structures. We will be working with all the MECs to make sure that we realize the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act imperatives, but also the constitutional imperatives to continue building a South Africa that we all want. You would know the NDP, which is actually based on the principles of the Freedom Charter, actually says that we need by 2030, which is just around the corner, to create an environment where each and every South African can be at peace where he or she is geographically located, can be able to see that the government has been able to reach him or her with the services of government. So whatever we do from the transport sector, is it the roads, is it the public transport network systems, but also the regulation of the movement of goods and services on our roads and on our rail, but also in others, or through other modes. We make it possible that we can truly build a South Africa that we can all be proud of. A South Africa that our great-grandchildren would be proud of, that we didn't come to this house to come and waste the chairperson's time like the honorable member of the EFF did, to show that they are not well trained and well prepared to serve in these particular houses. They would come here and disrupt and actually argue against what is known. There is on record something that is called on point in Limpopo, Honorable Deputy Minister, that we as the Department of Transport, through the Department of Infrastructure and Public Transport in Limpopo, have to deal with the ramifications of the monies that were spent through the RAL, which is the Road Agency Limited of Limpopo.
Honorable Minister, let's allow, why are you standing, Honorable Smith?
Honorable House Chairperson, I'm just standing on a point of clarity. How long does the Honorable Minister have to talk? Because the yellow is really starting to affect my eyes now.
You are out of order. Sit down. Continue, Honorable Minister.
You know, Honorable Chairperson, the honorable member thinks that, let me leave him. But I wanted to say that it is important that we remember, Honorable Chairperson, that in Limpopo we're still reeling from the ravages of a company which was called On Point, and I would want to say the rationale, especially our intervention as the Department of Transport in dealing with what we had to be dealing with after the department was put under administration, to clear the challenges that were created by that particular company, which is owned or is driven by a member of the National Assembly who is a leader of the party of the honorable member. That was very disruptive here. There is also an indication that, let me say, Honorable Dikale and all honorable members of the African National Congress, we really appreciate your inputs, and I believe that the inputs that we have made are intended to make it possible for us to be able to come back here to give you a report on exactly how we have been able to move with regard to the suggestions that you have been able to make it possible that we can get to this particular point. I appreciate the points that have been raised about the PE bus service, the IRPTN in PE, but we also...
Your time has expired.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Let me take this opportunity to order members. Let me take this opportunity to thank the MECs from different provinces. Indeed, this is the house that represents the interest of provinces. Let me also thank the Deputy Minister and the Minister, and also assured to interpret the rules. I'm not talking about presiding officers. I'm talking about all members of the National Council of Provinces. Maybe it's true that learning is a continuous process, so we have to keep on educating people until we make sure that we're on the same page. That concludes the debate and the business of the day. Honorable members, they are requested to remain standing until the procession has left the house. The house is adjourned.